difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you. Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly, and I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, the First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
President Trump, thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the
Thank you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know.
suspect?
Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
Nothing. No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot, that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and two people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. You know, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Is it possible to turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, you know, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term. and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. I mean, it's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
About how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
One in the
back.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? They can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so. based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Right, so this was President Trump addressing the press in a press briefing just after the shooting incident. And also, Republic's Saurav Shukla had posed a question to Donald Trump. We are the only channel who is inside White House from India, reporting from White House. Now, we hope that Saurav Shukla will be back with us in a short while for more details on the story. We'll get back to Saurav Shukla, but the details which have been shared by Donald Trump, that he speaks that the shooter was armed with multiple weapons. Now, they wanted to rip us off, and we are leading the world. And he went on to praise himself and the military and the economy of the United States. He's calling it the best military. But we must focus on the fact that he did mention Iran. He mentioned that we are doing a great job and we can't let Iran have the nuclear weapons. Now, there was also a question which was posed by one of the correspondents on whether this could be a role can there be an Iran angle to this assassination attempt. Now, though Donald Trump has denied that, but there was definitely a mention of Iran by Donald Trump. All right, let's once again listen to Donald Trump.
And that was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint.
All right, so this was Donald Trump addressing the press briefing, giving a press briefing after the security incident that took place. And we continue to have the guests with us. The panel is with us. We have Sierra and David, who continue to be with us. All right, Saurav Shukla is with us. We are the only channel who is reporting from inside the White House from India. Saurav Shukla, so you posed a question to Donald Trump. That's what we are getting to know. You asked a question. What kind of response did you get? Saurav Shukla, over to you.
So I asked President Trump on what is the corrective measure they're going to take. He did mention about the war in Iraq as well. You must play that question. I also asked him about the leadership, because I can tell you one thing. I was inside this room. Everybody believes that within few minutes of this incident happening, the president and his entire cabinet was standing just right where I'm standing to talk to the world and to say that they will not be deterred. He said he will not be deterred in response to my question that I asked him by any assassin like this. Obviously, he did mention that the assassin has been caught, and obviously they will now ascertain what's really was the motive. But he did say that this will not deter him from the work that he's doing, whether on war on Iran or any other thing that he does as a president. I would say that for a global leader to stand up today in view of the fact what has happened is a commendable thing to do. And, so this is one. Second thing, what I gathered from people within the room, everybody was there. In fact, next to me was Marco Rubio, who Secretary of State. He was standing, Pete Hegseth, the Homeland Secretary. The First Lady was there in a room, and I can show you right here. It's a small press room here, and only some of us were allowed to get into that. But it demonstrates one thing from here on, that one, whatever postmortem has to happen will happen, but he did commend the Secret Service. And I would also say that because, I was evacuated myself along with my wife. We were there inside that dinner, not too far away from where the president was sitting, that they did a fine job. And the fact that this shooter was not allowed to get inside the room, they shot at him and detained him just outside the secure area of the ballroom where this dinner was happening. And that, prevented a big tragedy or a big incident from happening, because there were almost 2,600 guests inside the packed room, which included the who's who of the U.S., which included almost, I would say 80% of the U.S. cabinet, senators, congressmen, media people. So I would say the fact that I'm talking to you, that I'm alive, President, and all those who are alive, is because of the fact that these brave security personnel of the Secret Service and obviously the MPD, which was providing the outer cover, acted swiftly and were able to prevent this gunman from entering inside the secure room where the dinner was happening and the president was there.
Yeah, but Saurav Shukla, Donald Trump was addressing on a very... All right, let's listen to the live bite which is coming from of the mayor. Let's listen to that first. I'll come back to you,
with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Again, we're very early in the investigation. We have members of the United States Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the FBI here to continue to investigate this matter. But at this point, it does appear he is a lone actor, a lone gunman. There does not appear to be any sort of danger to the public at this time. However, we are continuing to investigate this matter. At this point, I will turn it over to, I believe, the FBI.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office. The American public should be proud of the quick response and heroic actions from law enforcement officers tonight to keep the American public safe. Their actions are absolutely heroic. The public should also rest assured that there will be no stone unturned during this investigation. The FBI currently has our Joint Terrorism Task Force here on scene, along with our Criminal Division, our Crisis Response Team, and agents from across the country are working on any leads that may come in this investigation. Anyone with tips in this investigation should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you.
Director Kern.
Thank you. My name is Sean Kern. I'm the Director of the Secret Service. Tonight, we saw exactly what our brave men and women do each and every day to protect our protectees. It's not easy, and I will tell you that they performed admirably. We got to see what they do, and that individual, when he charged a checkpoint, was apprehended. It shows that our multi-layered protection works, and I'm grateful to our partners that help assist us with building these sites and protecting these sites. Very fortunate that this officer is alive, is being observed, and I'm grateful that the President reached out to this officer and spoke with him earlier. I ask everybody to pray for him and all of our officers and agents that were involved, and I will tell you, we will continue with the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Pirro.
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot. Unfortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police. All of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court. But make no mistake, there will be many more charges based upon the information that we are learning in this very fluid situation. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Right here in the front. Right here in the front.
Confirm that this suspect is specifically targeting the president, and is he talking to law enforcement now?
Chief.
Sure. So at this point, what we know is we know the individual charged a checkpoint with a firearm in his hand. We know he was running in the direction of the ballroom that the president was in, as well as other cabinet members. So what his specific motivation was, we can't say at this point. However, as we continue to investigate that, we'll continue to work towards that.
Chief, when you say
there seems to have been a lack of authorization to come to this event. Was this a failure on the Secret Service?
What we have here is a multi-layered approach. The director spoke about it. We have officers on the outside from the Metropolitan Police Department along with the escort. The inside portion of any presidential site is handled by the Secret Service and law enforcement partners. This is a multi-layered approach. The point of this checkpoint is to intercept individuals that were there, and what we see in this case is when he reached that checkpoint, Secret Service agents and law enforcement engaged him immediately. They were able to bring him into custody and prevent anyone from being harmed.
Okay, right here.
Chief Carroll, can you tell us if you found a
vehicle associated with the suspect? And are you or the FBI conducting any search warrants either on a vehicle or locations here or elsewhere around the country?
Sure, Mark. So as you can imagine, this is very early in the investigation. So, things we're looking into is his background, vehicles. Those are all things that the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Secret Service are working together jointly to determine, is there anything else that's available? So I would imagine as we continue to go through this investigation, there will be additional search warrants and things of that nature as the investigation progresses.
Is the suspect known to law enforcement?
At this point, he was not known to the Metropolitan Police Department, I can tell you that.
Right here?
Chief, there are multiple other parties and events happening associated with this weekend tonight. Is there any reason to believe that there will be security concerns at those events? Are there preparations being made locally to protect those attendees?
Yeah, absolutely not. So we have no indication. This is an isolated incident with one individual is the information that we do have. However, we do have additional officers across the city that are giving special attention. We do know there were some after parties and events that are planned that we will be providing coverage for those events.
Yep,
Chief,
right here.
the president said that this is not a particularly secure building. Do you agree with that assessment?
I'm not exactly 100% familiar with this building. I do know in this incident tonight, I know there was a security plan that was developed by the Secret Service that the Metropolitan Police Department assisted with, and I know that security plan did work this evening.
Right here.
Thank you so much. You know specifically if President Trump was a target of this attack, and can you speak to their reporting about the suspect assembling a long weapon to get into the ballroom? Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, so as we said before, we do know the president was inside the ballroom. We know there was cabinet members and many guests in there. Who specifically he was targeting at this point, that's part of the investigation. We do know that he was armed with a shotgun when he ran through that checkpoint, so that would look like a long weapon in video.
All right, right here, right here, right here.
To clarify, earlier you said there was an exchange of gunfire. Did the suspect fire any shots? And did the uniformed officer, do you know yet which weapon he was shot?
Yeah, obviously we're only a couple hours into this incident, so we don't have that level of information. The FBI's evidence response team is here. They're processing the scene. So as the investigation develops, all that information will be figured out with the ballistics. The ATF is also on scene here with us.
So the suspect did or did not fire a shot?
Sure. So again, it's very preliminary information. We do believe he did. However, as the investigation determines, we'll pull the shell casings. We'll be able to get more information as we review more evidence. We're very early in the investigation.
All right, we can take a couple more right here, and one more over here.
Thank you so much. So the president said that he wants there to be another event within 30 days. Given what happened tonight, do you have any sense of what additional security measures might be put in place to ensure that something similar does not happen again?
Sure. I'll toss it to the Secret Service.
Yep, this is what we plan for every day. So we take each and every case and we evaluate it, and we do site assessments. And that's why we go out and build these sites per what the event is, and that's how we go about our business.
So will there be any changes or added measures given that this did happen?
We're going to have to evaluate this evening.
Thank you.
Chief, is there any indication how the suspect got into the hotel? Was it a guest here? Are you searching rooms here?
So preliminary information, we do believe he was a guest here at the hotel. We have secured a room here in the hotel. And again, we'll go through the appropriate procedures to determine what was inside there. But that is secure. At this point, like I said, we believe he is the only suspect in this case.
Okay.
To jump on that question, I understand the multi-approach to security, but to walk in with a weapon of that caliber and get all the way to the ballroom, which is on the lower level, seems to be quite an extraordinary feat. How does that happen?
Sure. So again, we're very early in the investigation, so we'll have to determine, we'll go through video across the hotel to figure out how the gun got in, how it got down here. Those things will come through the investigation. At this point, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, last one.
Yes, video appears to show the president falling down and being escorted out. Was he injured at all during his evacuation?
No, we don't have any information that he was injured.
Could you clarify how he was detained? If he was not shot, could you clarify how he was detained?
Sure. So law enforcement right here in this very area, they actually tackled him to the ground and handcuffed him.
Can you release his name? Were in the hospital? Can you give us his name?
Not at this time. We will release his name, Mark, once we have all the information. Again, we're still running a lot of things down.
How many people in the hospital?
In the hospital, so we have the Uniform Division Secret Service officer who's being evaluated at the hospital who took a round to the vest, and the suspect is being evaluated, but he was not struck by gunfire.
Just right here, are you looking at any terrorism charges?
Well, as the chief just indicated, we're very early in this investigation, but make no mistake, if there is anything like that, we will find it and we will file it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good question.
All right, so these were the details which were shared by the FBI, by the Secret Service agents and their heads. This is coming from Washington, D.C. This was a press briefing on the identity of the shooter, which has been apprehended. Now, they have confirmed that they have not, the shooter was not shot at. There are no gun injuries aimed at the shooter. He did not suffer any gun injuries. But from the press conference, what we found that the shots fired, the shots were heard, and every law enforcement officer was active the moment the shots were heard. And they went on to praise the security and law enforcement detail there. All right, now Republic Media Network, Republic TV, is the only channel which was reporting live from inside White House. Now, our chief consulting editor, Saurav Shukla, was inside White House, and he was there during the press conference while Trump was addressing the press. Let's listen in once again to our question and response from Trump.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive, all of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts, so it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. They turned. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. What do we do? But it comes with the territory, and if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do.
All right, so this was a super exclusive, Republic super exclusive, where our chief consulting editor, Saurav Shukla, who was inside the press conference, who was while the press briefing was happening. Now, this was the question which was posed by Saurav Shukla. All right, we continue to be with our guests. We have David with us. We also have Sierra, who continues to be with us. Now, David, my first question to you would be, don't you think they are trying to downplay the entire incident? The press briefing was also there. But this also gets confirmed that there were multi-layers of security, and he was not successful in entering the ballroom. Had he been successful in entering the ballroom, we would have had a different kind of scenario, and we might have seen another assassination, possible assassination, because gunshots can wreak havoc. They are not like an assault weapon or a pistol. They can do much more damage comparatively. David.
Well, it's very important that, in fact, this guy was stopped, and he was stopped before he got to the ballroom. But let's point out there were failures here, and none of the people from the Trump administration said anything like, we need to find out how our security had a partial failure, we recovered Trump. First of all, Trump appointed recently Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who stood behind him at the dais, as the head of Homeland Security, which oversees the Secret Service. He has no law enforcement experience at all. He has no training in law enforcement. He inherited a plumbing company, which he sold for tens of millions of dollars. This is a good example of how Trump appoints people who are not qualified, and that should be an issue of congressional investigation that both Republicans and Democrats should be raising questions about, including why in the world he got approved by the Senate being unqualified. Secondly, Trump used this as an argument for his ballroom, which he has illegally been constructing. A judge has stopped him for the moment and tearing down the east wing of the White House. The logic he proposed, well, it would have been safer if I'd been in there inside the White House, doesn't hold up for a second unless the president never leaves the White House. Presidents are going to go to ballrooms in Detroit and Cleveland and New Delhi and Tokyo, all around the world. So that's just a nonsense argument he brought up to further his illegal plan. And then fundamentally, we do need to focus on, well, who was the target here? We do not know that Donald Trump was the target. It's the most logical person to ask about, but that doesn't mean that's who it was. And so I think we should be a little careful about assuming that Donald Trump was the target of this obviously ill thought out plan by the suspect who has now been charged, Mr. Cole, I guess it is, from California.
Mr. Johnston would like to also go across to Sierra, a guest joining us from Los Angeles. Sierra, we are also hearing the statement from police officials who are now saying that the preliminary investigation into this incident suggests that the shooter, was in fact a guest at the White House Correspondents' dinner. I would like you to throw some light on how the invitations are floated across correspondents and high-level dignitaries in these sort of events.
Well, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Trump hasn't attended it in the past. This was the first year that he actually agreed to attend it. So I would hope that that means that there was increased security even before the event started, including vetting of guests and who tickets were given out to. We have not heard confirmation if that was in fact the case. In fact, we've heard from attendees that they felt that there wasn't as strong a security presence as there could have been. So it does make me question, what this pre-planning process looked like.
Mr. Johnston, yes, please continue.
As far as this shooter, we do know that he is a registered Democrat from California. He was also apparently some kind of teacher. And so I would question the fact that he was actually an invitee. I highly doubt that, given that he is clearly not a member of the press and, he didn't have any, as far as we know yet, any political connection as to why he would be there. But if he was able to forge an invitation and that, that's what led to this reporting that's coming out, or if he just tried to flash something and pretend that he had an invitation, all of those are possibilities. And it also speaks to the security measures, and President Trump is being a great leader when he stands up there and says that he's not going to be deterred and he's not afraid. And so, of course, as Americans, we appreciate that. But there is, also on a national security front, there are people who need to be asking questions about this. And President Trump can be a leader and he can present a strong statement as he did, but there also needs to be questions asked. There also needs to be investigations, because this is becoming a pattern. And we need to look too at the fact that each of these assassins have been supposed lone wolves. So is there further investigation that needs to happen into that? Because if we're seeing a pattern of that these people are lone wolves, they are targeting President Trump, I'm just really questioning that this stuff needs to be looked into far deeper than it has been with these kind of surface level investigations that we saw of the last two assassination attempts.
Right. Also, Mr. Johnston would like to get your perspective on the same question. What do you think about the vetting process in these sort of high-level events? You are an investigative journalist and covering the American politics for such a long time. What do you have to say about the vetting process that goes into place in these sort of high-security events?
Well, to go to the White House, there's a fairly substantial level of security checks as to who you are and there are multiple stages of this. But Sierra is exactly right. We need to find out how, if this person in fact had an invitation, even if they do have some journalism connection we don't know about, or they were the guest of someone who was a journalist, we need to know all about that. And I think Sierra raised a very interesting point. The person who tried to kill President Trump and in fact murdered a firefighter 2 years ago in Butler, Pennsylvania, who was a Republican, by the way, does he have any connection whatsoever, however tenuous, to the person who's now in federal custody for this seemingly attempted assassination of the president? And I say seemingly because we don't know who his target was at this point. But we absolutely need to have deeper investigations. And by the way, if we didn't have deep enough investigations into the shooting at Butler, Pennsylvania, and the man who was along the fence of Donald Trump's golf course in Florida, who is now in prison, that's the fault of the Trump administration. It is absolutely their fault, and it's the appointment of unqualified people to high-level positions. Kash Patel, utterly unqualified to run the FBI. Mark Wayne Mullen, no law enforcement experience whatsoever, and yet he's in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. So we should have a no-holds-barred investigation. The comments made by the Trump appointees and officials, however, at the press conference, as well as the Washington, D.C. police chief, do not suggest that that's their first thought. What did we do wrong? It's, oh, what a great job we did.
Right, and as you mentioned, Mr. Johnston, about the last shooter in the Pennsylvania event being a Republican and a MAGA supporter, we are increasingly seeing criticism pouring in from a large base of MAGA supporters. In fact, a lot of podcasters also now giving back to Donald Trump, whether it's war in Iran or general tackling of the domestic issues in America. And these are the influencers that have massive following in America and across the world. So we are seeing that happening as well.
The solution to any issue you don't care about is not violence. Let me be eminently clear about this. President Trump is exactly right. I don't care who's in the White House. Violence is not the answer here. On the other hand, I would also point out President Trump has been giving pardons to violent felons, people who attacked police officers, to one of the biggest cocaine traffickers in the world who brought 400 tons of cocaine into the U.S. And President Trump has been pardoning violent criminals left and right. So there's a deeper story here about the Trump administration's policies. He's even appointed one of the biggest drug traffickers in America to be his person in charge of deciding who gets pardons, while removing the professionals who oversaw this in the past. And we'll see how much of an investigation there is into this and how much the qualifications or lack of qualifications of senior national security and law enforcement people are examined.
Right. Continue to stay with us, Mr. Johnston. We are also being joined by Major General K.K. Sinha, Indian defense expert. Major General Sinha, this is a big day. Donald Trump again attacked. We are not assuming that it was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but it was a big incident. As Johnston was pointing out, do you think that there is a big defect in Donald Trump's policies? He has been giving pardons to many drug offenders who are serious offenders.
Good morning and Jai Hind. There are a number of layers where you can actually, when you carry deep inside, then you will find that there are a number of causes it might be. I agree with it, what our friends is stating from the United States of America. The situation in, as on today, both externally and internally inside the America is slightly not, it is very, very tense. Donald Trump has, taken a lot of actions, which is not very popular now, it seems to be, because the approval rating has gone down to 35%. There is a clear indications that, the people are not very happy with him, the way he has come during the second term. He came with a very, very, high percentage of approval rating. And now going down, it is direct indications that the policies are is actually, I think he has got mixed up. I do not know who is guiding him and what is the force behind it is driving. Externally, a factor is Iran, an obvious factor that, I don't think this has got connections because called Thomas Allen, I have carried out a little bit research. He's a teacher. By profession, he has been an engineer. He has been adjusted as one of the best teachers. First thing, and a teacher from California getting access to was in DC, coming over there, how he got the invitations, carrying three of firearms, like a shotgun, handgun, and a pistol. So I think, somehow, because America is a country to reckon with, it is, sole superpower, even if you say, or today, the gun culture in America, I think, that is also to be pointed out. But when you're asking me the cause can be anything. It can be external factor like Iran, and internal disturbances which is going on. People are not very happy. It might be that, but a 30-year-old teacher coming from California all the way, getting invited over there. There's a White House correspondent dinner. So I think, he has been caught. I think it should come out, loud and clear, because 3 attempts, this is the 3rd attempt, 13th July 2024 in Pennsylvania. Of course, he was eliminated by the Secret Service 15th September 20. Still the guys, he was apprehended, because in the Gulf Coast or Florida, this attempt was there. So it should come out because, America in a history where the 4 president has been eliminated, of course, starting from 1865 to 1963. It is a serious matter for global community also that, it just can't happen that way, especially in 21st century when America boasts to have, very tight security. But there are lapses. Generally, I think, Hilton Hotel has got, history of where, there are attempts have taken place. And if you are holding such an important, congregation, and you don't carry out your security, checks there. And this time also, Donald Trump has, given a clean check to Secret Service. One of those agents has been also hit in this. So we have to wait and see. And America should come out because globally everyone is bothered about it. And he is the head of the state being attempted 3 times from 2024 and we are now in 2026, I think is a matter of concern.
Right. Major General Sinha, stay with us. Sierra would like to now come across to you. This incident that took place after the incident, Donald Trump issued a statement and very interestingly also goes on to say that he was about to rip apart the Secret Service as they were not letting him resume the function. Do you think that he often bypasses Secret Service because the kind of statements that he's giving out goes on to suggest that he has a very casual approach when it comes to his own security?
Well, I think we heard a little bit, in the way he was speaking that speaks to his mindset, how he looks at these things is that he, as he said before, being president is a very dangerous job and he will not be deterred. And that is an important public front for him to present. And I think he believes it too. But, just from a communications perspective, it's important for him to present this to the public because we don't want to encourage these type of people. We want to discourage these people and show them that it doesn't work. They will not accomplish their goals. And so President Trump understands that, and that's the message he wants to send. Privately, we don't know. I don't think that he purposely tries to go around the Secret Service. I think that he is very aware of the public, messaging and the public perception, and that he never ever wants to send a message to these people that their methods will succeed. So I think that's what you're hearing when you're hearing him say that he's fighting the Secret Service. The Secret Service is obviously concerned with their job, which is also very important, of protecting him, and he is concerned with these public perceptions of ensuring that people see that this kind of violence will never ever work.
Right. Major General Sinha, now in the statements that are coming out, we know that the shooter had a long gun with him. Earlier in the Pennsylvania incident, the shooter had semi-automatic rifle. These are very powerful, as Donald Trump says, very powerful and dangerous equipment. How easy it is for an American citizen and also someone who is acting as a lone actor in the incident able to get his hands on these equipments?
Look, America has got a fault line. America has got a gun culture, which including the Donald Trump, he has given, the approval of it. See, in America, you can have any number of guns. You can take it and you get a license. And it is very, very easy. Just go to an arms shop and just produce your identity and you will get no check, no balances. This gun culture has got a history in America. It might have started from the cowboy days and then it has come down today. And every president, other than I think, Obama, he did try to do it, but, they support it because the lobby is that strong. The arms lobby in America doesn't allow this thing to happen, and America is very, very unsafe because of this. Anyone can carry, and there is authorizations. Country like India, we have got such a strict control on it. America has to think about it. This type of killing, not only innocent children's, get killed because of this armed culture. They get inside the school, carry out the mass shooting, kill people. But it seems like that in America is somewhere bogged down into, very old thinking and the gun culture. And that's why it is happening. You said that, he had a long gun also. I believe there is a shotgun, handgun. These handgun, I think they refer it to pistol. And he had fired from his pistol, not from the long gun. I believe, this is coming. I'm not very sure, but what I'm hearing, that he fired from a pistol and is able to hit one of the Secret Service and, where his body armor, which has stopped it. So I think, somewhere America has to take a call. I do not know every time we talk about it, but America takes its own way and, allow this thing to happen.
Right. Sierra, why do you think that Donald Trump is not able to act against these gun lobbyists, as Mr. Sinha was pointing out? Do you think that Donald Trump is scared of them?
No, I think President Trump believes in the Constitution, as do all of the people who voted for him. And I don't think that this is a gun culture issue. I think this is a radicalization issue.
How is it not a gun culture issue, Sierra? Time and again, we have seen that these lone actors are able to get their hands on these shotgun, long gun, semi-automatic rifle. How easy it is for a citizen to get their hands on them?
Well, I'm from California, the same place that this person is from, and I can tell you California has some of the strongest anti-gun laws in the nation, and this man clearly was able to find a way of how to get a gun anyway. I don't want to speculate as to whether these were guns that he owned legally or not, but given that he was traveling across the country and all of this, I do raise the question whether he even obtained these guns legally. And that's what the issue comes down to, is that the people who use guns to do this type of violence are people who obtain guns illegally most of the time. And so that's why the Second Amendment, is very important for people in these kind of mass shooting events that we have and other things, is that we need lawful, abiding gun owners who have guns and can protect against people who obtain guns illegally and then try to commit violence with them.
Right. Major Sinha, would like to get your perspective on the timing of this attack. This comes at a time when there is a war going on in Iran. There are casualties happening in Lebanon. There is also not much support from the American public to the United States President Donald Trump. And it also goes on to show, because Donald Trump has not ruled out political violence. When the reporter asked what he thinks about the political violence, he says that he's concerned anything can happen. So what do you think about the timing of this incident?
The timing is very, very, I think, that points about that, the way the things are happening as on today. Overall, if you see the, completely globally and carry out analysis, no one is very happy with the Donald Trump's, what he's doing it. Everyone has got a feeling that, Donald Trump has, has taken action in Iran, not for the nuclear issue, but he has gone basically for the petrodollar and also the energy which they want to have it. He is his own way of doing it in Venezuela, and he thought that he has, he will be able to do it in Iran, where he has got bogged down. So if you see his approval rating, globally also has been very, very, in a strained condition. What you are asking for the timing, timing when you see Iran is a big factor. Even when attempt was there on 13th July 2024 and 15th September, that is before he has taken over, the high office as a president. The attempt, and I think that first attempt was linked with Iran, and the man who did it, he was from Pakistan. He got killed. So see what you are saying. The timing is. When you talk about the change of regime and what he did, he tried to do it in Iran. For 50 top leaders, including the Supreme Commander, was killed. Here in this hotel, Hilton Hotel, J.D. Vance was there, Melania was there, then Marco Rubio was there, Pete Hegseth was there, Steve Witkoff was there, Kash Patel was there. The complete administration was there. See, anyone other than the White House, you don't get the congregation of the all top administration of the Trump. If this guy, it is a very, very dangerous. And you are asking for the time, the time, it is very obvious. The time is very, very dangerous. But the way the world is going and the world is at war. So my take on this is there, and gut feeling is there. It might be having the same issue what is happening in West Asia. It might be. The people are not very happy inside United States of America about his decision, what he is doing it over there. And they, on the behest of, I think, Israelis, they are got into it, and they are not able to get away.
Right. Sierra, now would like to come across to you. We have time and again seen how defenses of United States, when it comes to cyber attack, they are down. We have seen how photos of Kash Patel, FBI director, they were leaked online. Now it seems like that there is a mole culture in United States as far as the conspiracy theories go. We are seeing constantly leaks happening. Do you think that it could be an insider job, given the fact that the gunshots were fired right outside the ballroom? Now, Donald Trump says that the ballroom was seized, but he was in fact able to go past the security gate and was able to get very close to the ballroom where you have the presence of high-level delegates.
Well, first, I want to say this man was 31 years old, and we have to look at that, and we have to look at the Butler shooter, who was very young as well. These are people with their entire lives ahead of them, and I think it's very telling that they are willing to sacrifice potentially their lives and, or end up in jail for the rest of their life to do these type of things. This is radicalization. I don't know what kind of radicalization it is, but it's clearly radicalization. And in terms of, what's going on in our government, I think our government absolutely is at risk. I don't know specifically if this could be an insider job. It's definitely a question that should be asked and investigated thoroughly. But overall, I do say our government is at risk. We have people inside our government, as you pointed out, leaks, all of these things happening, people who just simply don't take the job seriously, people who are actually working against the interest of the United States of America. And all of these people are employed by our federal government. Many of them are entrusted with high-level, top-secret clearances, things like that. So we have a problem. We have risks. And there needs to be a lot more done to address it, especially from Congress. But, certainly there can be more done on the administration, on the executive side as well.
Right. Major General Sinha, would like to come across to you. This is a big, major security scare that we are seeing panning out in Washington, D.C., United States. But would also like you to reflect a little bit on the provocative statements that Donald Trump time and again goes on to make. Do you think that Donald Trump now needs to change his strategy? There is anger in United States. There is anger abroad as well for Donald Trump. The kind of statements that he is making for countries, for people, for leaders. What do you think about his posturing as far as his statements goes? It seems like he is inviting trouble for himself. Of course, this incident will be investigated, but seems like there is a greater and larger anger as far as normal U.S. citizens are concerned.
See, as far as Donald Trump is concerned, Donald Trump by nature is not like that. The first, if you see and carry out the complete analysis, he was basically of the view that American soldiers or American boots should not be in ground and work for it. He basically, I think he was very serious about it, and his whole heart and soul was there when he was working that the conflict should get reduced. But in second term, what happened? I don't think it is by nature, but there is a force which is working. This is my analysis, and I think somehow every time I get convinced that there is some force. People talk about the deep state, the Epstein file, the linkages where the people are putting the pressure to take actions which is not by nature. Donald Trump is like that. Whether it is, he is doing on tariff side, whether it is sanction, whether, the way now he is going on a kinetic side by, military forces, he is using it. It is not a natural way, the way he is doing it. People say that, there is some KGB connections, there are Israeli Mossad, basically this Epstein, when we generally leave that Epstein aside, that is also because that is when you go inside the United States of America, other than the Republican who are very, very, close to him on the MAGA base, people are talking state, absolutely that there is a force, and this is an external force. It is not inside. As for the ma'am was saying, radicalizations which has taken place, yes, America has been radicalized to a very great extent. And if you go to California, I had been into Los Angeles and UCLA, when we have gone in the campus, I've gone for a lecture over there, and I realized my sense was saying that the radicalization is in air. And she is right. So America has got a first threat from internally, there is external threats are there. And I think Donald Trump by nature, he's a very brave man. We have seen him on 13 July 2024, in spite of the bullet passing through his ear, and he got up. That is, as a man, when I say Donald Trump, but I think he's working under pressure. And what is this pressure? I think, the people of the United States of America should find out. See, the complete cabinet in this JD van is not with him. Even in Iran, the military is not. The military top leaders of military, the Joint Chief of Staff, the head of, armed forces, they have resigned. They are forced to resign. See, as for the Pete Hegseth is concerned, he had been a major, picked up on that. He is himself is radicalized. If you see his tattoo in his hand, you will see how much radicalization in either way. When we say the radicalization, we just talk about, that Islamic radicalization. But there is a radicalization even inside the MAGA base. So I think America is going through a very, very bad phase of life. Fault lines are there in America. And this fault line is starting from the Gulf culture. You see Donald Trump is trying to fix it to a great extent in his own way. And he's very, very, migration is an issue. People have been, so I think America has, gone down to his own way of thinking, liberalization, we thought that thought. And they have somewhere gone out of their, the provisions of the Constitution, which have given them America a free society. That has gone
right. Major Sinha, we are also joined by another guest, political analyst and lawyer, Stephen Golub, live from California. Thank you so much, Mr. Golub, for joining us. Now, this is unprecedented, the kind of security scare that we witnessed inside the ballroom when the White House Correspondents' dinner was going on. It also happened just minutes after the event started. What do you have to, as a political analyst, I want you to make us understand what do you think about some of the insensitive remarks that Trump goes on to make. We have seen that time and again. Democrats have also raised it, and we ourselves are sometimes very shocked about the kind of statements that Donald Trump makes. Now, there is a genuine anger in the American public, and of course, we do not assume what was the intention behind this particular attack that took place at the event. But what do you have to say about the general sense of Donald Trump's attitude and statements that he goes on to make time and again?
Well, I'll start just with the immediate event that we shouldn't jump to conclusions about what's going on. This could be a lone wolf without a political agenda, even if it is someone with a political agenda. That doesn't indict anyone, be it on the left or on the right or on the center, who may share some general political perspective with this would-be, apparently would-be assassin, would-be murderer. So let's not jump to conclusions about him, even if we find out what his political affiliations are. We shouldn't assume that that applies to most other Americans. More generally, when we're talking about Donald Trump, he's made, yes, some very, very divisive, negative, and I would say racist statements about many people, most recently, sadly to say, people from India and China, when he put up on his social media account statements saying that people from India and China don't belong, immigrants from India and China don't belong in America the way that people from Europe do, because they're not quite as appropriate to be Americans. And that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what he's said and the policies he's even pursuing when it comes, for example, to immigration. More generally, when we're talking about Trump, and again, I'm delighted that no one was hurt, or no one was seriously hurt, it seems, delighted that the president, even though I vehemently disagree with him, was not harmed. So all the best wishes for his safety and the safety of everyone else there. But Donald Trump has really exacerbated or caused all sorts of tensions in the U.S. through conduct and statements, through social media, public statements and actions that many here, not just me, but many here call unhinged, including former supporters, including, for example, his former attorney, who has called him insane. That's literally the word he used. So he's a very divisive figure. Whether that contributed to this attack, we don't know yet. Again, it could just be one nut who would have attacked the most moderate, conciliatory person in the world. We just don't know enough to say.
Right. Mr. Gaurav, also, in fact, in his statements, Donald Trump backed Secret Service, even as we as journalists continue to question if there was any sort of lack of guards on the part of Secret Service. But he says that it is what it is, and he also backs them, saying that they were able to quickly tackle the situation. What do you have to say about the leadership of Secret Service? Because these incidents are happening time and again, this time at a very high security event.
Again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to avoid the question or answering the question, but we just don't know enough yet. It seems on first glance that they did their job, that this person perhaps was a guest in the hotel or had access to an unsecure area and then took a shot or started firing, not directly at Trump, I believe. But to judge, I don't think we're in a position to judge yet how well the Secret Service handled it. There have been very legitimate questions about what went on during the presidential campaign when someone came very close to killing him, shooting from 100 or 200 meters away, how that person got even within that perimeter. So there are lots of questions about how well the Secret Service or the local police or both performed back then. But right now, it sounds like they did their job, and I don't think we're anywhere near a point where we should be second-guessing what they did.
Right. Sierra would like to come across to you. You said that there has to be a deeper investigation and not just the cursory look at the events. What do you suggest should happen on the parts of the authorities? Do you think that Congress should also take this up? Because this is not only, this event had a lot of individuals in it. It had J.D. Vance, it had the First Lady, it had Pete Hegseth, and a lot of cabinet ministers as well. Do you think that we'll see a push from the side of the Congress to ensure that there is some sort of a change and a deep, in-depth investigation into this?
Well, I hope so. I think we need to see the Congress support more of President Trump's agenda as well. As we were just talking about, there are many risks that our government faces, and many of them were created under the absentee leadership of Joe Biden. And so the Congress needs to support President Trump's agenda in trying to correct these very serious errors. And and they need to support, any investigation that they can in terms of reforming the Secret Service and whatever's going wrong there. First and foremost, they need to fund it. But the congressional investigations are important, but they take a very long time, and they're more about the political side of things than they are about the immediate security needs. So I also hope that we will see some action, some immediate corrective action that can be taken so that Americans can be assured that President Trump continues to be safe. And, as many have said, the people in the ballroom are not necessarily at fault. One of them was shot. Luckily, he was wearing a vest. But so I'm not trying to say these are the specific people who need to be held accountable. But there's planning, there's pre-planning and vetting that we talked about. There's all kinds of things one of the things is the ballroom that President Trump was trying to build. For this, that's one of the main reasons he's trying to build it, because the White House needs a secure ballroom so that they're not off in these harder to secure locations. And so all of that needs to be looked at, and we need to find who needs to be held accountable, and it needs to be corrected.
Right. Major General Sinha would like to come across to you. This was all right. We have a big breaking news, in fact, coming in at this point in time, where we have, in fact, a statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Trump assassination attempt. We are not assuming that Trump was a target, but we have a statement by Prime Minister Modi. He says that relieved that Trump and others are safe in this incident. So a big statement, one of the first statements, first leader, in fact, putting out the statement on the incident that took place at White House Correspondents' dinner event at Hilton Hotel. Prime Minister Modi says that he's relieved, in fact, that nobody was hurt, fortunately, in this event, and that Donald Trump and all the others are safe and sound. He's relieved, is what he says. First statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Major Sinha would like to come across to you. He also says that violence has no place in democracy. A very strong statement that we're seeing coming out from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He says that violence has no place in democracy. Major Sinha, would like to get your first reaction on this. We have seen this trend with Prime Minister Modi that he is one of the first leaders to take cognizance of any sort of untoward incident taking place in any country. And this time, in this incident also, we are seeing Prime Minister Modi putting out a very strong statement saying that violence has no place in democracy, condemning the incident that took place and saying that he's relieved that his friend Donald Trump and others are safe.
I think it's a very, very, good gesture, and I think very apt gesture that, moment you are hurt, you are, giving a big statement. A statement by, Prime Minister Modi that violence has got no place in democracy itself is a big statement. See, what it is being brought out, it has got three connotations of it. First thing, violence inside the own country. No one should take the law in on hand, whether it is lone wolf attack or they are radicalized. There are two things, which is coming out in this discussion. But violence can't be, a path on which you follow and eliminate anyone. Donald Trump has come with a mass, percentage of approval from America, and then he's become the president of the United States of America. So violence has got no place. But at the same time, the violence has been taken as a tool to do something
Mr.
outside.
Sinha, we are running short of time, but thank you so much to all three of you for joining and getting your perspective and discussing this very important incident that took place at the White House Correspondents event. Now, viewers, slipping into a very short break. Coming up, Donald Trump cancels Witkoff and Kushner's trip to Pakistan.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. the Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
all your stuff?
Yep, I'm fine.
Another assassination attempt on Donald Trump as White House Correspondents' dinner. Shooter in custody of FBI team after Secret Service apprehends him. Now questions rise over how did the shooter reach right up to the ballroom. Shooter in custody of FBI team after Secret Service apprehends him. Now questions rise over how did the shooter reach right up to the ballroom of the hotel.
These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people.
In his first reaction on the assassination attempt, Donald Trump says shooter apprehended, let the show go on, and adds not the first time Republicans have been targeted. New CCTV footage emerged from the Hilton Hotel where the shooting took place. Shooter can be clearly seen there on the grounds. Republic's chief consulting editor Saurabh Shukla reports live from the White House. In fact, he was there at the White House Correspondents' dinner. Donald Trump cancels Witkoff and Kushner's trip to Pakistan for Iran talks, says not sending them just to sit around and talk about nothing. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi leaves Pakistan, says Iran yet to see if the US is truly serious about diplomacy. And violence continues in Manipur. Protesters clash with police during march to Chief Minister's residence. Manipur Chief Minister assures crackdown on culprits. Now, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in at this moment. A Swiss flight from Delhi to Zurich aborted takeoff at the IGI airport early on Sunday after facing an issue with one of its engines, leaving 6 passengers hurt. They are now being treated in a hospital, and according to the airline, the crew rejected the takeoff, and following an assessment of the situation, they've decided as a precaution to evacuate the aircraft. Now, the Swiss, as WIS, as the airline, has said that it is determined to fully understand what led to this incident. Swiss technical specialists will now travel to Delhi to inspect the aircraft and initiate the next steps as well. At the same time, we are working intensively to find swift and suitable onward travel solutions for all passengers. The statement coming in from the airline, and the airline has also further said that the Airbus A330 operating as flight at LX147 had 232 passengers. The flight that suffered a technical snag, and it included 4 infants as well, along with crew members that were on board. Now, this happened just in the early hours today as the flight on board from Delhi to Zurich suffered a technical major engine failure there and was forced to abort the takeoff and landed, where 6 passengers have been hurt so far. Now, I'm joined by my colleague Shivam from the newsroom, who has been tracking this story. Shivam, another major airline, another Airbus now suffered a major engine failure and had to abort their takeoff. Now we're seeing that 6 crew members have also been hurt, 6 passengers in fact. What's the latest you're getting at this point?
Yeah, the latest is that 6 were injured, and just imagine the scenario where the plane is about to take off and then you have to abort takeoff or landing. Both the situations are very critical. A plane is in a very critical situation every time the plane is about to land or take off, and during this situation, this decision was taken place because of the engine failure. This is what we are getting, what we are fetching. This was a Swiss Delhi-Zurich flight which was about to take off, and suddenly there was an engine failure which was reported reported. Now, airline is probing, is doing a thorough investigation into the matter, but it needs to be highlighted that there have been many such incidents in the past few days, in the past few months also. Now, this should be thoroughly investigated because we are seeing a lot of aviation troubles, aviation technical snags in various aircrafts. But this is coming from Swiss, from Swiss Air, which was going from Delhi to Zurich, and there were 6 who got injured when this takeoff was aborted. Now, from Indira Gandhi International Airport. Now, this happened in the early hours of today, that is Sunday, and there was some issue in one of the engines, which is what we are getting. 6 passengers got hurt, and they are getting the treatment. They are receiving treatment as we speak right now. Now, as per the crew, the airlines, the crew had rejected the takeoff as soon as they recognized, after following an assessment of the situation, they decided as a precaution to evacuate the aircraft. So you can understand the kind of situation that must have unfolded, that they had to go on to evacuate the entire aircraft. The airline has said that they are determined to fully examine what happened, what unfolded. Now, this is their statement also. The Swiss technical specialists will travel to Delhi to inspect the aircraft and initiate the next steps. Now, at the same time, we are working intensively to find a swift and suitable onward travel solutions for all passengers, according to the airline. So they are trying to find the exact cause of the malfunction or the trouble, the technical failure in one of the engines. But this is the latest that we are fetching, Amrita, where 6 got injured and they are receiving treatment. Now, this was an Airbus A330, which is what we are getting to know. It was of Swiss Air, which was operating a flight. The flight number is LX147. It had 232 passengers, so you can understand the gravity of the situation here. Now, there were 4 infants also in the aircraft, along with the crew members which were on board. Now, it was accelerating on runway number 28, and this was happening around 1:08 a.m. So late at the night time, very early in the morning, which is after today, Sunday, at 1:08 a.m. Now, when the issue where one engine faced a trouble was reported by the crew, and they decided to abort the takeoff in this scenario. Now, the passengers and crew were evacuated using the emergency slide. So what happens in such cases when you have to move out of the aircraft very swiftly? You take out the emergency evacuation slides, which are they are deployed, and they are deployed very fast. They work like the airbags. They are deployed very quickly, and all the passengers, they slid through that, and they were evacuated out of the aircraft. Now, this was the statement which was also given by the Swiss Air. A big development here, and they said that we are aware of the incident, and the aircraft involved is an Airbus A330 HBJHK. Swiss has established a task force also. This is what they are confirming. There were 288 passengers, 4 infants on board, and shortly after takeoff, just after 1 a.m. local time, an issue occurred with one of the engines. So in the nick of time, a very quick decision, right decision, I would like to say, because there could have been a fatal incident in case there would have been a miscalculation or misjudgment. The pilots made a good decision in this case. They aborted the takeoff and hence saved many lives. Now, 6 passengers, as per the airline, are currently receiving medical treatment as we speak right now. Their crew is unharmed. 6 are receiving treatment, and all passengers were evacuated via the emergency slides. As I told you, it gets deployed very fast, works like an airbag, quickly gets deployed, and all of them were evacuated from the aircraft. From a small number of individuals who were unable to use the slides, even stairs were also provided. So there were many facilities, many arrangements which were quickly done by the airlines in this case, and by the airport authority and the airport staff.
Right, that's in fact a very good call made by the pilots and averting a major disaster. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. Shivam, to track the story, we'll get back shortly to you. And now, viewers, moving on to another story, a major top-focus story. In fact, US President Donald Trump narrowly escaped an assassination attempt after shots were fired outside the Hilton Hotel, where the president, alongside First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and other top officials were attending a White House House Correspondents' dinner. Several journalists, media professionals and celebrities were also inside the ballroom of the hotel, even as loud sounds of gunshots were heard. Donald Trump, First Lady and other officials were quickly escorted away and evacuated from the scene, and the Secret Service and law enforcement personnel quickly apprehended the shooter, now identified as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years, hailing from California. Donald Trump has since briefed the media on the incident, even as the FBI are taking on the investigation. Let's take a look into the events that unfolded this early morning. Right, these are the visuals you're seeing as Donald Trump narrowly escaped an assassination attempt at his life. And this is not the first time. He has since briefed the media, saying that the shooter has been apprehended and now in the custody of the Secret Service. And now, viewers, we are now joined by our guest, Ajay Jain Bhutoria, former advisor to the former U.S. President Joe Biden, and he's now joining us live from California. First of all, a very good morning to you, and thank you for joining us on this broadcast. Now, we have had reports that the shooter has been apprehended. Donald Trump has since briefed the media, but still there are questions arising now as far as the security is concerned, although the mayor and other law enforcement personnel have since defended the Secret Service, including Donald Trump, saying that the security services, the Secret Service did a good job. But still the question is arising even after several attempts being made at the U.S. president since the past few years, and his security has been since beefed up. But why was such a high-profile event allowed, where a lone shooter, was able to get inside very close to the ballroom where the president was in fact sitting with other top officials and with a gun in his hand, in fact? What your response to that, sir?
So thank you for having me on the show. It's very unfortunate that this has happened, and President Trump is safe, which I'm glad he's safe, and prayers for him and his team. But I have been to several events with President Biden, Obama, and Clinton in the White House and outside the White House, in different hotels in DC. And what I have seen is that there are 3 layers of security, typically 1 layer or 2 layers, which does the name check, and then there's an airport style, or even harder than that, they do your physical check, and every purse, wallet, keys, phone, those are checked multiple times, at least 2 times. And a person even cannot carry a nail cutter. So for someone to carry a gun through this multi-layer security, where just not the president, but his entire cabinet, vice president, and FBI chief, and defense secretary, and everybody else was there, is little surprising to see that U.S. Secret Service could do such lapse of security, and that's very concerning. That if they could do such security lapse, then the life of president and his it's a major national security lapse. I mean, if that has happened, and how this guy was allowed to get so close to the ballroom. But having been to so many of these events, I cannot imagine that our Secret Service was so sharp they could make such things. So there's a lot more to be uncovered, but this is a very serious threat to the nation. I mean, and I know that President Trump has been making a case that his White House ballroom is much safer. That's why he has been saying that I want to build a stronger, larger White House ballroom and don't want to do events outside. So I'm sure after this incident, he will have a much stronger case around that. Now, the second thing is that he gets an opportunity as a Democrat. I want to say he gets an opportunity to pivot the news of his failures in the Iran war. And this next week, the whole news cycle will change, and he can change the narrative now.
Right, and also one important thing to remember is that this is the same place where former President Ronald Reagan, during his time in his presidency, was also suffered a similar assassination attempt, and this is eerily similar to that again. And as far as we are concerned, this is major security lapse for now. But also, Mr. Bhutoria, do you also think that there are other factors at play? Because this is coming at a time when Iran was recently in Islamabad, and Donald Trump has said that they will not be sending their delegation, as Iran would not be meeting them. Do you think this is sort of related, or this is a completely lone wolf event where the shooter particularly has taken it upon himself as a rogue element and then injected himself into this whole scene now?
I mean, I would not want to make a guess. I mean, there are so many investigations going on. But one thing I want to say that 2 days back, President said to the entire Indian American community, you are gangsters with laptops. At that point, I said that gangsters with laptops build economy, create jobs, but gangsters with guns shoot and destroy and kill people. And this is kind of the person who it's so easy to access a gun in this country. You go to a gun store, walk in and get a gun. So whether this was a mentally health issue person or whether he had a cause to, he was disgruntled with President Trump's policies or some of his hate speech. We don't know, I mean, or whether this was some other country, foreign country were behind this, whether someone from Iran was behind this, we don't know. But something seriously security lapse happened, and there are people who do not like Trump's message. But again, in democracy, there's no such place for violence, and it's unfortunate. I condemn this thing, what has happened. I do disagree with everything what Trump says, but I still condemn this, and I pray that he's safe.
And also, Mr. Bhutoria, Donald Trump, including and all Republicans, they do stand for the right to bear arms in America. And even as Democrats push for an anti-gun, anti-arms policy. But with so many attempts happening against his life with big assault rifles, automatic rifles, in fact, do you think that Donald Trump would consider his stance now with so many attempts at his life so far? Several years ago, even in his campaign, he even suffered a first-hand attack, in fact, where his ear was injured and the shooter was apprehended. And all this is not just coming from shooters attempting at his life, but also shooting was also in fact taking place at schools and nearby nightclubs, even recently in Iowa incident even. So do you think that Donald Trump and his cabinet and administration would reconsider their stance on the gun issues prevailing in the US, in the United States?
I mean, we have seen over time and time again shooting in schools, in nightclubs, in malls, in public places, and even attempt on president's life during the campaign. I don't think this campaign will consider anything on the gun control. Democrats have been pushing for gun control, harder background checks, and making difficult for people to gain this military-style weapons. But I don't think they will reconsider it. That's one of their major agenda for their Republican voters. I mean.
Right, Mr. Bhutoria, do stay on the line because we have another guest joining us at this broadcast, Mr. Ariela Rosenthal, Director of the International Relations Ashdod Municipality, is joining us live from Ashdod in Israel. First reactions from you, sir, as U.S. President suffered another assassination attempt at his life, where he and the First Lady, Vice President, top officials were all in one roof, and it was in fact a high security, a high-profile event. He narrowly escaped. He has since briefed the media. First reactions from Israel, sir, from you.
Well, I personally think maybe that the suspicion, I don't know if it comes from Iran, but if it is, it's not the first time they're trying to assassinate the president. On the other hand, they must check, of course, their security circle, because such a high-profile event in which someone succeeds to enter the hotel and, of course, have the ammunition. It seems for me like it's a disaster. You know, here in Israel, we are very well alert of things like this, and our security is very, sufficient regarding such matters. So there are so many, points that must be checked and discussed. And of course, on the one hand, in the broader aspect, the issue of gun control in the US. And on the other hand, if it's Iran, then how such a thing happens, how does somebody enter the hotel and they don't know that in the first circle of security. So I condemn this act, and I hope he's well, and I hope that future things will not happen.
And moving on, another one thing I'd like to note from you that do you see this is a lone wolf event, as Donald Trump has said after his briefing with the media, but do you read deeper into this? Will there be any connection related to whatever's happening in the world with regards to the war in West Asia, the talks that were supposed to happen that did not happen, and this is incoming as he was supposed to brief the media before the shooting took place. He was supposed to brief the media and speak about the prevailing situation during that time. Although he did brief the media, but he spoke only on the shooting incident. And this was incoming after he declined to send the delegations in Islamabad as well. So do you think these are connected, or even though investigations are going on and interrogation being taken place on the shooter, but do you read this as a separate event or connected?
I personally see it as a connected event because it's not the first time that the Iranian regime have said that Trump must be careful and that they have claws around the world and they want to assassinate, the leaders. If it's also the Benjamin Netanyahu, if it's Trump. So the Iranians are well known for, saying one thing and doing the other. These are terrorists that have claws around the world. Of course, what they are doing, how they are conducting during the talks, it's not new for me. Personally, as a citizen of the State of Israel, I think they will continue their lies, they will continue the misunderstandings, and they will, try to make talks longer and longer and longer until they do what they have to do from the side. I think it's about time that Trump, Israel, finish this terrorist regime, because it only brings evil to the world and nothing.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Ariella and Ms. Butoria as well on this broadcast. And thank you so much for all of your inputs. Now, viewers, let's take a short break and we'll come back with more details and continue the coverage of the assassination bid on Donald Trump. In his first reaction on the assassination attempt, Donald Trump has said that shooter has been apprehended and to let the show go on. He adds on, and not the first time Republicans have since been attacked.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach target.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, we made a statement to the world on why India is the most vibrant and strong democracy, with the electorates in Bengal and Tamil Nadu breaking all records of polling. But there's still a round left to get the complete picture. A debate, meanwhile, has rocked New Delhi as to why India did not get the role of mediation between Iran and the United States instead of Pakistan. This needs an answer, and I bring to you in some detail. Second, the Nashik grooming gang story evolved this week into a whole new domain of corporate practices that provide an enabling atmosphere for the likes of the Nashik accused to spread their wings. It's a case of Western capital dictating terms and imposing their own value systems and diversity models that Indian corporates seem to be digesting for dollars. And the third segment, on how the Iran war has made Gulf nations realize the limits of the rentier oil economy and the American defense shield. Warning bells rang loud this week. Let's get going. Last week, I focused on the societal fallout of the Nashik grooming gang story and its impact on communal relations in the country. But subsequently, reports emerged of two more corporates having HR practices that, taken together, show a certain pattern. In the Lenskart case, they had an official dressing manual which, while accepting hijab as a legitimate dress, banned the wearing of kada or bindi as inappropriate. The policy suggested that while Islamic dress codes were okay, Hindu or Sikh practices had to be frowned upon. First, the Lenskart CEO Piyush Bansal thought he could weather the storm. Then, faced with intensifying backlash, he walked back softly, suggesting this was an old policy that got circulated on social media and that it had been updated since, creasing out the trouble spots. To be fair, the Lenskart style sheet does put some restrictions on hijab too, just that it rules out bindi completely in contrast, adding to the brouhaha. The story spread from Tech Mahindra campus in Mumbai to TCS campuses in Chennai and Kolkata. Then there were random reports of certain areas getting access control during the month of Ramzan for prayers and iftars at some smaller corporate offices. After Air India was taken over by the Tatas, there were reports of a changeover in the air crew attire, which sought to rule out visible religious symbols in favor of a homogenized dress code. To be honest, I have never seen an air crew in hijab on any Indian airline, so some of the fears of the right wing might be unfounded. This does not rule out a concerted attempt by the liberals to double down on their agenda. Wokeism is for real and profit is secular. That's why we get this off and on in ads which celebrate Diwali as Jashn-e-Roshni or Holi through a secular prism rather than a religious festival. A couple of years ago, there was this ad with a subtle suggestion that you cannot do namaz if your clothes have holy color on your kurta. Ironically, same liberals who defended the ad would not tire of showcasing the holy at Nizamuddin Dargah as the epitome of syncretism, of Nizamuddin's disciple Amir Khusro dancing to a trance while playing Holi with all the colors. From the perspective of the Hindu right wing, this is a coordinated attack on their civilization aimed at erasing all visible symbols of Hindu religion. That a global Soros network is fanning the likes of Danish and Ayan in Nashik and Amravati respectively, providing a shield through their DEI ESG mechanisms to help them achieve their Ghazwa-e-Hind. From TCS to Lenskart to Air India to Tech Mahindra to some liberal campuses like the Ashoka University and the JNU and perhaps the Azim Premji University, the sense of Hinduism under siege is real. Its creative choice pitted against cultural subversion. Ideal would be no hijab or minimal head covering. At the same time, no big tilak, no kalawa that goes into half the wrist. minimal utilitarian religious accessorization that keeps spirituality intact but unobtrusively. Because if you have a meter-long tilak on your forehead as a Hindu, you can't raise finger at a fez-wearing Muslim with a flowing beard in those tablighi half pants coming to office. There has to be a decent office etiquette, a culture that fits in professionally while accommodating cultural mores. Corporate practices cannot institutionalize soft conversion or defenestration of personal religious practices, whether of the majority or minority, within the framework of reasonable restrictions aimed at professional conduct and office etiquette. That brings me to the corporate HR practices that are under the scanner in this row. At the Nashik TCS campus, it was a cocktail of ingrained jihadism of Ahle Hadith variety in a good proportion of the Muslim minority that's prevalent in the country. A deracinated corporate morality that is willing to look the other way for profits, and Western woke ideals inserted as riders with the billion-dollar checks that come by way of global private capital all rolled into one. In the case of Lenskart, a simple Google query on its shareholding is revealing. The founders only control 20%, half of which is with Piyush Bansal. Rest 80% is with FIIs, FPIs, private equity, and public. Now here's the catch. Before it went public in November last year, the entire chunk that's publicly held now was in the hands of private equity of the likes of SoftBank, KKR, Abu Dhabi Investment Fund, among others. All this PE funding comes with riders. Western capital has an ideological mooring that's heavily influenced by the environmental, social, and governance or ESG considerations. This is a global corporate benchmarking rooted in Eurocentric worldview with an accent on what fits their zeitgeist. Add to it very American DEI, or diversity, equality, and inclusivity. And the clauses and contracts that come attached with these concepts lead to a heady cocktail of a deracinated corporate culture that has created conditions amenable for the likes of Danish at the TCS campus to get a free rein. Unlike the SC/ST Act of India, which is in fact proving to be a thorn for Nashik accused Nida Khan in her bail plea, the America-Europe-born ESG DEI mechanisms act as facilitators. They see every majority as oppressor and minority as the oppressed, with their own prisms. This binary has led to their own societies, in fact, struggling. Social fabric tearing apart from Germany to Sweden, the specter of violence, rupture, and a massive cultural pushback from France to the United States. But since we need that capital, we have muted our response, both at corporate and political leadership level. There's that old saying, the one who pays the piper calls the tune. From TCS to Lenskart to the old Marwadis who would ban non-veg in their corporate canteens, that is the true story. And before I close, look at the irony. This week came a report of the United Nations on Pakistan. According to it, 100% of the cases of forced conversions in Pakistan happen of minorities. 75% of them are Hindu girls, 25% Christian, most of them girls. The impunity is such that the legal and institutional mechanisms assist rather than stop these forced religious conversions of Hindu girls, most times preceded by abductions, 100% of them in Sindh. This is not the first time this has been flagged. Year after year, for at least a decade, this has been highlighted, not just by the UN, but also by Pakistan's Human Rights Commission. The contrast could not have been starker. Amid the Nashik outrage, we are debating here in India whether the minorities or a particular minority can dominate the majority. As it comes out, in Pakistan, it's a one-way street. No Muslim ever converts to Hindu or Christian faith. There's no Dara Hua Musalman in Pakistan, and there is no Dara Hua Musalman in India, as Nashik shows. Moving on. Gulf is in a mess. Well, that's stating the obvious. The Gulf nations, all of them monarchies, none of them a democracy, have one more thing in common. They are all rentier economies living off natural resources, oil and gas. Due to the Iran war and the big strategic move of Tehran on day one of the war to target American bases in these Gulf countries and to extend those attacks to economic infrastructure has meant a big disruption in their economic model. The Hormuz choke means the oil and gas exports from the Gulf are down to a trickle. This is playing havoc with their revenue model. What is happening in the present amounts to a reverse oil shock. In the first one in 1973, these same countries benefited. This time they are at the receiving end. This week, the United Arab Emirates got back US $3.45 billion from Pakistan that they had given over 20 years just to keep Pakistan's forex reserves cushioned. There was no economic basis to it, just the Muslim Brotherhood at work. And for the sheikhs, annual Hubara hunting expeditions at Pakistani expense. The war has gate-crashed that arrangement. This week also saw reports emerge of the UAE quietly opening talks for a currency swap line with the Americans, indicating towards the deepening economic strain. The Bloomberg reported this, quoting American sources in the Treasury Department. Officials said the idea of a currency swap line was raised in meetings in Washington between UAE Central Bank Governor Khalid Mohammed Balama and US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The UAE ambassador to Washington, Al Utaiba, took umbrage at the suggestion that his country was in any kind of financial distress, posting how the Emirates had a US $2 trillion worth of investable corpus, had parked $1 trillion in the American economy, and still had $300 billion worth of forex reserves. But the clarification itself sounded defensive. Even Geeta Gopinath of the Harvard weighed in, saying that the UAE exploring a swap line with the US was a moment to reflect on the scale of the consequences of the Iran war, lending credence to the reports. Maybe not now, but UAE is for sure prepping for the future. But look at the Saudis. Again, very comfortable in the present. But if the war stretches, the math would go awry. They need oil to trade at an average of $100 to a barrel to cover for their present imports. Now here's the catch. The US $100 per barrel calculation is when they export 7 million barrels per day. That number has crashed to 4, owing to missile and drone strikes by Iran on Jubail and Aramco infrastructure, as also the Hormuz choke. At 4 million barrels, they need an oil price of $170 to sustain their imports. Oil is presently hovering at 100. So the Saudis are in a bit of a squeeze. The buffers are good to go, but that can't be long-term plan. Saudis at least have an opening at the Yanbu port through which they are managing their exports and hence some cash flow. The situation is worse for Qatar, Kuwait and Iraq, as they have all one egress through the Hormuz Strait. Oman is all set to launch a personal income tax of 5% from 2028. It would apply to top 1% of the population earning more than $110,000 per annum. But that's a significant marker of how things are stacked when it comes to the fiscal situation of the rentier Gulf states. A Financial Times report suggested the GCC countries have borrowed upwards of $10 billion in the last 1 month to tide over the situation. For all the grandstanding by the UAE ambassador in response to the Bloomberg report, it might be the dollar squeeze that made them revoke the rollover of $3 billion loan to Pakistan. They are still not in an immediate crisis for sure, but might just have to alter course over the long term. Apart from the economic, there's another, I would say, more significant fallout that has consequences for Americans also. The Iran war has made Gulf countries realize the futility of American bases on their territories. They have proven more to be strategic liabilities than assets. With their limited air defense response, they would have seen that what they need is best and latest weapon systems, whether American or Chinese or European or Israeli, but not American military presence. The Iran war has exposed one big design flaw in the Gulf defense architecture. The American bases were never meant to defend the Gulf countries. They were there just to bolster American military presence in the geography, to preserve American interests in the crucial energy supply chains and strategic maritime routes. This is still evolving. The Iran war is in a stalemate and still not over. It has delivered a systemic shock to the Gulf nations. We would see lots of recalibrations over the coming months and years. Let's move to the end game of this war, to the next segment. Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi had a second pit stop in Islamabad for talks even as a tenuous ceasefire holds between Tehran and Washington. The fact that he flew out to Moscow from Pakistan shows Iran is confident it can fend off America for much longer on the talks table. More importantly, Tehran has realized that Islamabad is not a good faith mediator. That's why, while Pak PM Shehbaz Sharif profusely thanked President Trump for extending the ceasefire, there was no thanksgiving from Tehran. Pakistan was not shown any appreciation or gratitude for whatever it has done. But it's an interesting story of how, despite all the distrust, Pakistan finds itself at the diplomatic high table. One reason that might have weighed on the minds of Iranians while accepting Pakistani role in mediation is this direct link that Munir has with Trump. Cut the bureaucracy, cut the clutter, cut the chase. It is the theater of the absurd where a Rawalpindi general connects with the US president courtesy a lobbyist playing golf a world away in Houston, Texas of the United States. Courtesy dollars and not geopolitical heft. Stephen Payne, connected with firms Linden Strategies and Team Eagle Inc., has been Pakistan's lobby man since the early 2000s, when Pakistan needed to save its skin post 9/11. Then again, when Osama bin Laden was found from their backyard. Then again, when they had to come out of the FATF grey list, and often to lob diplomatic grenades against India. The same Stephen Payne arranged that cozy meeting between Munir and Trump. The Pakistanis don't even see the shame in an American president talking directly to their army chief over the head of a sitting prime minister. In a way, the ambivalence towards shame is on both the sides. Americans do not mind if the noble recommendation for their great president comes from a terrorist state like Pakistan at the behest of a lobbyist. A Gallup poll in January of 2025 showed that a mere 1% of Pakistanis saw America as their favorite, meaning 99% of Pakistanis see America unfavorably. The compliments are returned with the same poll finding that 84% Americans thought negatively of Pakistan. This dissonance between the public sentiment in both countries and the puppy-jhappi between their leaders is courtesy Payne, or Stephen Payne. Munir is indebted for every picture with Trump, every word of praise from the American president to this man. And for that reason, Munir is not a neutral party. He is a participant on the side of the White House, integral to the plans of the Pentagon. Look at the irony. The first of the centrifuges, like a real physical specimen, and much of the design of present Iranian nuclear program is what they bought from the clandestine nuclear shop that Pakistani physicist A.Q. Khan ran from a cellar in Kahuta on the outskirts of Islamabad. But America never punished Khan. In this mop-up project to clamp down Iran's nuclear program, America shows a complete dementia in terms of institutional memory. The same dementia that makes it forget that bin Laden was found in Abbottabad, pretty close to the residence of Field Marshal Asim Munir in Rawalpindi. That majority of Pakistanis sympathized with Laden when he was killed. That the 20-year insurgency from 2001 to 2020 that Taliban ran against American forces in Afghanistan was almost entirely based out of Pakistan, both in terms of men and material. that the most violent protests leading to deaths anywhere in the world against America's Iran war happened in Karachi in Pakistan. That a Stephen Payne can whitewash all these crimes is an insult to the memories of those martyrs who laid their lives for the American war in Afghanistan. Pakistan is an artificial state created by British caprice. There was this testy exchange that took place between Pakistan's President Asif Ali Zardari and Afghanistan's former President Hamid Karzai this week. Zardari claimed the ancient Gandhar as part of Pakistani cultural identity. Karzai responded by telling the Pak leader that Gandhar was in fact part of ancient Ariana and hence integral to the present-day Afghanistan. Little comical, because both the leaders, Zardari and Karzai, in their own way, claimed some part of ancient India as their own. Perhaps not just Bharat, but Mahabharat, given that Gandhari, the mother of Kauravas, came from Gandhar. And the Gandhara school of art, of which the Bamyan Buddhas were an integral part, has no traces left in Pakistan, killed by the radical jihadi worldview of the present Pakistani generation. This rootless artificial state with the most rabid end of Islamophysicism as its holding ideology cannot be a peacemaker. Only a lapdog couriering for crumbs. It is for the American citizens to decide whether they are happy to be led up the garden path. The Iranians have decided that they won't. That's why thanks, but no thanks, for the effort made by Islamabad from Tehran. While some in New Delhi debated why India did not get that mediation role, given this background, it is only better that we did not. Thanks for watching.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now today on the Our Education College Ranking Show, discover the top colleges shaping careers in pharmacy, law, architecture, BBA and hotel management. The rankings are in, but do they tell the full story? Don't miss episode 2. Now let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
I think we should get down. Stay down,
भारत ने विज्ञान को हमेशा देश की प्रगति से जोड़कर देखा है। इसी सोच के साथ हमारे वैज्ञानिक सिविल न्यूक्लियर प्रोग्राम को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। उनके प्रयासों से यह कार्यक्रम राष्ट्र निर्माण में अहम योगदान दे रहा है। इससे हमारी इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ को, एनर्जी सेक्टर को, हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर को बहुत लाभ हुआ है। खेती किसानी से लेकर आधुनिक इनोवेटर्स को भी भारत के सिविल न्यूक्लियर प्रोग्राम ने बहुत मदद की है। साथियों, कुछ ही दिन पहले हमारे न्यूक्लियर साइंटिस्ट ने एक और बड़ी उपलब्धि से भारत का गौरव बढ़ाया है। तमिलनाडु के कलपक्कम में फास्ट ब्रीडर रिएक्टर ने क्रिटिकलिटी हासिल कर ली है। दरअसल क्रिटिकलिटी वह स्टेज है जिसमें रिएक्टर पहली बार सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग न्यूक्लियर चेन रिएक्शन में सफलता हासिल करता है। इस स्टेज का मतलब है रिएक्टर का ऑपरेशन फेज में पहुंचना। भारत की न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी जर्नी में एक ऐतिहासिक माइलस्टोन है। और बड़ी बात यह भी कि परमाणु रिएक्टर पूरी तरह स्वदेशी तकनीक से निर्मित है। साथियों, इसे ब्रीडर रिएक्टर क्यों कहते हैं, इसके पीछे भी एक वजह है। एक ऐसा सिस्टम है जो ऊर्जा के उत्पादन के साथ साथ भविष्य के लिए नया ईंधन भी खुद ही तैयार करता है। साथियों, मुझे मार्च 2024 का वह समय भी याद है जब मैं कलपक्कम में रिएक्टर की कोर लोडिंग का साक्षी बना था। मैं उन सभी को बधाई देता हूं जिन्होंने भारत के परमाणु कार्यक्रम में अपना अमूल्य योगदान दिया है। देशवासियों का जीवन बेहतर और आसान बनाने के लिए उनका यह प्रयास बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इससे विकसित भारत के हमारे संकल्प को भी एक नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में आज मैं एक ऐसी शक्ति की बात करना चाहता हूं जो अदृश्य है, लेकिन जिसके बिना हमारा जीवन एक पल भी न चले। यही ताकत भारत को आगे बढ़ा रही है। यह हमारी पवन शक्ति है। हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों में कहा गया है, वायुर्वा इति व्यष्टि, वायुर्वै समष्टिः। अर्थात वायु सिर्फ एक तत्व नहीं है, यह जीवन की ऊर्जा है, यह समष्टि की शक्ति है। साथियों, आज यही पवन शक्ति भारत के विकास की नई कहानी लिख रही है। भारत ने हाल ही में पवन ऊर्जा यानी विंड एनर्जी में बड़ी उपलब्धि हासिल की है। अब भारत का विंड एनर्जी जनरेशन कैपेसिटी 56 गीगावाट से अधिक हो चुकी है। पिछले एक साल में ही करीब 6 गीगावाट नई क्षमता जुड़ी है। विंड एनर्जी में भारत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है और दुनिया भी हमारी तरफ देख रही है। साथियों, आज भारत विंड एनर्जी कैपेसिटी में दुनिया में 4थे स्थान पर है। यह हमारे इंजीनियरों की मेहनत है, यह हमारे युवाओं का परिश्रम है, यह देश की सामूहिक इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। साथियों, गुजरात, तमिलनाडु, महाराष्ट्र, राजस्थान, देश के अनेक राज्य इस सेक्टर में अपना परचम लहरा रहे हैं। गुजरात के कच्छ, पाटन, बनासकांठा जैसे क्षेत्र जहां पहले सिर्फ रेगिस्तान नजर आता था, आज वहां बड़े रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पार्क बन रहे हैं। इसका लाभ युवाओं को मिल रहा है, नए अवसर बन रहे हैं, नई स्किल विकसित हो रही है, रोजगार के नए रास्ते खुल रहे हैं। साथियों, भारत के विकास के लिए सौर और पवन ऊर्जा जरूरी है। ये सिर्फ पर्यावरण की बात नहीं है, ये हमारे भविष्य की सुरक्षा है। इसमें हम सबकी भूमिका है। हमें बिजली बचानी है, हमें स्वच्छ ऊर्जा, क्लीन एनर्जी अपनानी है। देश में हर स्तर पर ऐसे प्रयास जरूरी हैं, क्योंकि इन्हीं से बड़ा बदलाव आता है। साथियों, मई महीने की शुरुआत एक पावन अवसर के साथ होने जा रही है। कुछ ही दिनों में हम बुद्ध पूर्णिमा मनाएंगे। मैं आप सभी देशवासियों को अपनी अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। भगवान गौतम बुद्ध का जीवन संदेश आज भी उतना ही प्रासंगिक है। उन्होंने हमें सिखाया है कि शांति हमारे भीतर से शुरू होती है। उन्होंने बताया है कि स्वयं पर विजय सबसे बड़ी विजय होती है। आज दुनिया जिस तरह के तनावों और संघर्षों से गुजर रही है, ऐसे समय में बुद्ध के विचार और भी अहम हो गए हैं। साथियों, दक्षिण अमेरिका के चिली में एक संस्था भगवान बुद्ध के विचारों को आगे बढ़ा रही है। लद्दाख में जन्मे ड्रपपोन ओजेर रिनपोचे के मार्गदर्शन में काम हो रहा है। यह संस्था ध्यान और करुणा को लोगों के जीवन से जोड़ रही है। कोची गुआज घाटी में बना स्तूप लोगों को शांति का अनुभव कराता है। वाकई यह देखकर गर्व होता है। भारत की प्राचीन धारा दुनिया तक पहुंच रही है। दूर दराज के लोग भी इससे जुड़ रहे हैं। साथियों, बौद्ध परंपरा हमें प्रकृति से जुड़ना भी सिखाती है। भगवान बुद्ध को ज्ञान एक वृक्ष के नीचे मिला था। प्रकृति हमारे जीवन का अभिन्न हिस्सा है। देश में भी ऐसे प्रयास हो रहे हैं। कर्नाटका में कर्मा मोनेस्ट्री इसका अच्छा उदाहरण है। यह मठ एक जीवंत वन क्षेत्र है जो 100 एकड़ में फैला है। इस वन में 700 से अधिक देसी वृक्षों को संरक्षित किया गया है। साथियों, बुद्ध का संदेश सिर्फ अतीत नहीं है, यह आज भी प्रासंगिक है और भविष्य के लिए भी जरूरी है। बुद्ध पूर्णिमा का यह अवसर प्रेरणा देता है। हम अपने जीवन में शांति बढ़ाएं, करुणा अपनाएं और संतुलन के साथ आगे बढ़े। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आप सभी जानते हैं हमारे देश में अब 23 जनवरी यानी नेताजी सुभाष की जयंती से लेकर 30 जनवरी यानी गांधी जी की पुण्यतिथि तक गणतंत्र का महोत्सव मनाया जाता है। इसी महोत्सव का अहम हिस्सा होता है बीटिंग रिट्रीट। आज मैं आपसे बीटिंग रिट्रीट की चर्चा कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि इसके पीछे खास वजह है। साथियों, आपने देखा होगा यह समारोह अलग अलग बैंड्स की विविध संगीत परंपराओं को दर्शाता है। बीते कुछ सालों से इसमें भारतीय संगीत का समावेश बढ़ा है और ये देश के लोगों को भी बहुत पसंद आ रहा है। इस साल की बीटिंग रिट्रीट सेरेमनी भी बहुत यादगार रही थी। एयरफोर्स, आर्मी, नेवी और सीएपीएफ के बैंड्स ने बहुत ही अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दी थी। साथियों, शानदार म्यूजिक के साथ साथ जानदार फॉर्मेशंस का ये कार्यक्रम सबका ध्यान खींचता है। एयरफोर्स बैंड ने सिंदूर फॉर्मेशन बनाया, नेवल बैंड ने मत्स्य यंत्र फॉर्मेशन बनाया, वही आर्मी बैंड के परफॉर्मेंस में वंदे मातरम के 150 साल और क्रिकेट में भारत की सफलता को भी दर्शाया गया। साथियों, बीटिंग रिट्रीट के बीते जाने के बाद ये सारी मेहनत, ये उपलब्धि धीरे धीरे ओझल हो जाती थी, लेकिन अब इसे लेकर बहुत ही अच्छा प्रयास हुआ है। बीटिंग रिट्रीट का म्यूजिक पहली बार वेव्स ओटीटी पर भी उपलब्ध है। आने वाले समय में यह दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर भी मौजूद होगा। आप इसे जरूर सुने। आपको अपनी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस और उनकी परंपराओं पर बहुत गर्व होगा। साथियों, पिछले कुछ वर्षों में देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से प्रकृति के संरक्षण की प्रेरक कहानियां सामने आई हैं। ये कहानियां हमें उम्मीद देती हैं और गर्व से भर देती हैं। मैं मन की बात के श्रोताओं से कुछ उदाहरण साझा करना चाहता हूं। इनको सुनकर आपका मन प्रसन्न हो जाएगा। पहले बात कच्छ के रण की। बरसात खत्म होते ही यहाँ की धरती जीवंत हो जाती है। हर साल लाखों फ्लेमिंगो यहाँ आते हैं। पूरा इलाका गुलाबी रंग से रंग जाता है, इसलिए इसे फ्लेमिंगो सिटी कहा जाता है। ये पक्षी यहीं घोंसले बनाते हैं और अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करते हैं। कच्छ के लोग इन्हें लाखा जी के बाराती कहते हैं। अब लाखा जी के बाराती कच्छ में पर्यावरण संरक्षण के बड़े सुंदर प्रतीक बन गए हैं। साथियों, दूसरा किस्सा इंसान और वन्य जीवों के सहयोग का है और ये उत्तर प्रदेश से है। यहाँ के तराई इलाकों में फसल के समय हाथियों के झुंड गांवों की ओर आते हैं। इससे टकराव की आशंका बढ़ती है। लेकिन अब यूपी में भी गज मित्र जैसे प्रयास शुरू हुए हैं। गांव के लोग ही टीम बनाकर हाथियों पर नजर रखते हैं। वे समय रहते लोगों को सतर्क करते हैं। इससे टकराव कम हो रहा है और लोगों में भरोसा बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, मध्य भारत से भी एक अच्छी खबर आई है। छत्तीसगढ़ में ब्लैक बक यानी काले हिरण फिर से दिखाई देने लगे हैं। एक समय इनकी संख्या बहुत कम हो गई थी, लेकिन लगातार प्रयास हुए और संरक्षण बढ़ाया गया। आज ये फिर से खुले मैदानों में दौड़ते नजर आते हैं। ये हमारी खोती विरासत की वापसी है। ऐसे ही उम्मीद ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड यानी गोडावण के संरक्षण में भी दिख रही है। ये पक्षी हमारे रेगिस्तानी इलाकों की पहचान हुआ करती थी, लेकिन एक समय इसकी संख्या बहुत कम रह गई थी। हालत ये थी कि ये पक्षी लुप्त होने की कगार पर पहुंच गई थी। लेकिन अब इसके संरक्षण के लिए बड़ा अभियान चल रहा है। वैज्ञानिक तरीके अपनाए जा रहे हैं, प्रजनन केंद्र बनाए गए हैं और अब नए जीवन की शुरुआत दिखाई दे रही है। साथियों, प्रकृति और मानव अलग नहीं है, हम एक दूसरे के साथी हैं। जब हम प्रकृति को समझते हैं, उसका सम्मान करते हैं और उसके साथ मिलकर चलते हैं, तो बदलाव साफ दिखाई देता है। आज यही बदलाव देश के कोने कोने से नई उम्मीद बनकर सामने आ रहा है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, नॉर्थ ईस्ट हम सब के लिए अष्टलक्ष्मी है। यहाँ भरपूर टैलेंट है और नॉर्थ ईस्ट की प्राकृतिक सुंदरता भी सब पर ध्यान खींचती है। मन की बात में भी हम अक्सर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों की उपलब्धियों पर चर्चा करते आए हैं। आज ऐसी ही एक और उपलब्धि की मैं आपसे चर्चा करूंगा और वो है बैम्बू सेक्टर में नॉर्थ ईस्ट की सफलता। साथियों, जिस चीज को कभी बोझ के रूप में देखा जाता था, वह आज रोजगार, कारोबार और इनोवेशन को नई गति दे रही है। हमारी माताएं, बहनें इसकी सबसे बड़ी लाभार्थी हैं। आपको ये जानकर हैरानी होगी कि बैम्बू की परिभाषा बदल देने से कितना बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। साथियों, अंग्रेजों के बनाए कानून के हिसाब से बैम्बू को पेड़ के रूप में परिभाषित किया गया था और इससे जुड़े नियम बहुत कड़े थे। कहीं पर भी बैम्बू को ले जाना बहुत मुश्किल था। ऐसे में यहाँ के लोग बांस से जुड़े काम धंधे से दूर होते गए। साथियों, साल 2017 में कानून में बदलाव करके हमने बैम्बू को पेड़ की कैटेगरी से बाहर किया, जिसके नतीजे सबके सामने हैं। आज पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैम्बू सेक्टर फल फूल रहा है। लोग लगातार इनोवेशन करके इसमें वैल्यू एडिशन कर रहे हैं। साथियों, त्रिपुरा के गोमती डिस्ट्रिक्ट के विजय सूत्रधार और साउथ त्रिपुरा के प्रदीप चक्रवर्ती, उन्हीं की बात कर रहे हैं। इन्होंने नए कानूनों को अपने लिए एक बड़े अवसर के रूप में देखा। फिर इन्होंने अपने काम को टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ा। आज वे पहले से कहीं बेहतर और कहीं ज्यादा बांस के उत्पाद बना रहे हैं। नागालैंड के दिमापुर और आसपास के इलाकों में कई ऐसे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स हैं जिन्होंने बैम्बू से जुड़े फूड प्रोडक्ट्स में वैल्यू एडिशन किया है। वहां खोरोलो क्रिएटिव क्राफ्ट जैसी टीमें भी हैं जो बांस के फर्नीचर और हैंडीक्राफ्ट पर काम कर रही है। साथियों, मिजोरम के मामित जिले में ऐसी टीमें हैं जो बांस के टिश्यू कल्चर और पॉली हाउस मैनेजमेंट पर काम कर रही है। मुझे सिक्किम में गंगटोक के करीब लागस्थल बाम्बू एंटरप्राइज टीम के बारे में भी पता चला है। ये बैम्बू से हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स, अगरबत्ती स्टिक्स, फर्नीचर और इंटीरियर डेकोर आइटम्स बनाती है। साथियों, मैंने यहां पर कुछ ही उदाहरण दिए हैं। देश में बैम्बू सेक्टर की सफलता की यह लिस्ट काफी लंबी है। मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करूंगा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कोई न कोई बांस का उत्पाद जरूर खरीदें। आप इसे गिफ्ट के रूप में भी दे सकते हैं। आपके इस प्रयास से उन लोगों का हौसला बढ़ेगा जो बैम्बू प्रोडक्ट्स को बनाने में अपना पसीना बहाते हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, तेजी से बदलते हुए इस समय में टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी जिंदगी का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा बन गई है। आज हम अपने अतीत को वर्तमान से जोड़ने में भी टेक्नोलॉजी का कमाल देख रहे हैं। इस दिशा में हाल ही में एक ऐसा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है जिससे शिक्षा से जुड़े लोग और इतिहास में रुचि रखने वाले बहुत खुश हुए हैं। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही नेशनल आर्काइव्स ऑफ इंडिया ने एक विशेष पोर्टल पर एक अनोखा डेटाबेस शेयर किया है। इस संस्था ने 20 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा अमूल्य दस्तावेजों को डिजिटाइज कर सार्वजनिक किया है। इनमें से कुछ तो बहुत ही दिलचस्प हैं। 7वीं शताब्दी की गिलगित पांडुलिपियां भोजपत्र पर लिखी हुई हैं। यहां आपको 8वीं शताब्दी का एक रोचक ग्रंथ श्री भुवालय भी देखने को मिलेगा। अंकों पर आधारित यह ग्रंथ एक ग्रिड के रूप में है। रानी लक्ष्मीबाई से जुड़े कुछ अहम पत्र भी आप यहां देख सकते हैं। इनसे 1857 में उनके द्वारा लिए गए कुछ निर्णयों का पता चलता है जो उनके पराक्रम को दर्शाते हैं। जो लोग नेताजी सुभाष के बड़े प्रशंसक हैं, उनके लिए यहां नेताजी के जीवन, आजाद हिंद फौज और उनकी स्पीच से जुड़े कई डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं। आपको पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी, उनसे जुड़े कई डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी मिलेंगे। इनमें बीएचयू की स्थापना और हिंदी साहित्य सम्मेलन से जुड़ी अहम जानकारियां हैं। यहां हमारे संविधान सभा से जुड़े कई अनोखे दस्तावेज भी उपलब्ध हैं। मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करता हूं कि आप www.abhilekpatal.in को जरूर विजिट करें। यह आपको अपने इतिहास का अद्भुत अनुभव देगा। साथियों, जरा कल्पना कीजिए, आप दुनिया भर के सबसे प्रतिभाशाली लोगों के बीच हैं। आपके पास गणित के बहुत ही कठिन सवाल हैं। इन्हें सुलझाने के लिए समय है केवल 4.5 घंटे, यानी वक्त बहुत कम है और कंपटीशन इंटरनेशनल है, बहुत तगड़ा है। ऐसी स्थिति में नर्वस होना बहुत स्वाभाविक है, लेकिन इन्हीं परिस्थितियों में हमारी बेटियों ने कमाल कर दिया। इस महीने की शुरुआत में फ्रांस के बोर्डो में यूरोपियन गर्ल्स मैथमेटिकल ओलंपियाड का आयोजन हुआ था। मैथ्स में गहरी रुचि रखने वाली स्कूली छात्राओं के लिए यह एक बड़ी प्रतियोगिता थी। यह दुनिया के सबसे सम्मानित प्रतियोगिताओं में से एक है। इस ओलंपियाड में हमारी बेटियों ने अब तक का सबसे बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया। मुझे इस प्रतिभाशाली टीम पर बहुत गर्व है। इसमें मुंबई की श्रेया मुंदड़ा, तिरुवनंतपुरम की संजना चाको, चेन्नई की शिवानी भरत कुमार और कोलकाता की सिमोई बेरा शामिल थी। इसमें हमारी टीम विश्व में छठे स्थान पर रही। श्रेया ने गोल्ड मेडल जीतकर इतिहास रच दिया, संजना ने सिल्वर, तो शिवानी ने ब्रॉन्ज मेडल अपने नाम किया। साथियों, इस ओलंपियाड के लिए भारत में जो सिलेक्शन की प्रक्रिया है वो अपने आप में बहुत कठिन है। इसका एक मल्टी स्टेज सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस है। इसमें रीजनल, स्टेट और नेशनल लेवल पर कठिन चुनौतियों को पार करना होता है। इसके बाद सबसे बेहतर प्रदर्शन करने वाली छात्राएं 1 महीने के मैथमेटिक्स ट्रेनिंग कैंप में शामिल होती हैं। यह कैंप टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फंडामेंटल रिसर्च के होमी भाभा सेंटर फॉर साइंस एजुकेशन में आयोजित होता है। इस कैंप के आखिर में टीम सिलेक्शन टेस्ट होता है। इसमें परफॉर्मेंस के आधार पर ही भारत की टीम चुनी जाती है। साथियों, हर वर्ष देश भर की करीब 6 लाख स्टूडेंट्स इस मैथमेटिकल ओलंपियाड प्रोग्राम में हिस्सा लेती हैं। समय के साथ यह संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है, यानी देश की बेटियों के बीच ओलंपियाड का यह कल्चर तेजी से लोकप्रिय हो रहा है। इन होनहार बेटियों को सपोर्ट करने के लिए मैं उनके पेरेंट्स की भी सराहना करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में इस समय एक बहुत अहम अभियान चल रहा है, जिसके बारे में हर भारतीय को जानकारी होनी जरूरी है। ये है जनगणना का अभियान। यह दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी जनगणना है। साथियों, जो साथी पहले से इस तरह की प्रक्रिया से गुजरे हैं, इस बार जनगणना का उनका अनुभव अलग होने वाला है। जनगणना 2027 को डिजिटल बनाया गया है। सारी जानकारी सीधे डिजिटल माध्यम में दर्ज हो रही है। घर घर जाने वाले कर्मचारियों के पास मोबाइल ऐप है। वे आपसे बात करके उसी में जानकारी दर्ज करेंगे। साथियों, इस बार जनगणना में आपकी भागीदारी भी आसान बनाई गई है। आप खुद भी अपनी जानकारी दर्ज कर सकते हैं। कर्मचारी के आने से 15 दिन पहले आपके लिए सुविधा शुरू होगी। आप अपने समय के अनुसार जानकारी भर सकते हैं। जब आप प्रक्रिया पूरी करते हैं तो आपको एक विशेष आईडी मिलती है। यह आईडी आपके मोबाइल या ईमेल पर आती है। बाद में जब कर्मचारी आपके घर आता है तो आप यही आईडी दिखाकर जानकारी की पुष्टि कर सकते हैं। इसे दोबारा जानकारी देने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। समय भी बचता है और प्रक्रिया आसान हो जाती है। साथियों, जिन राज्यों में स्वगणना का काम पूरा हो गया है, वहां गणना कर्मचारी द्वारा घरों के सूचीकरण का कार्य भी शुरू कर दिया गया है। अब तक लगभग 1 करोड़ 20 लाख परिवारों का मकान सूचीकरण का कार्य पूरा भी हो चुका है। साथियों, देश की जनगणना सिर्फ सरकारी काम नहीं है, यह हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है। आपकी भागीदारी बहुत जरूरी है। आपकी दी गई जानकारी पूरी तरह सुरक्षित रहती है या गोपनीय रखी जाती है? डिजिटल सुरक्षा के साथ इसे सुरक्षित किया जाता है। आइए हम सब मिलकर इस प्रक्रिया में भाग लें, जनगणना 2027 को सफल बनाएं। साथियों, हमारे देश में खाने पीने की परंपरा सिर्फ स्वाद तक सीमित नहीं रही है। इसी परंपरा का एक दिलचस्प हिस्सा है भारत की चीज। कुछ दिन पहले मैंने ट्वीट के माध्यम से एक जानकारी साझा की थी। ब्राजील में आयोजित एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय चीज प्रतियोगिता में भारतीय चीज के 2 ब्रांड्स को प्रतिष्ठित पुरस्कार मिले हैं। इस उपलब्धि की चर्चा सोशल मीडिया पर भी खूब हुई। कई लोगों ने मुझसे कहा कि भारत में चीज की जो विविधता है उस पर भी बात होनी चाहिए। साथियों, भारत के डेयरी सेक्टर में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आ रहा है। इस सेक्टर में वैल्यू एडिशन ने हमारे पारंपरिक स्वाद को एक नई पहचान दी है। आज भारतीय चीज दुनिया भर में अपनी जगह बना रही है। ब्रेकफास्ट हो, लंच हो या डिनर, दुनिया की प्लेटों में भारत का स्वाद पहुंच रहा है। जम्मू कश्मीर की कलारी चीज को ही लीजिए, इसे कश्मीर का मोजेरेला कहा जाता है। गुजर बकरवाल समुदाय के लोग पीढ़ियों से इसे बनाते और खाते आए हैं। वहीं सिक्किम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश और लद्दाख में छुरपी बहुत प्रसिद्ध है। पहाड़ों की सादगी और कोमलता इसके स्वाद में भी महसूस होती है। इस चीज की खास बात यह है कि इसे याक के दूध से बनाया जाता है। साथियों, महाराष्ट्र और गुजरात में टोपलीनू पनीर, जिसे सुरती चीज भी कहा जाता है, वह भी अपनी एक अलग पहचान रखता है। मैंने यहां सिर्फ कुछ नाम लिए हैं, लेकिन हमारे देश में स्वाद की यह दुनिया बहुत व्यापक है। आज इस परंपरा को नई ताकत मिल रही है। अनेक भारतीय कंपनियां इस क्षेत्र में निवेश कर रही हैं। आधुनिक तकनीक आ रही है, बेहतर पैकेजिंग हो रही है और हमारे उत्पाद वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसी का परिणाम है कि भारतीय चीज अब देश की सीमाओं से निकलकर दुनिया के बाजारों और रेस्तोरां तक पहुंच रही है। आज हम लोकल से ग्लोबल की बात करते हैं, उसमें भारतीय चीज का उदाहरण हमें आगे की दिशा दिखाता है। मुझे विश्वास है भारत का स्वाद, भारत की परंपरा और भारत की गुणवत्ता दुनिया के लोगों को एक नया अनुभव देगी और भारत से एक नया जुड़ाव भी बनाएगी। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, इस महीने देश के कई हिस्सों में नववर्ष सहित अनेक पर्व त्योहार मनाए गए। कुछ ही दिन बाद 9 मई को पोचिशे बैसाख के अवसर पर हम गुरुदेव टैगोर की जन्म जयंती मनाएंगे। गुरुदेव बहुआयामी व्यक्तित्व के धनी थे। वे एक महान लेखक और विचारक तो थे ही, उन्होंने कई प्रसिद्ध संस्थानों को भी आकार दिया। गुरुदेव टैगोर लोगों के लिए ऐसे उद्योगों के पक्षधर थे जिनमें स्थायी रोजगार मिलने के साथ ही गांवों का भी कल्याण हो। उनके रविंद्र संगीत का प्रभाव आज भी दुनिया भर में बना हुआ है। मेरे लिए शांति निकेतन की यात्राएं अविस्मरणीय रही। यह वही इंस्टीट्यूशन है जिसे उन्होंने पूरे समर्पण भाव से सींचा और संवारा था। उन्हें एक बार फिर मेरी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि। साथियों, मई का महीना 1857 के प्रथम स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की याद भी दिलाता है। मैं मां भारती की सभी वीर संतानों को नमन करता हूं, जिन्होंने लोगों में देशभक्ति की भावना जागृत की थी। यह समय स्कूली बच्चों की छुट्टियों का भी होता है। मेरा आग्रह है कि वे अपनी छुट्टियों का भरपूर आनंद लें और कुछ नया सीखने का प्रयास करें। गर्मियों के इस मौसम में आप सभी अपने स्वास्थ्य का भी पूरा ध्यान रखें। अगले महीने आपसे फिर मुलाकात होगी कुछ नए विषयों के साथ, देशवासियों की कुछ नई उपलब्धियों के साथ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
So viewers, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 133rd Mann Ki Baat addressed the nation, where he talked about various aspects, spoke to the nations, talked about the nuclear program at Kalpakkam, hailed the project, also talked about the conflict that's going on in the West Asia, saying that at this crucial time, Buddha's teachings are the ones that can help people. And now viewers, shifting our focus to Washington now. US President Donald Trump narrowly escaped an assassination attempt after shots were fired outside the Hilton Hotel, while the president, alongside First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and other top officials were attending a White House Correspondents' dinner. Several journalists, media professionals, and celebrities were inside the ballroom at the hotel, even as loud sounds of gunshots were heard. Now, Trump, First Lady, and other officials were evacuated quickly from the scene by the Secret Service and law enforcement agencies, quickly apprehended the shooter as well. Now, the shooter has also been identified. The shooter is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen. He hails from California. Donald Trump has since briefed the media on the incident, even as FBI are taking on the investigation. And we are getting you the visuals of the moment of attack, the CCTV that emerged. And let's also talk about who is in fact the shooter. The shooter is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen. This is the picture of the shooter who carried out the firing at the Hilton Hotel in Washington. He is a resident of Torrance in California. So he hails from California. He was a part-time teacher at a tutoring company, is what we're getting to know. The name of the tutoring company was C2. He was a part-time teacher over there. The company named him as Teacher of the Month in December 2024. So 2 years back we're talking about. And he was also a graduate of California Institute of Technology, Caltech graduate. He has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, master's degree in computer science. So a very educated individual, in fact, who carried out this firing. And we also are getting you more information about this person's history. He donated $25 at Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. And also, let's just get you more visuals of the incident site when shots were fired outside the hotel. Now, Trump was attending the Correspondents' dinner on Sunday. This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, is what we are speculating at this point in time. But there was a presence of many individuals: Trump, Melania, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. Secret Service also apprehended the shooter outside the Hilton Hotel. We are getting you the visuals, CCTV footage, in fact. When law enforcement agencies reacted to it, the shooter has been identified now. He is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, who in fact carried out this shooting. He was nabbed quickly by the Secret Service officials, and he is in custody as of now as we speak. And more investigation is currently underway by FBI official. We have also heard from FBI Director Kash Patel, who said that evidence is now being collected. Remember, the entire hotel premises is in charge of the Secret Service officials as of now. Let's hear to what Donald Trump earlier said.
These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more.
This could be politically motivated.
All violence. You know, I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So If you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. And that was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint.
And our viewers, in a big world exclusive, Republic TV was at the White House Correspondents' dinner event, and Republic TV has been reporting from Washington since the moment the news broke out. And Donald Trump, at a press briefing after the incident, answered also to the Republic's question. Responding to questions from Republic's Saurabh Shukla, Donald Trump addressed the security incident and praised law enforcement response. Listen in to that world exclusive conversation.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on? So.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. What do we do? But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do.
And viewers, as we told you before, Republic TV was at the White House Correspondents' dinner event, and Republic TV has been reporting from Washington, D.C. since the moment the news broke out. Here is a report from White House, inside White House, sent to us by our chief consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla. Take a look.
I asked President Trump on what is the corrective measure they're going to take. He did mention about the war in Iraq as well. You must play that question. I also asked him about the leadership, because I can tell you one thing. I was inside this room. Everybody believes that within few minutes of this incident happening, the president and his entire cabinet was standing just right where I'm standing to talk to the world and to say that they will not be deterred. He said he will not be deterred in response to my question that I asked him by any assassin like this. Obviously, he did mention that the assassin has been caught, and obviously they will now ascertain what's really was the motive. But he did say that this will not deter him from the work that he's doing, whether on war on Iran or any other thing that he does as a president. I would say that for a global leader to stand up today in view of the fact what has happened is a commendable thing to do. And, so this is one. Second thing, what I gathered from people within the room, everybody was there. In fact, next to me was Marco Rubio, who was Secretary of State. He was standing, Pete Hegseth, the Homeland Secretary. The First Lady was there in a room, and I can show you right here, it's a small press room here, and only some of us were allowed to get into it. But it demonstrates one thing from here on, that one, whatever postmortem has to happen will happen. But he did commend the Secret Service. And I would also say that because, I was evacuated myself along with my wife. We were there inside that dinner, not too far away from where the president was sitting, that they did a fine job. And the fact that this shooter was not allowed to get inside the room, they shot at him and detained him just outside the secure area of the ballroom where this dinner was happening. And that, prevented a big tragedy or a big incident from happening, because there were almost 2,600 guests inside the back room, which included the who's who of the U.S., which included almost, I would say 80% of the U.S. cabinet, senators, congressmen, media people. So I would say the fact that I'm talking to you, that I'm alive, President, and all those who are alive, is because of the fact that these brave security personnel of the Secret Service and obviously the NPD.
And now, viewers, time to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. More coming up. Coming up, shooter in custody of FBI team after Secret Service apprehends him. Questions rise over how did the shooter reach right up to the ballroom of hotel. New CCTV footage emerged from the Hilton Hotel where the shooting took place. Shooter can be clearly seen in the footage. CCTV emerges post-attack visuals show how law enforcement agencies jumped into action.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the long-form story with me, Shavan Sen, your weekend show that takes you through all the detailed stories that have happened through this week. In fact, this week was seen as a news-heavy week with a lot of developments essentially taking place, and that's why we've selected 4 big stories for you. Let's get started. Starting with West Bengal, which is gearing up for the second phase, with BJP pushing hard to clinch victory. High-voltage campaigning on from Home Minister Amit Shah to UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and even Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma showing confidence over a saffron wave in the state. The other big story, The political coup of the year. Raghav Chadha with 6 other Aam Aadmi Party parliamentarians exit Aam Aadmi Party over disappointment, refutes anti-defection and also disqualification threats as 2/3 members announce merger with the BJP. While Aam Aadmi Party blames BJP for the split, Aam Aadmi Party's Punjab unit remains in complete limbo with over 48 MLAs allegedly backing Raghav Chadha. And then 1 year on, India recounts the grief and horrors of Pahalgam massacre, which rewrote India's anti-terror response. 1 year to Operation Sindoor that remains ongoing with a refreshed resolve. India will not bow before terrorism. And finally, BJP legislator's son rams a Thar and walks off without helping the victim in Madhya Pradesh. Case turns grim after the legislator is caught threatening the police for launching an inquiry into the criminal offence. Those are the big stories that we're going to take you over the next couple of hours. As far as the long form story is concerned, let's get started. West Bengal has just scripted electoral history. Phase 1 polling recorded a massive 92% voter turnout, the highest ever in the state. Long queues, strong women participation, reduced political violence, and voters waiting till late pushed the numbers sky high. The BJP is calling it a clear wave of change. Prime Minister Modi says people have voted for transformation, while Home Minister Amit Shah, who's been camping in the state, predicts the party will cross 110 seats from this phase alone. While there were some stray incidents of violence in a few pockets, but overall it remained peaceful. Phase 2 is on 29th of April and the campaign is already heating up. The big question now, who has the record turnout really favored? Who will get Bengal's seat? The question is whether the first phase, which is effectively a phase where the BJP has been projected to have their stronghold, will they be able to translate that? Will the Trinamool Congress be able to perhaps cover up the lost ground? These are some of the key questions as far as phase 1 is concerned. What really happens in phase 2, with the campaigning essentially revolving around with Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee painting the Bharatiya Janata Party as an outsider's party, and perhaps she herself is the only alternative in the state of West Bengal to protect what she calls regional identity. Will that find resonance among the people in West Bengal? Take a look at this detailed report.
West Bengal has scripted electoral history. Phase 1 polling has recorded a massive 92.8% turnout, the highest ever in the state and one of the highest seen in any major elections in India.
Highest voter turnout in West Bengal in the first phase of the assembly election, which is more than 90%. If compared this voter turnout with the assembly elections earlier, like in 2011, 2016 and 2021, the voter turnout has been consistent in those assembly elections to 80%. And this time it's the historic, and it is being called historic because the voter turnout is much more higher than all the last 3 assembly elections.
From border districts to rural heartlands, long queues, heavy women participation and voters waiting till late evening pushed the numbers to record levels. The big talking point, the historic turnout, comes after the special intensive revision of electoral rolls, where over 90 lakh names were removed following verification. For the poll body, this was more than just a polling day. It was a test of credibility, whether it could deliver a clean voter list, a free vote, and a peaceful process in one of India's toughest electoral territories. This has now opened a bigger political question. Did the cleanup drive increase confidence in the process, or has a silent wave of voters arisen to shape the outcome?
The BJP has moved quickly to claim momentum. Prime Minister Narendra Modi calling it a wave of change, asserting that people of Bengal have voted for transformation.
4 मई को नतीजे आने के बाद टीएमसी के गुंडों को बंगाल में छिपने की जगह नहीं मिलेगी। उन्हें कोई बचाने वाला नहीं मिलेगा। कल पहले चरण के मतदान ने तृणमूल के महाजंगल राज के अंत का उद्घोष कर दिया है।
He also indirectly criticized West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee without taking her name over the latter's jibe about Prime Minister Modi's unexpected stop in Jhargram for a quick bite of the popular Bengali street snack, the jhalmuri, during his last campaign rally in the state.
कोई बात नहीं, ज्यादा है तो ज्यादा खाएंगे। बंगाल को अनेक कष्टों से आजादी दिलाएंगे। आजादी टीएमसी के भय से, आजादी टीएमसी के भ्रष्टाचार से, आजादी टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट से, आजादी बेटियों पर अत्याचार से, आजादी पलायन की मजबूरी से, आजादी बेरोजगारी और बेकारी से, आजादी घुसपैठियों के कब्जे से।
Home Minister Amit Shah too projected confidence, claiming that BJP would cross 110 seats for the first phase itself, turning the high turnout into a political narrative of anti-incumbency.
पहले चरण में भाजपा 110 सीट जीतकर दीदी का सुपड़ा साफ।
Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa Sharma sounded an optimistic note for the BJP as well. He predicted the Saffron Party is going to win a huge number of seats in the state.
फर्स्ट फेज का जो फेयर वोटिंग हुआ, इनका इम्पैक्ट विल सी दिखा जाएगा इन सेकेंड फेज में, और सेकेंड फेज में भी अच्छा वोटिंग होगे। दूसरा, फर्स्ट फेज हो सेकेंड फेज हो, बंगाल में माहौल परिवर्तन का है। लोग चेंज चाहते हैं और ये अभी दिखाई देते हैं। इसीलिए मेरा मानना है कि हमारा आंकड़ा 200 तक पहुंच जाएगा।
With the rise of anti-incumbency sentiment among the voters, Mamata Banerjee asserted she will turn her focus to Delhi after the assembly polls.
মনে রেখো, কোনো তোমাদের ক্ষমতা নেই আমাদের পরাস্ত করবার। এটা জেনে রেখো, আমরা অন্যায়ের বিরুদ্ধে লড়াই করি, অধিকারের জন্য লড়াই করি। আর বাংলায় আমি জন্মেছি, এই বাংলায় আমার মৃত্যু হবে। আমি তোমাদের দিল্লি দখল করবই। বাংলা দখল করার পরে সব দলকে নিয়ে আমি চেয়ার চাই না, কিন্তু আমি চাই দিল্লিতে বিজেপির বিনাশ। বাংলায় তো বিনাশ হবেও, দিল্লি থেকেও বিজেপি হাঁটাতে হবে। এটা মাথায় রাখবেন ভালো করে। আমাদের স্লোগান বিজেপি হাঁটাও, দেশ বাঁচাও।
Left amused by her remark, Amit Shah said she has nothing left even for Bengal.
यहाँ कुछ नहीं बचा है, दिल्ली कहाँ आएंगी? अब मैं क्या जवाब दूं? भले आदमी बोलो।
Even as polling remained largely peaceful, there were sporadic instances of violence. Reports of heckling, intimidation and local clashes emerged from some constituencies. In Dakshin Dinajpur's Kumarganj, the BJP candidate was attacked by miscreants while in Murshidabad, Aam Aadmi Union Party's chief Humayun Kabir's convoy vehicle was vandalized.
टीएमसी को लोगों को टीएमसी को वोट नहीं डाल रहा है, वो टीएमसी जबरदस्ती करके कुछ सीट रिकवरी करने का कोशिश करेगा, लेकिन वो होगा नहीं। टीएमसी खत्म हो जाएगा, टीएमसी कुर्सी में नहीं आएगा।
अच्छा एक सेकंड अच्छा आराम से अच्छा
बंद कीजिए
अच्छा ठीक है बंद कर अच्छा ठीक है भैया बात तो बताइए
बोला ना अभी
भैया
बोला ना
भैया हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं।
अब जाइए उधर जाइए
भैया मैं कह रही हूँ भैया हुमायूं कबीर के पास जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने बुलाया है।
नहीं जाना है, अभी जाइए मैम, जाइए आप जाइए, बाद में आपको ये करो, विनती करो, जाइए।
मैं भी आपसे विनती से आई हूँ।
ठीक है, आप करने के लिए कोई मना नहीं,
यहाँ से कर लेने दीजिए भैया।
अभी नहीं है, अभी नहीं करने का।
कितना
बैठिए ना।
मैं आपसे ये कह रही हूँ कि मैं बस हुमायूं कबीर का इंटरव्यू करके आ जाऊंगी।
नहीं होगा, जाने के लिए नहीं होगा, वहाँ कोई जाने का रास्ता ही नहीं है आगे में। देखिए ना, कोई मीडिया वाला नहीं है वहाँ पर।
अभी सब करके गए होंगे ना सर। अच्छा भैया एक बात बता दी, ये क्या है, ये आप लोग क्या लेके जा रहे हैं? सो व्हाट वी आप हॉकी स्टिक क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं? आप बंद कर दिया, वो बंद कर। मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूँ हॉकी मैं आपने बंद कर दिया हॉकी स्टिक क्यों, कहाँ नहीं चल रहा है सर, ये बंद है।
ठीक है,
आपसे जनरली पूछ रही हूँ हॉकी स्टिक कहाँ
इधर घर से लेके जा रहा है, घर में लेके जा रहा है।
अनहोनी घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार हमें रोक रहा था, कोशिश कर रहा था। हमने कैमरे में उसकी साउंड बाइट लेने की कोशिश की, लेकिन हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया। तो ये तस्वीरें हैं यहाँ पे। लगातार हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर हम जूम करके दिखा पाए तो। अगर आप देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार वार्निंग दी जा रही है कि आप जाइए यहाँ से। लगातार देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार 4 लोग आए हैं और लगातार कह रहे हैं कि बंद करें, हम जाएं यहाँ से। और ये स्थिति मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की, जहाँ पे हम रिपोर्टिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं। कबीर जेयू पे कैंडिडेट है, वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और ये मुर्शिदाबाद में वो इलाका है, मुर्शिदाबाद का वो इलाका है। बताइए भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं, कहाँ जाए? तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड नहीं है?
Disturbing scenes were witnessed where Kumarganj BJP candidate Subhendu Sarkar was seen running for life with his personal security, trying to escape from the hands of the miscreants. BJP candidate Agnimitra Paul's car was also pelted with stones and its rear window panes were shattered near Rahmat Nagar in Asansol, Dakshin constituency.
हम सुबह से बूथ पर जा रहे हैं और शांतिपूर्ण हो रहा था, कोई दिक्कत नहीं था। अभी रहमत नगर में आए, बगल वाला एक बूथ है, उसमें एक बिल्डिंग में बहुत सारा बूथ है, उधर देखे, सुपरवाइज किया, सब ठीक ठाक है। निकल गए, फिर रास्ता उधर से घुमा के इस बूथ में, ये बूथ, इसमें बहुत सारा बूथ है, इधर आए, सुपरवाइज किए। जब निकले यहाँ से, अचानक से पीछे से एक बड़ा सा पत्थर आके गाड़ी का पूरा पीछे का कांच तोड़ दिया। मेरा सेक्रेटरी पीछे बैठा हुआ था, उसका लगा, सिक्योरिटी का लगा, हम सामने में थे तो मेरा लगा नहीं। लेकिन ये क्या बदतमीजी है, क्या बदतमीजी है ये।
This has long been the dark shadow over Bengal elections. Security forces were deployed in large numbers. Central forces conducted area domination and the Election Commission kept a close watch on sensitive constituencies. Now the state is all set to vote for second phase elections on April 29th and the campaign is in full swing.
আর মাথা উপরে করে ঝোলাবেন।
With 92.9% voter turnout in the first phase of elections in West Bengal, all eyes are on now in the second phase of West Bengal election, which is scheduled to go for poll on 29th of April, where the polling will be on 142 seats in West Bengal. This region of Bengal majorly which will go on poll is the South Bengal and the Kolkata region, which is a stronghold of TMC party since long. 7th of April, the campaigning for the second phase will stop at around 5 o'clock, but before that everyone is intensely campaigning. Also, right now the war of words between BJP and TMC has also intensified. The high profile battle in this phase is between Suvendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee from the Bhawanipur area, from the Bhawanipur Assembly constituency, which is stated as the stronghold and the ground of TMC leader and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
The second phase of polling largely covers in and around the capital, Kolkata, and the lower Gangetic plains of South Bengal, a region that has remained a stronghold of Banerjee's TMC over the past 3 elections. Phase 1 is done, but Bengal has left the nation with one big question: who has this massive turnout favoured at large?
It's been 1 year to the Pahalgam terror attack, one of the worst terrorist attacks that India has witnessed since 26/11. A dastardly attack that has been conspired across the border, and the man responsible for it is none other than failed Marshal Asim Munir. Enough evidence has been collected by India over the last 1 year to pin the blame on Pakistan. In fact, investigations also indicate that the handlers were based out of Pakistan, giving specific instructions to none other than the handlers here in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, the main conspirators were roaming free for quite some time. In fact, a 93-day manhunt was launched by the Indian Armed Forces before they were actually neutralized. 1 year on, can we really forget what India has essentially endured? Not to forget a strong response that came in from India by way of Operation Sindoor, a military operation which many have now touted as one of the finest military operations to have ever been carried out. Terror factories, the jihad factory operating in Pakistan, were completely decimated. The world perhaps had also seen what Pakistan has really been up to. But yet again, it's a grim reminder. Never forget, never forgive.
22nd April 2025, Pahalgam, Kashmir Rally.
क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रहे थे, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
जब एक टेररिस्ट आके सर पे AK-47 रख के आपसे पूछता है कि आप हिंदू हो या मुसलमान हो, और मुसलमान हो तो कलमा पढ़ो, और प्राउडली माय हस्बैंड सेड मैं हिंदू हूँ, वी बोथ सेड इट आउट लाउड, और हमारा सेंटेंस नहीं खत्म हुआ, दैट पर्सन शॉट अस.
India stood to face its worst ever terror strike in modern history.
थोड़ा बताइए हुआ।
मेरे बच्चे का बच्चा लो।
हम बचा देंगे, कोई बात नहीं। बैठो बैठो। मेरे बच्चे को अरे हम लोग फौजी हैं।
The victims, all men, Hindu tourists who were asked to recite the kalma.
गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान? मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दो, पर हिंदू है मुसलमान, हिंदू पढ़ दो.
26 Indians were killed and people across the country shattered, gripped in fear. Coffins were brought back home, but the grief, the anger was not laid to rest. It wasn't just tourists who came under attack. Syed Adil Shah, a poniwala, was killed while attempting to snatch a rifle from one of the terrorists.
जी ये जब हम श्रीनगर गए, फिर यहाँ से जब हम हॉस्पिटल पहलगाम गए आदिल साहब की बॉडी लेने, तो फिर उन्होंने उनको पैक करके श्रीनगर भेज दिया था पोस्टमार्टम के लिए, जो 26 बॉडीज़ थी सबको। तो फिर हमें भी बोला, एम्बुलेंस का जो नंबर था वो दिया, बोला कि इसके पीछे पीछे आपको जाओ तो वहीं से ही बॉडी मिलेगी। तो वहाँ पे फिर एक लेडी ने हमें तफसीलन बताया कि ये जो आपके भाई जिनको वहाँ पे मारा, तो इन्होंने बहुत सारे लोगों को वहाँ से निकाला। बाइसरन गाड़ी में जब ये स्टार्ट हुआ, फायरिंग स्टार्ट हुआ, तो इन्होंने बहुत सारे बच्चों को भी गेट से बाहर निकाला और बहुत सारे लोगों को वहाँ से बचाया वहाँ से। तो ये लड़ रहे थे उनसे, उनको बोल रहे थे आप क्यों मार रहे हो, ये मासूम लोगों, बेगुनाह लोगों को क्यों मार रहे हो। तो एक बंदे से शायद गन छीनी थी, तो फिर दूसरे बंदे ने आके उसको 4 गोलियां मारी थी।
The Resistance Front, Pakistan's Lashkar-e-Toiba offshoot, claimed responsibility. And India decided, enough is enough.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done.
Then began India's pursuit, the hunt that rewrote India's anti-terror strategy. Silently and steadily, India launched one of the quickest, most precise redemptions.
दुनिया ने और देश के दुश्मनों ने भी देख लिया कि जब सिंदूर बारूद बन जाता है तो नतीजा क्या होता है.
On the night of May 7th to 8th, in the quiet of the night, our forces began to avenge the killings of our people. India launched Operation Sindoor.
ये नुकसान
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था. इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया.
The Indian Air Force and the Indian Army launched a multi-front operation on Pakistani territory and the terror groups that Islamabad has harbored for decades.
Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers.
July 2025, weeks after the attack, India refused to look away.
Operation Sindoor has established a new normal as far as response and assured retribution to any kind of terror attack against India.
"93 days and a relentless manhunt that began in an area spanning over 300 square kilometers.
अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है.
Coordinated tracking and intelligence narrowing down led our forces to the 3 perpetrators trying to hide in the harsh terrain of the valley.
हमारी तो सेना ने ठोक दिया, सीआरपीएफ ने ठोक दिया मनु. अब मेरा तो जवाब बनना ना देता है, ना वो मांगना बनता है.
On the 7th of December 2025, India's NIA charge-sheeted 7 accused in the Pahalgam terror attack case. Justice was delivered. Revenge was served hot and burning.
पहन वर्दी बना सैनिक राष्ट्र ध्वज सम्मान के लिए बस याद रख तू 3 बातें नाम नमक निशान के लिए.
1 year on, the pain has not eased.
मुझे पता है when I'll be on my death bed, when I'll be closing my eyes, वो जो नहीं होता है 7 मिनट का एक recap लाइफ देती है, उसमें वो सबसे पहले आएगा, मेरे को मालूम है. After that, all the good memories will also come, but that will also come. It will not go.
I thought I'll talk about this towards the end, but since you mentioned it, I was speaking to one of the victims' wives yesterday. In fact, I wanted to get her on the show because when US designated TRF as a terror organization, I wanted to speak to your family as well. But I understood that you were coming here today and I wanted to take the occasion to speak to you. I spoke to Kamakshi. Kamakshi is the wife of Madhusudan, one of the victims who hails from Karnataka. And she broke down, in fact. She said, I've never come on a TV interview. I don't want to. Primarily because I don't want my son to see me break down.
Very true. I totally understand those women.
Yeah. And she said, this morning I went to a counseling session with my son because my son saw his father get shot.
Very difficult. There was one 7-year child who spoke with the media also. There was one 11-year-old child. How I don't know वो बच्चे कैसे इस चीज़ के साथ अब आगे रहेंगे. We as an adult, we are not able to get out of this. They are still kids. They have that glimpse. It happened in front of them. जब हम नहीं निकल पा रहे हैं तो वो पता नहीं कैसे निकलेंगे. And
India did the unimaginable. It rewrote the response to terror. It reminded the world, it reminded Pakistan and its territories that India will always strike back.
It's being called the biggest political coup of the year. Raghav Chadha, the blue-eyed boy of Arvind Kejriwal, the closest aide who also became the de facto chief minister of Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party's urban national face has officially quit the party. And not just that, he's taken 6 other Rajya Sabha parliamentarians with him straight into the BJP. This is not just any other exit. 7 parliamentarians, that's more than 2/3 of the Aam Aadmi Party's strength in the Rajya Sabha, formally merging with the BJP, and they say that they are going to be able to deflect the anti-defection law. In fact, not just the biggest political coup of 2026, it's the biggest hit that the Aam Aadmi Party has taken. Raghav Chadha himself is hinting at bigger things. He's told the BJP that he has the backing of as many as 63 Punjab legislators, with at least 48 already on board. Even if a fraction of that holds, the impact on Punjab could be seismic. Naturally, Aam Aadmi Party is furious. They are calling it Operation Lotus, accusing the BJP of engineering the split. They have labelled Raghav Chadha and the others as traitors and say that Punjab will never forget what they have done. Take a look at this detailed report.
Aam Aadmi Party has suffered one of its biggest political setbacks yet. As Raghav Chadha led a bloc of 7 Rajya Sabha MPs out of the party and into the BJP. The group announced that more than 2/3 of AAP's Rajya Sabha members had decided to merge with the BJP under constitutional provisions.
जिस आम आदमी पार्टी को मैंने अपने खून और पसीने से सींचा और अपनी जवानी के 15 साल दिए, वो आम आदमी पार्टी आज पूरी तरीके से अपने सिद्धांतों से, अपने मूल्यों से, अपने कोर मॉरल और वैल्यूज से भटक चुकी है। और अब ये पार्टी देश के लिए नहीं, देश के हित के लिए नहीं, बल्कि अपने पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम कर रही है। आप में से कई लोग पिछले कुछ सालों से मुझे ये कह भी रहे थे, और मैं पर्सनली पिछले कुछ सालों से ये महसूस कर रहा था that I am the right man in the wrong party.
For the BJP, the defection is a major boost, adding numbers in the Rajya Sabha and delivering a symbolic blow to one of its sharpest rivals. Addressing a press conference, Chadha claimed that the group constitutes 2/3 of AAP's Rajya Sabha strength, enabling a formal merger.
We, the 2/3 members of parliament of the belonging to the Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha, exercise the provisions of the Constitution of India and merge ourselves with the BJP. हम BJP में विलय करते हैं.
He further hinted at deeper internal issues, saying he was not eligible for their friendship because he was not a part of their crimes.
कुछ सालों से आप लोग लगातार मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि राघव जी, आप एक साल से पार्टी की गतिविधियों से अलग क्यों नजर आते हैं, पार्टी से किनारा क्यों कर लिया। तब मैं कुछ बोलता नहीं था, मैं प्रयास कर रहा था कि चीजें बेहतर हों, लेकिन आज मैं आपको असल कारण बताता हूं कि क्यों मैंने पार्टी की गतिविधियों से अपने आप को अलग कर लिया। और उसका कारण यह है क्योंकि मैं उनके गुनाह में शामिल नहीं होना चाहता था, मैं उनकी दोस्ती के काबिल नहीं था क्योंकि मैं उनके गुनाह में शामिल नहीं था। आज हम एक ऐसे मोड़ पर खड़े हैं कि हमारे पास सिर्फ दो ही ऑप्शंस थे, दो विकल्प थे। या तो हम राजनीति छोड़ दें और पिछले 15-16 साल जो हमने सार्वजनिक जीवन में काम किया उसे त्याग दें, या फिर हम अपने अनुभव को, अपनी स्किल्स को, अपनी पूरी ऊर्जा और एनर्जी को लेकर पॉजिटिव पॉलिटिक्स करें। इसीलिए हमने ये डिसाइड किया दैट वी, द 2/3 members of parliament of the belonging to the Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha, exercise the provisions of the Constitution of India and merge ourselves with the BJP. हम BJP में विलय करते हैं.
Among those a part of this political churn are prominent names including Harbhajan Singh, Vikram Sahne, Swati Maliwal and others.
जी, राज्यसभा में आम आदमी पार्टी के 10 सांसद हैं और 2/3 से ज्यादा सांसद इस मुहिम में हमारे साथ हैं। उन्होंने हस्ताक्षर भी कर दिए हैं और आज सुबह हमने चेयरमैन राज्यसभा को तमाम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, जो कागजी कार्रवाई होती है, सिग्नेचर वाली लेटर होती है, वो सबमिट कर दी है। और जैसा कि मैंने कहा, 2/3 से ज्यादा सांसद इस मैं आपको इसकी पूरी सूची अभी उपलब्ध करा देंगे। इसमें से तीन लोग तो आपके सामने बैठे हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त वर्ल्ड क्लास क्रिकेटर हरभजन सिंह हैं, राजेंद्र गुप्ता जी हैं, विक्रम साहनी जी हैं, स्वाति मालीवाल जी हैं, और हम 3 तो आपके सामने बैठे ही हैं, अशोक जी, संदीप जी और मैं स्वयं।
Jolted by the exodus, the Aam Aadmi Party has launched a fierce counter-attack. This comes after 7 of its Rajya Sabha MPs announced their decision to merge with the BJP. Leading the charge, Sanjay Singh accused the ruling party at the center of orchestrating Operation Lotus.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह का ऑपरेशन लोटस घटिया राजनीति का खेल और पंजाब के भगवंत मान सरकार के अच्छे कामों को रोकने का षड्यंत्र बड़े पैमाने पर शुरू हो गया है। और आज आम आदमी पार्टी के राज्यसभा के 7 सांसद तोड़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल किया। ये 7 नाम पंजाब की जनता को याद रखना चाहिए। ये 7 नाम पंजाब के साथ गद्दारी करने वाले जो ये लोग हैं, पंजाब के लोग इनको कभी माफ नहीं करेंगे। पंजाब की जनता इनको कभी माफ नहीं करेगी।
Singh did not hold back. He labelled the 7 MPs, including Raghav Chadha, as traitors.
आपको याद होगा भी कुछ दिन पहले, 2-3-4 दिन पहले अशोक मित्तल के यहां ईडी का छापा पड़ा, तो चीजें अपने आप में जुड़ती है। ईडी का छापा पड़ा और तोड़ लिया। इसका मतलब भय दिखा के, प्रशासनिक तंत्र का दुरुपयोग करके यह ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाया जा रहा है। मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, पंजाब की जनता इन गद्दारों को कभी माफ नहीं करेगी।
According to AAP, these leaders were elevated from grassroots politics to Rajya Sabha with public trust and party backing, only to now switch sides. The party argues this is a calculated political move to disrupt governance in Punjab, where Bhagwat Mann leads the AAP government.
ਇਹ 6-7 ਜਾਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਇਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ, ਇਹ ਗਦਾਰ ਨੇ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਗਦਾਰ ਨੇ। ਬੈਠਿਆਂ ਬਿਠਾਇਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਦੀਆਂ ਮਿਲ ਗਈਆਂ, ਵੋਟਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੰਗਣੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਈਆਂ ਜੀ, ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜਨੇ ਪਏ, ਨਾ ਗਲੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਪਈ, ਬਸ ਬਣੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਇੱਕ ਸੀਟ ਮਿਲ ਗਈ।
Mann says this is part of a larger pattern seen across states where opposition governments have faced similar attempts at destabilization.
ਸ਼ਰਦ ਪਵਾਰ ਦੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਧੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਗਏ, ਉਦੋਂ ਠਾਕਰੇ ਦੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਧੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਗਏ। ਦੁਸ਼ਯੰਤ ਚੌਟਾਲਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ? ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੁਸ਼ਯੰਤ ਚੌਟਾਲਾ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਸਲਾਹ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ। ਚੌਟਾਲੇ ਦੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਸੀ ਨਵੀਂ ਆਪਦੀ, JJP ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ 'ਚ ਨਾਮ ਉਹਦਾ। ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਅੱਜ? ਉਹ ਡਿਪਟੀ CM ਬਣਾਈ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ, ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਖੋਲੇ। ਚੌਟਾਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਭ ਰਿਹਾ। ਨਵੀਨ ਪਟਨਾਇਕ ਉੜੀਸਾ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਹਰਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਜੰਮੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਾ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 50 ਵਾਰੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਲਾਇੰਸ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਖਾ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਖਾਣੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਢਕਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਰਦੇ।
Meanwhile, the defecting MPs have defended their decision, invoking constitutional provisions to justify their merger. Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal hit back, accusing the BJP of betraying Punjab and engineering this breakaway. Republic also spoke to Aam Aadmi Party's Anurag Thanda, and this is what he said.
इन्होंने तो गद्दारी की, इन्होंने तो धोखा किया पंजाब की जनता के साथ। ये लोगों के वोट से थोड़ी चुन के आए थे अपने आप वोट लेके, ये तो पंजाब के विधायकों ने राज्यसभा इनको भेजा था। वो विधायक आज भी आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ हैं, वो सरकार आज भी आम आदमी पार्टी की है। तो अगर इनका चरित्र ईमानदार होता और अगर ये विचारधारा की वजह से, अगर ये मतभेद की वजह से जा रहे होते, तो ये अपनी सांसदी छोड़ते और फिर किसी पार्टी में जाते। इसका स्पष्ट मतलब है कि कुछ दिन पहले ईडी की रेड करके दिखाई गई एक सांसद के यहाँ, और सबको ये कहा गया कि तुम्हारे यहाँ भी रेड हो जाएगी, इसलिए समझौता कर लो। इनके चरित्र में गद्दारी थी, इनके चरित्र में कमजोरी थी, इनके चरित्र में बेईमानी थी, इसलिए इन्होंने समझौता कर लिया। पंजाब की जनता जवाब देगी।
But this story did not begin today. AAP has faced high-profile exits for more than a decade now. In 2014, co-founder Shazia Ilmi quit the party, saying it had moved away from its core values. In 2015, co-founders Yogendra Yadav and Prashant Bhushan were expelled after a bitter internal power struggle. Over the years, other prominent names like Kumar Vishwas, Ashutosh, Alka Lamba and Kapil Mishra also parted ways with the party. Many of these leaders publicly raised questions over decision-making, centralization of power and party's original ideals. For a party that once promised alternative politics, the repeated exodus of senior faces has now become a defining political challenge. It's not just AAP. Over the years, a couple of more parties have faced similar instances. In 2019, 4 MPs had quit TDP and merged with the BJP. The same happened with 5 MPs of LJP in 2021 and the same with 7 MPs of AAP now in 2026. But now the real question is, can Raghav Chadha be really trusted? Just a month back, he had deleted all of his social media posts which were anti-BJP. And he had also claimed that he will never leave Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that there is no amount of money that can buy him out of the party.
वो शख्स पैदा नहीं हुआ जो राघव चड्ढा को, आम आदमी पार्टी को या अरविंद केजरीवाल को खरीद ले। मैं साफ तौर पे अपने विरोधियों को कहना चाहता हूं।
BJP's Bansuri Swaraj claims that Aam Aadmi Party has misused the public's money for Arvind Kejriwal's Sheesh Mahal.
कोविड के समय जब दिल्ली की जनता को अपने मुख्यमंत्री केजरीवाल जी की सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत थी, तब वो दिल्ली की जनता का पैसा, दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर्स का पैसा अपना आलीशान शीश महल बनाने में लगे हुए थे।
On the other hand, the Finance Minister of Punjab claims that BJP used ED and CBI to put pressure on the defecting MPs.
देखिए, कुछ समय था जब वो बोलते थे कि बीजेपी जो है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, वो गुंडों की पार्टी है, अनपढ़ लोगों की पार्टी है। आज उसी पार्टी में चले गए जिसकी विचारधारा के खिलाफ वो लड़ते थे। मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा कि उनकी अपनी विचारधारा थी या नहीं थी। आम आदमी पार्टी आज भी उसी विचारधारा पे है। क्या है वो? कि हमारे बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देना, हमारे बुजुर्गों को अच्छा स्वास्थ्य देना। हम तो आज भी उसी विचारधारा पे खड़े हैं और हमारे नेशनल कन्वीनर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आज भी करप्शन के खिलाफ डट के लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। उनके ऊपर कितने बड़े झूठे केस दर्ज किए गए, जेल भेजा गया, उनको मानसिक तौर पे, उनके साथियों को, संजय सिंह जी को, मनीष सिसोदिया जी को, सतेंद्र जैन को मानसिक तौर पे तोड़ने का यत्न किया गया, पर लेकिन वो नहीं टूटे। अब जो कमज़ोर लोग हैं वो टूट गए, जो कमज़ोर दिल वाले लोग हैं, डरपोक लोग हैं, टूट गए। ईडी का थोड़ी सी रेड हुई, सीबीआई की थोड़ी सी रेड हुई तो लोग भाग के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऑफिस में दाखिल हो गए। सो ये मैं समझता हूं देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत ही कलंकित दिन था।
Ashwini Sharma, while speaking to Republic, also claims that Aam Aadmi Party does not respect women.
केजरीवाल की लीडरशिप पे प्रश्न उठता है, उसकी कार्यशैली पे प्रश्न है। जिन लोगों ने उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आंदोलन से लेकर पार्टी को खड़ा करने में साथ दिया, आखिर क्या कारण रहे कि वो उनको पार्टी छोड़ने तक जाना पड़ा? इल्जाम लगाने से कुछ नहीं होगा। स्वाति मालीवाल का अपमान करना, राघव चड्ढा को इग्नोर करना, इसका मतलब उस पार्टी के अंदर ना कोई लोकतंत्र है, ना चर्चा होती है, केवल डिक्टेटरशिप होती है।
More than anything else, a couple of AAP leaders have resigned in the past. But why all eyes have now turned to Raghav Chadha now? Young, articulate, English-speaking, media-savvy and seen as Kejriwal's most polished national face, Chadha was presented as the next generation leader of Aam Aadmi Party. From TV debates to Rajya Sabha speeches, from Delhi campaigns to Punjab strategy, Chadha was given some of the party's biggest responsibilities. He was not just an MP, he was a brand asset, AAP's answer to the question of succession. Which is why this exit hurts differently. Because this is not a rebel walking out, this is a poster boy walking away. And with him, he has taken numbers, visibility and symbolism. from campaigning for delivery riders to making statements outside the parliament. Sources say discomfort had been building for months over decision-making, access and the party's political direction. The Delhi defeat, legal troubles, internal factionalism and shrinking national footprint only deepened this crisis. For Chadha, the calculation may have been simple: stay with a sinking ship or jump to a ruling machine. For the BJP, this is more than adding 7 members. This is high-value acquisition. A young urban face, a Punjab connect, a known parliamentary voice, and a trophy defector from a rival party. Politically, it allows BJP to say even AAP has now been exposed.
कि आप में से बहुत सारे लोग ईमानदारी से काम कर रहे होंगे, बिना पैसे लिए काम कर रहे होंगे। यही कारण था कि कल उनके ईमानदार नेताओं ने पार्टी छोड़ी। जब उन्होंने बार बार केजरीवाल जी का भ्रष्टाचार देखा तो उनकी पार्टी में दम घुटने लगा और आखिरकार एक दिन जो आना था उन्होंने इस पार्टी को छोड़ा। और मैं हमेशा से कहता था जिस उनके कार्यकर्ता में स्वाभिमान होगा, जो कार्यकर्ता उनका खुद गर्ज होगा, जिसमें ईमानदारी बची होगी, वो कभी भी केजरीवाल की आम आदमी पार्टी में नहीं रह सकता, केजरीवाल के साथ में काम नहीं कर सकता।
But the move carries risks for Chadha. His critics are already calling him opportunist, asking how a man who built his career attacking BJP can now share its platform. Social media has been flooded with old clips, old tweets and old attacks on BJP, now returning to haunt him. The bigger question now is Punjab. AAP's last big state government rests there, and any crack in its national leadership directly impacts morale on the ground. Now reports suggest that many MLAs of Punjab are in touch with Raghav Chadha, indicating a major push for the state. If the party's most prominent faces can leave, what message does this send to the cadre? For Arvind Kejriwal, this is now a test of control. Can he rebuild a party that has lost co-founders, strategists, spokespersons and now its most marketable next generation face? For Raghav Chadha, this is the biggest gamble of his career. Inside AAP, he was a successor in waiting. Inside BJP, he will have to earn the space in a party full of giants. The spotlight is on him today. But in politics, attention is easy to win, relevance is harder to keep. This defection may have shocked Delhi, but its real impact will be measured in Punjab, in Parliament and specifically in the next election. Because when the face of the future works out, it doesn't just change headlines, it changes the story of the party he left behind. And tonight, that story is one of AAP's biggest political unravelings yet.
A hit-and-run case from Madhya Pradesh is raising some very disturbing questions. A BJP legislator's son is accused of ramming civilians with a Thar SUV and then allegedly walking away without even helping the injured. Viral videos from the site of the accident reek of arrogance and bullying. The controversy deepened when the legislator himself was caught on camera questioning the police and demanding answers over who ordered action in the case. So today, the big question that we are raising is power being misused to protect the accused, even as the victims are still recovering. We bring you this ground report.
नहीं तो जैसे गाड़ी कंट्रोल भी तो करी जाती कि ब्रेक नहीं ना गाड़ी में गाड़ी में ब्रेक नहीं,
गाड़ी में ब्रेक सब जब सारन दे रहा हूँ, हॉर्न दे रहा हूँ तो लहरा काय के ले रहा है।
अच्छा, गाड़ी लहरा रहा
है। तीन बैठे हैं बाइक पे और लहरा रहे हो।
तो मतलब जो आदमी 4 और घायल है वो भी लहरा रहे थे, वो भी पूरे रोड पे चल रहे थे।
What happens when a luxury SUV, power and arrogance collide on a public road and civilians are caught in the chaos? Viral clips now raise serious questions about what really unfolded that day. But when power runs in the family, accountability becomes optional. When influence can shield consequences, fear takes a back seat.
किसने फरमान दिया आपको? बार बार तुम्हारा दिल्ली से फरमान आ रहा है। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं एसपी से, मीडिया के माध्यम से, कि आपको दिल्ली से कौन फरमान भेजता है? क्या मोदी जी भेजते हैं? क्या अमित शाह जी भेजते हैं? क्या हमारे महाराज सिंधिया जी भेजते हैं? और फिर आपको ही क्यों भेजते हैं? हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व बैठा हुआ है भोपाल में। क्या आप चला रहे हो क्या पुलिस पार्टी यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को? क्या हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व चला रहा है? मैं इसका स्पष्टीकरण चाहता हूँ।
The arrogance of the MLA's son was at its peak. After reportedly ramming into civilians, he did not even stop to assist the injured or take them to the hospital, instead leaving the scene without concern, and was later rushed to the gym for his scheduled workout session.
भाजपा विधायक प्रीतम लोधी के बेटे ने जिस कार से एक्सीडेंट किया वो थाने में जब्त कर ली गई है। फिलहाल इस थार गाड़ी को आप देख रहे हैं, ये दिनेश लोधी इसी थार गाड़ी को चला रहा था और इसी से राह चलते 5 लोगों को रौंदा गया। अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस गाड़ी में देखिए ट्रैफिक के और परिवहन के जितने भी नियम हैं उनको ताक पर रखा गया है। आगे यहाँ पर स्टिकर में देखिए अपने पिता की, प्रीतम लोधी विधायक पिछोर, उनका एक बैनर लगाया गया है। अगर नेम प्लेट वाली जगह पर देखेंगे तो विधायक लिखा हुआ है, कोई नंबर प्लेट में नाम या जो नंबर होते हैं वो नहीं है, मतलब आरटीओ के नियमों का भी उल्लंघन है। पीछे भी कांच जो है उस पर बड़े बड़े अक्षरों से एमएलए लिखा है और इसी गाड़ी से जो प्रीतम लोधी का बेटा है वो राह चलते 5 लोगों को कुचलता है। इसके बाद दादागिरी दिखाता है। वो कहता है कि मैंने हॉर्न बजाया था, सायरन बजाया था, इसके बाद भी लोग नहीं हटे। मतलब लोग नहीं हटेंगे तो विधायक के बेटे हैं तो ये कुचलते हुए निकल जाएंगे। दूसरी बड़ी बात यह है कि इस गाड़ी को जब वो चला रहे थे, जब एक्सीडेंट हुआ उसके बाद उन्होंने कोई गलती नहीं मानी अपनी और घायलों को अस्पताल ले जाने की जगह वो जिम चला जाता है और जिम में कसरत करने लगता है। मतलब ये कह सकते हैं कि भाजपा विधायक का बेटा है तो उसके लिए सभी नियम ताक पर। तो अब पुलिस ने इस थार गाड़ी को जब्त कर लिया है और देख सकते हैं इसमें एमएलए किस तरह से लिखा है, विधायक का नाम लिखा है। ये धौंस दिखाने का एक तरीका हो सकता है राह चलते लोगों को या स्थानीय लोगों को, इसीलिए इस तरह से गाड़ी में नंबर प्लेट की जगह पर सिर्फ एमएलए और विधायक ही लिखा दिख रहा है। मतलब हर तरह से नियमों का उल्लंघन है। एक्सीडेंट भी करते हैं, दादागिरी भी दिखाते हैं। अब देखना है कि पुलिस उसमें किस तरह की कार्रवाई करती है।
Days after BJP MLA Preetam Lodhi's son was booked. In another viral video, Madhya Pradesh BJP MLA Preetam Lodhi was heard questioning the police, asking who had issued a farman in the case and demanding a clear explanation within 14 days.
किसने फरमान दिया आपको? बार बार तुम्हारा दिल्ली से फरमान आ रहा है। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं एसपी से, मीडिया के माध्यम से, कि आपको दिल्ली से कौन फरमान भेजता है? क्या मोदी जी भेजते हैं? क्या अमित शाह जी भेजते हैं? क्या हमारे महाराज सिंधिया जी भेजते हैं? और फिर आपको ही क्यों भेजते हैं? हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व बैठा हुआ है भोपाल में। क्या आप चला रहे हो क्या पुलिस पार्टी यहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को? क्या हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व चला रहा है? मैं इसका स्पष्टीकरण चाहता हूं। अगर इसका स्पष्टीकरण नहीं दिया तो मैं 15 दिन का समय दे रहा हूं या इसका स्पष्टीकरण नहीं दिया कि मैंने केस में सहयोग नहीं किया है, इसका भी स्पष्ट चाहिए मुझे। तो जनता को मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि केस में मैंने कितना सहयोग किया है।
सर क्या घटनाक्रम हुआ, पहले तो मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा डिटेल में।
एक हमारे को सूचना मिली कि करेरा शहर के अंदर सर्किट हाउस के पास में एक ब्लैक कलर की थार गाड़ी ने कुछ लोगों को टक्कर मार दिया और वो घायल हो गए। वो लोग थाने पहुंचे और हमने तुरंत इसमें एफआईआर कर ली। थोड़ी देर बाद में जब उस व्यक्ति की ड्राइवर का आइडेंटिफिकेशन हुआ और गाड़ी का मालूम पड़ा तो हमने उसके अंदर उसका नाम खोल दिया और शाम तक हम लोगों ने गाड़ी को जब्त कर लिया है। और एफआईआर क्योंकि इसमें नोटिसेबल धाराओं में थी तो उनको हमने नोटिस तामील करवा लिया है और सभी लोगों के हमने बयान करवा लिए हैं, सब लोगों का मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन हो गया है। तो इसमें हमारी तरफ से सेम डे में लगभग सारी कार्रवाई कंप्लीट हो गई।
While politics may move on, the tyranny of power often leaves families behind. Now spending their days seeking a recovery that still feels painfully out of reach.
हम बचपन स्कूल में पढ़ाते हैं, बचपन स्कूल जा रहे थे पढ़ाने के लिए। एक मेरे साथ एक मैडम है पूजा सोनी, और हम दोनों पैदल ही जा रहे थे। हम पुलिस स्टेशन के पास तक ही पहुंच गए थे। वहां से हम लोग पैदल जैसे जाते थे रोज वैसे ही जा रहे थे। पीछे से एक गाड़ी आई, उसने मुझे सर पे मारा तो मुझे ऐसा लगा जैसे मेरे सर पे किसी ने डंडा मार दिया हो। मैं उस टाइम वहीं पे ही गिर गई और बेहोश सी होने लगी। उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि फिर मुझे नहीं याद कि एक मतलब लोगों ने मुझे बताया, जब मेरी आंखें खुली तो मैं एक गाड़ी में फंसी हुई थी, बाइक में फंसी हुई थी, और जो बाइक के नीचे फंसी हुई थी, और जो मेरी फ्रेंड थी वो बाइक के ऊपर पड़ी हुई थी। फिर उसके बाद मैं जैसी उठी, मैंने सबसे पहले उसे उठाया, उससे पूछा कि वो कैसी है, क्या है, उसे कहीं चोट तो नहीं लगी। फिर देखा, फिर सारे लोग हमें पुलिस स्टेशन ले गए। फिर वहां पर उन्होंने ऑनलाइन रिपोर्ट की, उन्होंने हमसे सब कुछ पूछा और फिर उसके बाद वो हमें सरकारी हॉस्पिटल ले गए।
जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ वो कोई नहीं चाहता कि हो, लेकिन एक्सीडेंट के बाद जो घटनाक्रम हुआ क्या वो सही था?
गलत था।
मतलब आपके बेटे को उन जो घायल लोग हैं उन्हें हॉस्पिटल लेके जाना था या खुद जिम जाना था?
नहीं, हॉस्पिटल लेके जाना था और उनकी दवा करानी थी और उनको सत्ता देनी थी।
ठीक है, इसीलिए आपने उसी समय ट्वीट किया कि मेरे लिए जनता बढ़ के है, जनता सर्वोपरि है। लेकिन आपके बेटे से पूछताछ करने जिम में पुलिस पहुंचती है तो वो वहां पर पुलिस वालों से जो बर्ताव करता है वो ठीक नहीं। वो कहता है मेरे पिता विधायक हैं, वो मर्डर भी संभाल लेंगे। क्या ऐसे स्टेटमेंट ठीक है?
ये स्टेटमेंट है ही नहीं है, बिल्कुल झूठ बोला गया है। जिम में नहीं गई पुलिस। मैंने पुलिस को टेलीफोन किया है, मैंने कहा आप कायमी करिए। पुलिस बोले थोड़ा छिल गए हैं, उसको भाई निपटा देंगे। मैंने कहा नहीं कायमी करिए आप। तो मैंने कही अगर उसने गलत किया है कायमी करिए। तो टीआई साहब थोड़ा सा, मैं बता रहा हूँ, डर रहे थे। मैं ईमानदारी बात कर रहा हूँ, बिल्कुल सत्य बात, बिल्कुल एकदम। फिर मैंने एसपी साहब को किया, आप तो वो रिकॉर्ड निकलवाइए। मैंने एसपी साहब को किया कि मैंने कि टीआई से बोलिए कि इस पर कायमी करे और उसको गिरफ्तार करे। तब उनने कायमी की। अब वो गिरफ्तार करने नहीं गए थी, ये बात सही है। फिर दूसरे दिन टेलीफोन आता है एसपी साहब का कि प्रीतम जी, विधायक जी के दिल्ली से खबर आई है, गाड़ी को थाने भिजवा दो। मैंने थाने भिजवा दी।
मतलब आपकी पहल पे पुलिस ने कार्रवाई की, ठीक है। एक और
मैं चैलेंज से कह सकता हूं कि मेरी पहल पे ही कायमी हुई।
This is not the first time that Madhya Pradesh has come under scrutiny over alleged unruliness by those in power. The lavish wedding party of BJP MLA Golu Shukla's son in Indore, where an astounding ₹7 million was purportedly spent on a 10-minute fireworks display. And this is what he said when he was confronted.
हमारे साथ बीजेपी विधायक गोलू शुक्ला हैं। गोलू जी, आपके बेटे की शादी काफी चर्चाओं में है।
शादी करना कोई गुनाह है क्या? शादी करी है, अच्छे से शादी करी है। बारात लड़की वालों के वहाँ गई, लड़की वालों ने अच्छा से स्वागत करा, सब कुछ अच्छे से हुआ। अब आंकड़ा 70 करोड़ का लगा तो उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
And when this BJP councillor's husband threatened a woman allegedly whom he sexually assaulted was caught on camera.
ये हमने सुनो, अरे बोल ना बोल, गौरव से आपको नहीं पता कैसे बात करना चाहिए। करवा लेना, सुन खाली कर। मैं अभी एसपी ऑफिस जाऊंगी सर। एसपी नहीं, सुन ले, चाहे जहाँ चली जा।
And how cops on your screen framed a 18-year-old in fake drug case. On Wednesday, the Madhya Pradesh BJP issued a notice to Pritam Lodhi demanding that he give an explanation for his objectionable behavior within 3 days or face disciplinary action. But back in 2023, an FIR was registered against him for allegedly threatening a man. Then in 2024, he was again in the spotlight, accused in Gwalior of attempting to run over neighbors with his vehicle, an incident that reportedly led to his arrest and jail time. And as past actions fade without accountability, the same power appears to persist today, raising serious questions about consequences that still remain unaccounted for.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बना है चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radar.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, good afternoon, viewers. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Today on the Our Education College Ranking Show, discover the top colleges shaping careers in pharmacy, law, architecture, BBA and hotel management. The rankings are in, but do they tell the full story? Do not miss episode 2 today. It's time for the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Another assassination attempt on Donald Trump as White House Correspondents' dinner. Shooter in custody of FBI team after Secret Service apprehends him. Questions rise over how did the shooter reach right up to the ballroom of hotel. His first reaction on the assassination attempt, Trump says shooter apprehended. Let the show go on. And adds not the first time Republicans have been attacked.
Crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people.
New CCTV footage emerges from the Hilton Hotel where the shooting took place. Shooter can be clearly seen. And getting you all those updates coming in as the CCTV of the attack shows what happened moments before the shooting. Republic's chief consulting editor Saurabh Shukla reports live from White House. In fact, he was there at the White House Correspondents' dinner. Trump cancels Witkoff and Kushner's trip to Pakistan for Iran talks and says not sending them just to sit around and talk about nothing. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi leaves Pakistan and says Iran yet to see if the US is truly serious about diplomacy. Now, violence continues in Manipur. Protesters clash with police during march for CM's residence. Manipur CM assures crackdown on culprits. We're getting you some breaking news coming in. The shooter's alleged Democratic connections are in focus now. And according to latest coming in, the shooter donated $25 to Harris's presidential campaign. So there's some more information coming out about the shooter and what really happened in terms of who he is, what is his background. So let's tell you exactly what exactly is happening in terms of the latest details. So this suspect, which we are showing you on your screens, is supposedly a supporter of a Democratic supporter. So US President Trump has narrowly escaped an assassination attempt after shots were fired outside the Hilton Hotel while the president, along with First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and other top officials were attending a White House Correspondents' dinner. Now, many journalists, media professionals, and celebrities were inside the ballroom at the hotel, even as loud sounds of gunshots were heard. Trump, First Lady, and other officials were quickly evacuated from the scene, and Secret Service and law enforcement quickly apprehended the shooter. And now, the shooter has been identified as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years of age, hailing from California. Trump has since briefed the media on the incident, even as the FBI are taking on the investigation. So who is the shooter? Who is the shooter? He's a 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, and the first visuals have already come out of his. You can see that. He's a resident of Torrance, California. He's the one who allegedly fired those gunshots at a hotel where President Trump and First Lady were attending the White House Correspondents' dinner. He's a part-time teacher at a tutoring company. He's a part-time teacher, and the company's Teacher of the Month in December 2024. So this is the shooter, and he's also a graduate of California Institute of Technology as well. So we're getting these updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV, and you can see that the information is already out about this shooter. And the shooter is, those pictures are coming in at the CCTV moments before the attack as well. Okay, let's go ahead and look at some of the other information that is coming in. Trump assassination attempt bid. Now, remember, this is the third time that such a bid has been attempted on Donald Trump. Trump was attending the Correspondents' dinner when this incident took place. Trump, Melania, and J.D. Vance were evacuated from the venue immediately. The Secret Service apprehending the shooter just outside that hotel. So this is the latest in terms of what is happening. A lot of chaos could be seen. President Trump is unhurt. He's unhurt so far. Incident happened around 8:35 ET. FBI agents and police officers are right now searching the address in Torrance, California, after gunshots were fired at the White House Correspondents' dinner, looking for more updates. Okay, let's put out some more details for you. So when did this happen? This happened at the Hilton Hotel during White House Correspondents' dinner. That's when this entire shooting took place. The shooter is Cole Thomas Allen. He's a gunman who fired shots at the White House Correspondents' dinner. Cole Thomas Allen, that is his name. He's 31 years old. Just opened fire outside the venue. This is just outside the venue. A 31-year-old is reportedly from Torrance, Florida, California, in the southwestern suburbs of Los Angeles. So the shooter is from California, and that's where the FBI agents have turned up to look for more details. So this is the third assassination attempt and Trump. Okay, we're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go straight across to the Aam Aadmi Party press conference.
वो आपको अपने में मिला देती है। ये लोकतंत्र के साथ भी धोखा है, पंजाब के लोगों के साथ भी धोखा और गद्दारी है, और साथ ही साथ देश के संविधान के साथ भी एक धोखा है और उसका मजाक उड़ाने की कार्रवाई है। अगर आप एक दल से चुने गए हैं और आपको कोई मतभेद है, आप इस्तीफा दीजिए उस दल से और जाइए जहां आपका मत बनता हो। लेकिन आप उसी पार्टी के एमएलए से चुने गए हैं जिसको आज बुरा भला कह रहे हैं आप। तो इसलिए इस याचिका से चेयरमैन साहब जल्द फैसला देकर इनकी सदस्यता रद्द करेंगे, ऐसी मैं उम्मीद करता हूं, ऐसा मैं भरोसा करता हूं। इस मामले में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के भी कई निर्णय हैं जो स्पष्ट करते हैं कि कैसे इनकी सदस्यता जा सकती है, और संविधान की 10वीं अनुसूची में भी साफ तौर पे लिखा गया है कि इस प्रकार की किसी भी तोड़फोड़ की इजाजत भारत का संविधान नहीं देता है। मुझे इतनी बात कहनी थी। आपका कोई प्रश्न हो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
आपने कपिल सिब्बल का जिक्र किया, लेकिन उन्होंने इस बात की तरफ भी इशारा किया कि आप ठीक है पिटीशन दायर करें, फिर मामला कोर्ट में जाएगा, कहीं से भी आपको वो इंसाफ मिलने वाला नहीं। बात उन्होंने कल कही, पूरा प्रोसेस उन्होंने बताया अपनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कि कब क्या इस मौके पे क्या होगा। तो ये आप क्या कोई मांग आपने बताने की है कि इसका जल्द निपटारा किया जाए, तो आपको लगता है कि इसका जल्द निपटारा होगा?
देखिए, जिन मामलों में निपटारा नहीं हुआ, कई ऐसे भी उदाहरण है कि उसमें कोर्ट के फैसले आए। याद कीजिए उत्तराखंड के मामले में क्या हुआ, याद कीजिए अरुणाचल के मामले में क्या हुआ। जब वहां इस प्रकार की तोड़फोड़ की गई थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फैसला भी दिया था। कई बार विलंब होने से निराशा जरूर होती है, लेकिन अब उसकी लड़ाई लड़ेंगे कानूनी।
Updates coming in, viewers. We just heard that press conference there, and Aam Aadmi Party has filed a petition against Raghav Chaddha. So, just giving a context as to what has been happening so far and why we see a face-off between Aam Aadmi Party and Raghav Chaddha is that it was a massive setback which has come in for Aam Aadmi Party when 7 of its 10 Rajya Sabha members broke away and to join the BJP, and this is marking a big political realignment. Which has happened in the Rajya Sabha. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party, like we just heard, has accused the BJP of running Operation Lotus to break and poach its MPs. Simultaneously, Aam Aadmi Party has filed a petition against Raghav Chaddha in this matter. So, we're getting these updates coming in, viewers. We can see that there has been a lot of heated face-offs, which we are seeing simultaneously between Aam Aadmi Party, Raghav Chaddha and the BJP. So Aam Aadmi Party filing petition against Raghav Chaddha in this case, and like we told you earlier, also accusing the BJP of running Operation Lotus to poach its MPs. A big setback, by the way, which has come in for the Aam Aadmi Party. This is a big setback for them, and they said they will be filing a petition. It has been sent to the Speaker and President. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying. And viewers, in the big shocker, it's a big shocker to the Aam Aadmi Party. Raghav Chaddha led the exodus of 7 MPs, including himself, in a huge blow to the party's strength in the Rajya Sabha. And though the battle of petitions had begun yesterday, the Aam Aadmi Party rebels remain defiant. A former Aam Aadmi Party leader, Swati Maliwal, has called the party unbearable. And today, Republic spoke to another of the 7 MPs who left the party. Let's listen in to Vikramjit Singh in conversation with Republic.
सर, क्या कुछ कहेंगे, क्योंकि आपने तो अब आपका साथ छोड़ बीजेपी के हो चुके हैं।
साथ छोड़ने की बात नहीं थी, क्योंकि जो आपके दो प्रमुख कर्णधार थे, राघव चड्ढा जी और संदीप पाठक जी, जिन्होंने पंजाब की सारी इलेक्शन का स्ट्रेटजी बनाई, 94 एमएलएज जो भी टिकटें बांटी सबको, 94 उन्होंने वहाँ जीत हासिल की सारे। तो वो दिल्ली की इलेक्शन जब ये हारे तो संदीप पाठक जी को साइडलाइन किया गया। वो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड थे, जो मेरे को बताते थे। और फिर राघव जी
ठीक है, उनकी आई का प्रॉब्लम था, बाहर गए, फिर आ गए थे। वो कहते मैं दिल्ली इलेक्शन में भी था, लेकिन वो कुछ दिल्ली हारने के बाद वहाँ पंजाब की टीम चेंज हो गई और इनको साइडलाइन किया गया। और संदीप पाठक कहते हैं मेरे को तो ज़ीरो कर दिए, कई बार मिलने आते थे मेरे को। तो ये वहाँ से कोई पार्टी का इंटरनल ही कुछ मामला था, क्योंकि हम तो कोई पॉलिटिकली इन्वॉल्व नहीं थे, ना ही कभी उन्होंने बुलाया हमें। तो इन लोगों का इंटरनल था। उससे फिर जब ये ज़्यादा फ्यूल टू द फायर हुआ कि जब राघव चड्ढा जो थे वो बोलते थे अच्छा पार्लियामेंट, उनको डिप्टी लीडर से हटाया गया। वो अब उसके पीछे भी क्या था कुछ क्लैरिटी नहीं है। उससे फिर ये दो डिससेटिस्फाइड थे उनके कोर जो न्यूक्लियस ग्रुप था। उसके बाद फिर इन्होंने बाकी एमपी से बात की और बोला कि भैया पंजाब का अगर समाधान करना है, हम कुछ कर नहीं पा रहे, पंजाब का कुछ हो नहीं रहा। तो विच वॉज राइट टू ग्रेट एक्सटेंट, करेक्ट टू ग्रेट एक्सटेंट। डेट है, एग्रेरियन क्राइसिस है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट इश्यूज़ हैं, वाटर, ग्राउंड वाटर बहुत नीचे चला गया, कैंसर, आर्सेनिक हो रहा है, ड्रग्स है, डेट मैं बोल ही चुका हूँ, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, जॉब्स, सो मैनी इश्यूज़। एफएमआर भी नहीं है, सेंटर की सपोर्ट ले नहीं पा रहे हम लोग, क्योंकि हमेशा वो तलखी रहती है एंड वी आर इन ए फाइटिंग मोड। तो वी कांट एक्सपेक्ट सेंटर टू हैंड होल्ड। फ्लड्स आ गए, उसमें उन्होंने कहा 12,000 करोड़ दिया। अब हमें नहीं पता क्या फैक्चुअल कोई चीज़ समझ नहीं आ रही, ना हमें कोई स्टेट पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने ब्रीफिंग दी। पूछते रहते थे उनको, सेशन शुरू होने से पहले भी ब्रीफ दो, चिट्ठियाँ भी लिखते थे, लेकिन कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं आई कि भाई हम करें क्या, पार्लियामेंट में बोलें। फिर भी हम पढ़ के अखबारों में जो आता था पंजाब के मुद्दे, पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी का मुद्दा उठाया, मैंने ही ज़्यादा उठाया। वहाँ पे मैं उनको पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी बच्चों के जब वो धरने पे बैठे थे, मैं गया उनके साथ बैठा, उनको समझाया, कई बातें हुई। चंडीगढ़ का मुद्दा, पानियों का मुद्दा भी हमने ही उठाया, मतलब सब उठा ही रहे थे मुद्दे, लेकिन वो सेंटर की बिकॉज ऑफ दिस तलखी। तो ये सारा कुछ समीकरण वहाँ से शुरू होके तो ये बना कि भाई ये 2/3 अब बीजेपी ही कुछ पंजाब का संवार सकती है। बीजेपी से ही होप है कि पंजाब का कुछ करे, क्योंकि इतना 4.5 लाख करोड़ का डेट हो गया है और फ्रीबीज चल रही हैं अभी भी। सब लोग इलेक्शन पे कंसंट्रेटेड हैं, किसी को पंजाब की फिक्र नहीं है 10 साल के बाद क्या होगा, 15, नोबडी इज़ वरीड।
सर आपने एक बात कही कि राघव और संदीप पाठक के साथ जिस तरीके से व्यवहार हो रहा था आप नाराज थे, तो इसी वजह से संदीप पाठक आप
वो नाराज थे। मैंने कहा वो नाराज थे,
इसी वजह से आप उनके साथ इधर चले आए बीजेपी का पालन।
फिर हमसे सबसे बात की और सारी बातचीत हुई।
तो ये बातचीत का सिलसिला कब शुरू हुआ और कब सहमति बनी?
तो अभी शुरू हुआ जब राघव चड्ढा को निकाला, तो वो थोड़ा फोर फ्रंट में आ गए, संदीप भी आ गए, क्योंकि वो न्यूक्लियस थे। वो कहते हमने तो जिताया पंजाब में और हमें बाहर कर दिया। तो इस टाइप का है। बाकी पंजाब की सेवा हम करते थे, हम करते रहेंगे, और पंजाबियत की, पंजाबी लोगों की सेवा हम करते हैं, करते रहेंगे।
So the bungalow battle is back in Delhi politics. Raghav Chadha has accused Arvind Kejriwal of building a second Sheesh Mahal. BJP has also released images of his new residence. But now it has been found out that those photos were lifted from Pinterest. That is right, lifted from social media. Here's the full report as we tell you what happened.
The Sheesh Mahal controversy has returned to haunt Delhi politics, this time over Arvind Kejriwal's new official residence at 95 Lodi Estate. With Sheesh Mahal 2 entering the political vocabulary, the fight has shifted from governance to symbolism and from policy to perception.
आज दिल्ली में शीश महल पार्ट 2 बनकर आया है, कंस्ट्रक्ट हुआ है और उसकी कुछ तस्वीरें सामने आई हैं। जब पहला वाला शीश महल बना था, उसकी वजह से मेरा यह मानना है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की छवि तार-तार हुई थी।
Priyanka Kakkad is demanding an apology from BJP on sharing fake photographs of Arvind Kejriwal's residence.
आज सुबह पहले भाजपा के एक मंत्री ने और फिर सांसद बांसुरी स्वराज जी ने ये पिंटरेस्ट पे लगी हुई पिक्चर्स जो इंटरनेट पे फ्रीली अवेलेबल है, कोई भी हल्की सी भी सर्च करेगा, पिंटरेस्ट करके एक साइट है, उस पे ये पिक्चर्स अवेलेबल है। ये प्रोजेक्ट किया गया कि ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के घर की फोटोज हैं जो सरासर सफेद झूठ है।
This row began when BJP leader Parvesh Verma held a press conference displaying images he claimed were from Kejriwal's new house and asked questions over alleged luxury inside the residence. Later it was found out that the images were not from Kejriwal's home at all, but downloaded from Pinterest. Former Delhi Chief Minister Atishi posted online alleging random internet photos were being passed off as Kejriwal's residence. Speaking to Republic, this is what Sanjay Singh said.
तौर पे मैं कहना चाहता हूं, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। एलजी साहब का घर जनता के लिए खोलिए। रेखा गुप्ता जी का जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं उनका घर जनता के लिए खोलिए। परवेश वर्मा जी जो मंत्री हैं दिल्ली सरकार के, उनका घर जनता के लिए खोलिए। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का भी घर जनता के लिए खोलिए। जनता खुद से जाए और देखे, फैसला करे किसका घर कितना आलीशान बना हुआ है।
The original Sheesh Mahal issue had become a major campaign point against Kejriwal, with opponents accusing him of excessive spending on his previous official residence.
कोविड के समय जब दिल्ली की जनता को अपने मुख्यमंत्री केजरीवाल जी की सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत थी, तब वो दिल्ली की जनता का पैसा, दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर्स का पैसा अपना आलीशान शीश महल बनाने में लगे हुए थे।
In Delhi, the war of words is no longer just about houses. It is about the trust image and the battle for the capital's next narrative.
Let's get across to some pictures which are coming in. These are visuals of clashes which have been reported. So BJP TMC workers are clashing in Bengal over slogans. So some slogans were being raised. So high tension being reported, heated argument between the TMC and the BJP. And as usual, the central forces had to step in to control this matter. And they're carrying out a lathi charge to control the matter and to really relieve the tensions that have once again broken out. Nothing new in West Bengal because pre-poll violence, post-poll violence, and violence on the day of the polling, that is something which is not new in West Bengal. So as we wait for the second phase of elections, which are happening soon, we see once again the BJP and TMC workers clashing in Bengal over slogans. Okay, let's go straight across to Kishalay. Kishalay, yes, just take our viewers and walk our viewers through the latest update. One more clash being reported.
Well, exactly. This is in North Howrah. BJP was holding a rally for BJP candidate Umesh Rai in this particular constituency, where also film star and leader Ravi Kishan was present. While this rally was passing through a particular area, Trinamool cadres of that area started shouting Joy Bangla slogans, which is a slogan that the TMC cadres always shout when they hold rallies. Now, the BJP workers were quickly returning them with Jai Shri Ram slogans, and while this was happening, the situation heated up, and there was a clash, which reportedly broke out between TMC and BJP workers. The central forces had to be brought in, and there was a mild lathi charge, according to sources, after which the crowd was dispersed, and the rally again took place after this brief clash between TMC and BJP workers.
All right. Well, thank you, Kishalay, for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more. We are going to take a very short break right now, but much more coming up. On the other side, we'll be continuing our live coverage here on India's #1 news network, Republic. The shooter is in custody of the FBI team after Secret Service apprehended him. Questions rise over how did the shooter even reach right up to the ballroom of the hotel. And new CCTV footage emerges from the Hilton Hotel where the shooting took place. Shooter can be clearly seen.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first.
Look, Arnab, very honestly, candidly, I want to be one of the most successful businessmen of all time. It will be a little humbug if I tell you I want to be the green warrior, the green champion of India. All that is there, but I want to be one of the most successful businessmen of all time. Numbers don't matter, yeah. Now, whether it's 100 crores profit or my lifestyle is not that I need more money than that. Having said that, I really want to create huge value, be one of the biggest businessmen in India, possibly globally as we move forward. Yes, my father is very well-to-do. He was very successful, very rich. I could not do anything in my life and live off 100 generations with my dad's money. That's not what I'm built for. That's not who I am. I was always going to build my things, run things, earn my own money. I want to be known for what I'm building, for what you're doing, and for being the best at what I am. Yes. And hence I'm saying my simple goal is to be the largest or the most profitable and the most successful value creator in the energy transition piece. At the same time, it adds so much to India, the pollution we live in. So I think it's two stones. I'm really clearly focused on numbers and profitability, but it's also solving a big problem for India.
This gentleman sitting to my left here is very different from your typical, what you would call a unicorn, a sunicorn kind of guy. He's building what we traditionally call a solid real business. Now, when we build companies, building fundamental companies is not easy. Yes, it is more solid in the long term. But building fundamental companies also mean you're not building the company to get out. I once went to a conference. There's a person very well known from the media business, and the person spoke about getting in some foreign investment and also spoke about getting out of the company in the same press conference. So I found it weird because I'm saying you started to build a company, right. You're raising money, right. Maybe $100 million, and you're talking about exit on day one. Right. I do not think, if you think about exiting a business, that you can really build a business long term. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz brings you the new business of life. Over the course of the last 5 episodes, I've had the great opportunity to speak to musicians. I've spoken to people from the world of industry, founders, entrepreneurs, and even chefs. Today, I'm bringing you someone who is different while being from the world of business. But there's some defining quality in him, which I have myself in my couple of interactions with him not been able to place. But I thought he's a fascinating person. He's young. He comes from a very influential and established business family. But what is amazing about Devangsh Jain, who's at the head of this Inox group, is that he's carving his own niche. The most important thing in life, ladies and gentlemen, is not to live the privileges you were born with, but to leave a legacy. Most people start thinking of leaving a legacy after 30 to 40 years of work. So when you're in your late 60s or 70s, you start thinking about what you're going to be remembered for. Here's a young entrepreneur who's thinking about that today, who's extremely ambitious, who's looking outside India, who's rebuilt a company. and created his own legacy, and who's fundamental. And the great thing about Devansh, I think we'll get to learn, is his fundamentals are very strong. He believes in working hard, not having much debt, and constantly looking out for opportunities. In a way, therefore, he represents to me the future Indian global business tycoon, which is already on his way of. So, without further ado, let me get you straight with Devansh today. Then we'll go for a little ride and get to know more about him. And here he is, Devansh. Thank you very much.
Arnab.
How are you?
Miss you. Miss you.
It was a pleasure to see you again.
How are you doing?
I've been looking very, very well. Looking forward to this. I thought that after the last time we met and we had this chat, you told me about your life and what you've done and how you're taking things forward. I really felt somehow that more people need to get to know. So I thought we'll do this.
It's very kind of you, but you have a lovely campus. Every time I come here, I wish my office was in this campus.
You're welcome. We have a lot of room, so we'll be very happy if Devansh Jain gives us some of his business luck by spending time here. But it's great. And how's life been?
Good, being pretty hectic. I've been traveling quite a bit right now. I'm traveling tonight as well.
Yeah.
But it's exciting, very exciting.
How hard do you work?
I don't let the numbers.
Because every time I call you, you say, okay, call you back, I'm on a VC. And so I find that very impressive. So how many VCs do you do in a day?
Well, it's mostly calls. But right now we have a couple of international acquisitions happening. Because of that, we need to be on VC. Otherwise, I'm a phone guy. Just pick up the phone and talk. But
You're not an email person.
It's very crisp emails. I hate, waste too much time typing. Just pick up the phone and talk.
Yeah.
That's one way of working.
Yes. That's the way it works. And that's relatable also. I have never sent an email myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't receive and send emails. I find WhatsApp better.
That's very easy. Voice notes are just very quick and easy.
Quick, no? Yeah, that's the way it works. So Devansh, we'll go down for a ride around Noida and then we'll get to know each other a little bit. I mean, I know you a bit. I'll get to know you a little bit more. And ladies and gentlemen, behind the charm of Devansh Jain, what's the business mind? What's his life story? What's been his high? What's been his low? What is he hoping to do? What is he working for? We'll talk about all of that in today's episode of Mercedes-Benz Brings You the New Business of Life with Devansh Jain. Are we ready to go?
Let's go.
Okay. Great, Devansh. Thank you for doing this. We are on record right now. We have 6 cameras in front of us. And this is a very good way to get out of the office when I do these shows, Devansh.
Yeah.
I like to do it because, it's a non-formal setting rather than sit in front of someone, wear a suit. And this is the only show when I get to sort of, be in a non-studio environment.
I'm wondering why I'm in a suit. If this
You're welcome to take it off. See, you're a businessman and you have to be in a suit. You never know when you'll get into a formal environment. No, it's fine. They're semi-formal. You're not formal, they're semi-formal. But this is the only time. During the day, I don't like to wear formal anywhere. So this is more comfortable, my workwear. So yeah, welcome to the show, Devansh. Thank you for doing this. We are going to take a little drive around Noida, Greater Noida, the periphery of this area. You're not far from here either. You work right here in Noida.
Yeah, we're in Noida as well, Film City.
Film City, the big office of Inox. That's where, so much action happened 20 years back and now it's still going on. So, I said in the introduction today that something struck me about you. And I wanted to start by saying this to everyone watching this today, that something struck me about you when you came in and we met through a common acquaintance.
Right.
What struck me was, can I tell you what struck me about you?
Please.
Was that you were constantly focused. You're very focused on your business. My reading of people. Okay, now tell me whether I am reading this well, because I feel after more than 25 years in journalism, I have a good way to read the room. So my reading of you was that you're very focused on numbers, right? And that is you sort of live and breathe numbers. You also consider that to be your strength, right? And you're very focused on your business. That I presume it takes up almost 70% of your waking hours. And so I sort of related well to you because my life is pretty much the same. So am I right in that?
No, absolutely. I'm a numbers guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I have numbers going on in my head non-stop.
Okay.
So, and it's all about work for us. And really for me, it's all about, I think the opportunity we have in front of us right now is unparalleled.
Yeah.
in energy transition. So, trying to grab it with both my hands, both my legs. We're going international. We've gone to Africa, we're going to the Americas, we're in the Middle East. So I just don't want to lose an opportunity. I just want to make this the largest energy transition play out of India.
Energy transition play out of India, which means in the most populous nation of the world, with about what 20% of the world's population.
Possibly,
possibly
roughly
to enough,
17, 18,
roughly 17, 18, 20% of the world's population.
Yeah.
The biggest energy transition play. So that's your motto.
That's right.
What does energy transition play mean? You have to do everything in layman terms in this interview.
So energy transition is basically the entire shift over from fossil fuels to non-fossil fuels.
Okay.
Basically wind, solar, electric vehicles. You're sitting in one of that. Battery energy storage systems.
Yeah.
Basically cutting off all the polluting sources of power, moving to the completely renewable side of things. So that's what energy transition is. And you're seeing that across the board. You're seeing more and more renewable energy in India, globally. You're seeing electric vehicles on the road. You're seeing the green data centers. Everything is becoming green.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get into all of this into detail a bit later.
Yeah.
But now your company is Inox. The public perception of Inox is movie halls. Right? Movies. That's how I relate to it. That's how we related to it. I remember when I was in college, we were very excited, or a little bit after college, I think, when I came back, was that the first movie hall was being launched in Saket, I think, We used to go down all the way to Saket, to the Inox, PVR. Right? Now, how do I relate to you as an energy guy? Because your company's name is associated with cinema. So what is the story there? Can you tell us about it? What's your family story, your story like? How does a cinema guy end up being in the energy field?
I'm no longer a cinema guy.
You were a cinema guy.
There was a realignment in our family about 3 years ago.
So tell me, if you don't mind, tell us about
absolutely. I mean, so is my grandfather. We've been in a business family, born, brought up around business, lunch, dinner, breakfast.
Yeah.
But, it's my dad and my uncle. So about 3 years ago, there was a realignment, what I would call a split in the family. The cinemas business and the industrial gases went to my uncle, and the chemicals arm, Gujarat Fluoro, and the entire renewable arm came here. The cinemas were very close, because I spent my childhood when dad was building it out under Gujarat Fluoro. He really built out the entire cinema business.
Yeah.
So it was very exciting coming back, learning about cinemas.
Correct.
But the cinemas were not even 2% of our entire group. We're a B2B group.
Okay.
Chemicals, refrigerant gases, wind turbines, now solar panel, power.
You've technically been a B2B group since when?
Since the time my father came, my dad went to IIM Ahmedabad, he came back. That was in maybe 40 years ago, 45 years ago. And there was nothing really much. We were established trading group which my grandfather had started.
Yeah.
But dad really came and industrialized the entire group, starting with refrigerants and chemicals, and then moving to cinemas and call centers and renewable energy. So I would say dad's really been the architect of the entire industrialization. Okay. I don't think I've seen anyone work the amount dad works. He probably works harder than me even now.
You remember that growing up?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the only memories of Papa have always been about working, being on the phone, being in Gujarat, discussing work. I mean, I love it. But, when you think of, I was at a Rob Report event right now, therefore someone said, what do you think of royalty? The first word, I said Jaipur, Jodhpur. And when someone says dad, I think of work. So it's always been around that. My father, but it's always associated with work.
Yeah.
So that's how the whole cinema thing came in.
Okay.
Yes, cinemas was the B2C brand for the group at that point in time. So, you think of Inox, you think of movies.
Yeah.
But again, it was less than 2% of our entire group.
Yeah.
I mean, today, frankly speaking, where we are, in India at least, on the entire energy transition piece, everybody knows we're at the forefront of that.
Yeah.
We probably will become the second or the third largest energy transition group in India over the course of the next 12 months.
Yeah.
We are one of the largest wind turbine manufacturers. We are the largest operations and maintenance services company. We are one of the largest solar players in India. We are now one of the largest power producers in India. But you can't take away movies and cricket from Indians, right? So that's also the reason. So our group is called Inox GFL,
Yeah.
We married the might of Inox, which our group was, and GFL is very, very pedigreed in the financial community. So we married this and rebranded ourselves the Inox GFL group.
So now, what happened to the movie business?
I mean, that went to my uncle.
Okay.
I mean, they sold a part of it and then they merged it with PVR. I believe they are the largest shareholders in that.
Yeah.
But that's about it. That's where.
But you're out of it.
We're
You
not
missed
part
the
of it.
movie business.
Not really. Because
What did you
after
do in the
COVID,
movie business? What were you doing? What are your memories of the movie business?
Look, you know, it was. I was much younger when Dad started. 99 is when our first property came up in Pune, and you know, Dad would get this MIS. 2 properties, Baroda and Pune. Dad would get this MIS, and I would just remember every number, and then he would shoot numbers. How many samosas? How many large cokes? What was the occupancy of this cinema? And I knew all those numbers. That's, I think, the initial days of number training, what I would call, and I do that with my son. You know, we throw different numbers at him, multiply 89 into 476, blah blah. It takes a little while, and
How old
he's
is
very
he?
quick. He's 12 now, but he says I can beat everybody in numbers but Dada and Papa. I said, but you got to be ahead of Dada and Papa. But those were the earliest memories of numbers and cinemas. I was never at the forefront of it because for us as a family, it was very, very clear.
Yeah.
We are the B2B guys. We're not the, you know, we are not supposed to be hanging with movie stars and X, Y, Z.
So you avoided the glamour?
At that point in time, yes. I was much younger.
Can that not be a distraction? I mean, I would think of a very young person in his 20s doing business in the movie business with premieres and access to stars and Bollywood.
100%.
Would it not be a distraction?
I think it would be a very big distraction.
It would be?
Absolutely. There's no, you know, if you're surrounded by all these movie stars and you have all these hot actresses around you, clearly, you know, I mean, we see that on Instagram, right? When people post many times, then you now have 5,000 followers or 80,000, you're constantly checking, right?
Yeah.
It's human psychology.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, I would never put, I mean, we meet movie stars now. My wife runs a lot of the business magazines and so on and so forth. I'm seeing all these people. We see cricketers. My dad-in-law has an IPL team. But, you know, there's a balance now. I don't own them. I don't run them.
Yeah.
We meet them. We know them well.
Yeah.
A lot of them are my friends. But that can't become my day-to-day because I'm very clear what I want to achieve on my business with respect to my business goals.
Yeah. This is so important. You know, I just wanted to just step back, and if you're watching this, I just want to say this to anyone watching this on television or streaming, that focus in life is very important. You need to know what you're good at, and you need to know that if you want to be famous, you got to be famous for what you do. You can't be famous for being famous, right? Now this new trend is famous for being famous for being hanging around, famous for being seen. That's not fame. It may appear to be fame, but it's not achievement, and it eventually doesn't run the course. Right. So I think what I'm learning here is, you have Devansh saying, I knew I would be distracted. I know I would be distracted. And that's not my core purpose. So in business, in the new business of life, you have to understand your core purpose. And not knowing your weaknesses can be a problem. You must know your weaknesses, tackle them, and not let them overcome you. So this is interesting. Your family business is there, but it's a joint business.
No, there's nothing.
Now it's completely separated. But that happens about 6 years back,
3 years back, about
3 years back. Right. Now, after that, you have to chart your own course, right? Okay, so tell me, Devansh, what drives a person in that situation, right? You already have a legacy. You have a running business. You choose the B2B side of the business. Your father, you know, you're a good, prominent business family. But I'm feeling that you've really taken it to another level in the last 4 to 5 years. And one of the reasons I wanted to profile you is because not many people know about what you've done. You know, it's sort of under the radar, if you don't mind my saying so. Is that deliberate? Like, not many people have known you, given the fact the numbers, the scale of business, what you told me about some 70,000 crores in listed businesses, some 70 to 80,000 crores in unlisted businesses. That's a huge volume of business under you. But Devansh, for all that you've done, very few people are known of you. Why is that? And what is it that you've been working on for the last 3 to 5 years?
Look, 2 or 3 things. I think first and foremost, when the realignment happened in the family, you know, the entire renewable business was in the dumps, thanks to a policy transition which was taking place in India. Our renewable arm at that point in time was worth negative money.
Yeah.
Today our renewable arm would possibly be worth about 1.25 lakh crores.
Yes.
We're coming up with a large IPO which we'll be filing in the near future. Broad indications are that's worth about $11 to $12 billion.
Yeah.
Having said that, I was very busy building businesses or revamping the entire group over the past 3 years, because Inox Wind was a very large company. It really went under in the pain which happened in the sector. So you have to come back. What are you going to go and talk that I'm bankrupt or my company's worth 5,000 crores or 10,000? There's no value, right? We had to rebuild. We had to come back. Number one. Number two, we've also been a very low-key family, right? Dad has always been under the radar. He's always been low-key. We are not a B2C brand. Putting aside the cinema business, even there we were never at the forefront of it.
No.
So our focus has always been building. Let's focus on what we are brilliant at, what we're good at, what we like to do. Not, it's always fun to be at cricket matches, always fun to be with actors, actresses. That's not what I'm built for. And I don't want to be, Shah Rukh is from my school. I won't go and stand with him and say everybody's going to take his autograph. No one knows me. No one's going to stand with me. If we'll be on the street, everyone's going to look at you. No one's going to look at me, Arnab, right? But I want to be known for what I'm building.
For what you're doing.
And for being the best at what I am.
Yes.
And hence I'm saying my simple goal is to be the largest or the most profitable and the most successful value creator in the energy transition piece. At the same time, it adds so much to India, the pollution we live in. My kids, the biggest problem we had was they were wheezing, and the doctor always used to tell us to leave India. So I think it's two stones. I'm really clearly focused on numbers and profitability, but it's also solving a big problem for India. Having said that, I think the past 3 years for us has really been build.
Can I pause you for a minute? You just said a while back that your wind power company was not doing well.
Right.
Almost wiped out.
Right.
Can you tell me where it stood at that time when you got into it big time?
Look, so we built Inox Wind in 2010, and in a span of 5 years, it went from zero to about 5,000 crores of top line, about 400-500 crores of profitability. This is around 2014-15.
What about debt?
It had zero debt at that point in time. We were a net cash company.
This company was how old?
I started in 2010.
Okay.
And I listed it in 2015.
Okay.
It listed at about 12,000 crores of market cap, which was a very large number at that point in time.
Yes.
15. Yes. Today, that's a very small number in one sense, right? But by 17, there was a sectoral transition which was taking place from, preferential feed-in tariffs to auctions, which was very good if you were an efficient player, and which we were. Unfortunately, many times the intent of the government being right, the implementation on the ground becomes, warped. Okay. And when they were transitioning from feed-in tariffs to auctions, it was moving from state to central subject. It led to complete disalignment, disarray in the sector, which led to the sector literally shutting down for 2 years. I won't bore you with the details. But in those 2 years, we literally had 30 players go bankrupt, bust or shut
But the system was becoming more transparent?
More transparent, very good. But, out of 35 players, if 32 go bust, by the time, it was good for us in hindsight. But, those 2 years, we went bankrupt as well. I went from 12,000.
What do you mean going bankrupt? Now explain that in numbers.
In numbers, it went from going from 12,000 market cap to 300 crores of market cap.
What?
From going from 500 crores of profitability to losing about 600 crores a year. From being a net cash company to having 3,000 crores of debt.
This is in which year?
This is 17 till 21.
Which year was this?
17 till 21.
So
over a period of 4 years.
You had built 3,000 crores of debt.
3,000
You were losing 600 crores
a year.
And your market cap had been almost wiped out
300.
to about 10% of what it was.
Not even 10%. It was down to about 3% of what it was.
So anybody else would have said that you're finished.
Literally, that's what I said. We were literally gone.
So it worked hard from 2010 to
2017 to getting completely cleaned up.
By?
21. 17 to 21 was completely cleaned up.
And that's the year also when your family businesses...
Again, I think, mess which was happening in wind also was a key reason for all of this. But anyways, that got done. We realigned.
So everything went off.
Everything went off. It was a perfect storm.
In 2021,
right? Yeah.
What would people have said of you and your business? I need this to be reiterated because
Duba diya, group duba diya, barbad kar diya. He doesn't know how to run business. Khatam kar diya. It was very clear across family, across friends, across investors. That was what
he
was
had
being
it
said.
too good. He was never
He
meant to do
cleaned
it.
up everything. Sab barbad kar diya. It was as simple as that. He's destroyed everything. It's finished everything.
Oh God.
And
can I add a personal angle to this?
Sure.
I'm totally relating to you.
Sure.
Because I worked hard all my life.
Right.
I built my brand. I started Times Now. We raised money 2006.
Right.
From 2008 to 2016.
Right.
I ran Times Now into Times Network, the most successful, famous network in the country.
Absolutely.
I became very well known as an anchor. I started Republic.
Right.
And I raised money again. I did well. We became the #1 channel in the country. Everything was going good.
Right.
And in 2020,
Right.
Right. For some godforsaken reason, I got arrested.
Uncanny.
They put me up in jail.
Right.
Many advertisers were not coming on board anymore. From becoming profitable in year one, people said that we were finished in 2021, and that was in February 2021. I was just picking up the phone and I was talking to banks and bankers and lawyers, and then I decided, and I was told by one of the greatest lawyers in this country, said, you please focus on what you need to do. So I'm just relating to what you said, is because all my years of 17, 18 years of hard work, by 2021 I was told that I was finished, that Republic was finished. So I'm relating a lot to you, but I'd love to know how you dealt with that situation personally. Before we get into business, you must tell me, how are you dealing with it as a family? If you can share personally for you, reputationally, because it's very difficult to rebuild trust. And nobody looks at the regulatory factors or stuff that goes into it. Everybody sort of blames you. So tell me about that, because that's going to be a very interesting story.
Look, Arnab, as I said, it was a perfect storm, right?
Yeah, it was perfect storm.
Every time we thought nothing worse can happen, something worse would happen. And we were just at the bottom of the ocean. There was nothing really left, right?
Yeah.
This was cleaned up.
Yep.
The entire wind was the only part of the renewable arm which was cleaned up.
Yes.
There was a realignment in the family which was happening. All the money which we had in our family office, we put back into wind. You were dealing with
into wind.
You had everyday new legal issues. You had, every day the top team, someone or the other resigning. So I was working 18 hours, going mad, trying to survive. I have a nice balcony in my office room. We'd stand there, what am I doing? Where am I? How will this ever end? But there was no option. You had to come back. And there was no running away. Simply because, again, I would say this was not a Kodak moment. Renewables was the future. It was just a very painful transition. And every time we met the government and understood from the ministry, they said, "Bas ek quarter or one more quarter, this is coming to an end." Unfortunately, it took 2 years. So it was like a rubber band. You keep pulling. The rubber band snapped.
But wasn't the financial pressure also growing on you at that time?
Insane. But what do you do?
Banks, debt.
Arnab,
How are you being able to service your debts?
The debt kept piling on over 21 because all the working capital got stuck. The inventory got stuck. Customers walked out of all the contracts. They said, policy nahi, hum to pay nahi karenge, aapko sue karna hai, sue me. You sue someone, it's going to take you 5 years to get your money. I would have been cleaned up by then, yeah. So you were doing whatever you could. And it was intense. I mean, I was looking at 1 lakh rupee LCs, 1 crore BG. I was requesting bankers to extend. Today, 100 crore decisions are taken by CEOs. We just bought a 5,500 crore acquisition. We'll announce another large acquisition next week, which we've just closed. That's another, it's almost 6,000-7,000 crores. Now, the team is so strong, so solid. We have large cash flows. We've restructured, rebuilt everything. But at that point in time, it was hell.
Yeah.
But again, Arnab, I think, as they say, sometimes when you're very young, if you go through hell, you've been built and prepared for the future.
Yeah.
So today, when issues, challenges, problems come, they look like peanuts for me.
You also react faster now. I mean, has that period of intense difficulty made you more aware of the nature of decision making you need to do?
No, I was very quick in decision making. What's changed is we are very firm now. If there's a challenge which comes, we just know we're going to attack it with all our might.
You don't keep it aside.
Oh no. You throw a challenge, I will destroy it. I will put all my might and finish that challenge or fix it. And our CEOs know. Take decisions, fix it. Right, wrong, you got to decide.
Yeah.
Don't make a mistake again and again.
Yeah.
But decide.
Yeah.
And I think one difference is when we go after an acquisition or when we build a business, challenges will come.
Yeah.
But we have the conviction and the power to go through and see through that challenge.
Okay.
Many people will do things, "Arey, ab fail ho gaya, chalo next cheez pe lagte hain." No, that's not how it works. we will make it succeed. We will do what it takes to come out on tops.
And I again would like to know a little bit more. So you were saying that you were looking for a regulatory shift. It was not happening.
Right.
The past
Right.
regulatory environment had gone away.
Right.
The future was not visible. You were stuck and saddled with a lot of financial load on you. Right?
Right.
So when did the turnaround happen? Do you credit yourself for it? Do you credit patients for it? Do you credit your ecosystem, personal ecosystem around you for it? When did the change happen? Which was the month, the day, the year when you realized that, okay, my bad times are ending? And
look,
things are
21
gonna get
onwards,
better?
it started turning around.
How?
Right? Because that entire pain which was in the sector. So 17 is when the sector shut.
Yeah.
19 and the sector started coming back because the 2 years of policy transition came to an end.
Okay.
Unfortunately, as soon as it came to an end, COVID hit the world in 3 months.
Yeah.
So it was like you
couldn't
were
take-
in COVID, you were in coma, you came out and you just started walking and you again go into an accident. So हम तो फिर लेट गए 2 साल.
Another year and a half.
Year and a half. So that's when, as 21 end, really, we started coming back. But the challenge was, how do you come back? We had no more money left in the family office, right? We had Gujarat Fluoro was a very strong company, making about 500 crores a year that time. But the market cap was about 6,000-7,000 crores. We own 65% of it. What more to do? We had 3,000 crores of our own money put in. We had corporate guarantees issued. We had, so either I would have to sell half of GFL to just clean up what we had. So we sold assets what were in the system in Inox Wind, took a hit, usse kuch paisa aaya. We started walking, we went and met investors to get some money in. And mind you, we sold stake at 5,000 crores. We were at peak 35-40,000 crores. We'll be at about 20,000 crores now. Plus, and taking out companies, Green Resco would be about 30,000 crores
How
again.
much money did you need to raise?
So in the first round, we raised 500 crores in wind. Again, we started throwing profits, but to scale up, you needed more working capital. You needed to make more investments. Then we went to the market, raised another 700-800 crores over a period of another year. And then we raised another 800 odd crores. So we raised about 2,000 crores in Inox Wind. And happy to say each of those investors in the primary raise minted money, multiplied their wealth. Even today, they would have made at least 3 times at what they invested. Primary investors, right? That's what led to Inox Wind really coming back. We also demerged Inox Zena, O&M company, listed it, raised 700 crores, pumped back into Inox Wind. Since then, Inox Green now is at about 7,000 crores. We did the IPO at about 1,500 crores. This is about 3 years ago. I think it's very undervalued. Having said that, it's now become India's largest operations and maintenance services company. We went and bought India's second largest O&M company and wind turbine company and India's 4th largest company through the bankruptcy courts. Yeah. So
you were
World
also
and
expanding.
region.
You were expanding.
With that capital, we built that out, expanded it. So that's what happened over those 2-3 years. And then I think over the past 14 months, we've gone and built Inox Clean now, where we've raised about 5,500 crores of equity. The last round was last month at about 55,000 crores of equity value. That's a 3-continent play: America, Africa, India. We've been the fastest, we've done the fastest ever build out of power production. We own about 3 gigawatts of operating assets. We should end this year at about 6 gigawatts. We've built a very large pipeline in Africa. It's a JV with RJ Corp, Ravi Uncle, the largest Pepsi bottler in India. Our solar manufacturing in India, plus America, where we've entered now, together should make us the most profitable solar company in India by next year. So we're very excited with.
So all of this turnaround has happened in the last 4 years?
3 years.
3 years. It's a crazy pace. Yeah. If you look at where you were and where you are now, okay, it's unbelievable. Hey, does it seem like a dream to you sometimes that this turnaround happened? Would you ever have imagined in 2019 or so, 2020, when you went through the troubles, where you would be placed?
No, I don't think I would have imagined this scale. Yes, I had the courage and the perseverance to survive and come through. Except that it was so painful, it's very easy to say now.
What is the painful? Now tell me a moment. See, we can talk numbers. You're a numbers guy.
Yeah.
But you have to tell me a moment that people can relate to. Okay?
Yes.
What is difficulty? Tell me a difficult moment. There must be self-doubt. There must be that moment of questioning, loneliness, frustration. How long do I hang in there? Just can you anecdotally explain
At that point in time, my son was about This is 2018.
Yes.
Aryavardan was 5.
Yeah.
It was his first day in school.
Yeah.
We had a legal notice. I had to run for that. I could not go to a school for his first day in class. When my daughter was born, she was born in 17, I was barely around because I was constantly on the phone 18 hours, 17 hours, dealing with all sorts of pressures. One legal notice after another legal notice. And wrong legal notices, yeah. In any local community, people would make it a criminal complaint. Someone was running here, you had cops coming in here, cops coming in there, you were jumping, running for no fault of mine. And I done nothing wrong at that point in time, frankly speaking. You can keep blaming me, but 32 players going bankrupt. The only other player who survived got a 3 billion haircut from bankers. That's what it was. So 4 years was hell. And really you would think, you have little kids. What do you want to do? When are you going to see light at the end of the tunnel? Yes, renewables was the future. But it can't. 4 years, my blood pressure went through the roof.
It did?
I mean, it's good now, but it went through the roof. There was no social life. For 4 years, I think I'd not gone out. I could not leave this country for 4 years. I'd not taken a holiday in 4 years because how do you leave? You just had legal issues and problems and bankers and everything going topsy-turvy. I had not gone overseas in literally 4 years. I had not spent time with my wife, with the kids. I was just constantly under all sorts of pressure. And then there was a realignment. There was no more money left. There was a lot of pressure on dad because, you don't want to build a group and then see it getting destroyed completely. So, Inox Wind was the most valuable company in our combined group earlier. And one of probably the most profitable. And then seeing that go to zero, it was very, very, and I was not 50 or 40. I had not seen, I didn't have 20 years under my belt at that point in time. I was a kid, built a company, built it massively, was very proud of what I'd built, very successful. But then all hell broke loose. So, Arnab, it's very difficult to explain what happened.
Yeah, very difficult. Only those who've gone through it will realize.
I hope nobody ever goes through what, possibly I went through. Or maybe what you went through. It's you never want to go through that.
Yeah, because there will be that moment when it's, if you feel that you have got your fundamentals right, you know that you will get out of it. But you sometimes think of the cost that it will take to people around you.
Sure.
But I am curious about the thing that, see, wind. Yeah. You've referred to 20 times already. But it did well for you, but at one point of time it almost cost you everything. Why did you come back to it? Why didn't you say that, okay, I have this much money and here is a business in which I'm taking you think there'll be significant return, but there is also significant risk.
Sure.
32 of 34 companies go away. The regulatory environment is uncertain and not settled, right? I'm sure that the financial institutions, the banks also view any investment in this sector as a high risk investment, right? So were these people who backed you, backing you?
No.
Or backing the sector?
No,
or backing the period of time this country is living
Arnab,
through?
to be just very frank, I don't think there was any backer, barring mom, dad, and my wife. Zero. No backers. There was no financial backing. There was no banker. Every banker was being for our blood.
Yeah.
There was no backing. Very honestly, barring my father, my mother, my sister, and my wife, I don't think there was any backing. As blunt as I can be. Everybody was after us. From family to banks to investors, creditors, everybody. Let's be very, let's be clear about it. Why was I still at it?
Now, why were you at it? Why didn't you get out of it and say, because you're from a business family. Your wife is the daughter of Sanjeev Goenka, the amazing guy, by the way, great personal friend of ours. And you could have easily said, listen, with the money I have, let me get into another safer business.
Arnab, let me be very honest.
I won't go through this again.
I love cars. My first car which I bought was with my own money. Yes, my father is very well-to-do. He was very successful, very rich. I could not do anything in my life and live off 100 generations with my dad's money. That's not what I'm built for. That's not who I am. That's not how I was trained. That's not how I grew up. I was always going to build my things, run things, earn my own money. My father's money is my money, yes. I can claim that now, but not without being successful, not without building or creating things. Why I stuck on with wind was because renewables was the future.
No, but
this
how
was
do you
a
tell
painful
yourself renewal is
transition.
a future when things have gone so difficult? I mean, it's in hindsight you're saying painful transition. Did you think of it as painful transition then? Why didn't you get out of it?
Because the central government policy was very clear. It's just that it was implemented very badly.
So you needed patience.
So it took 2 years to fix that.
Why did the others get
They
out?
didn't have the money, they didn't have the backing, and people are dead. People who had 4,000, 3,000, 8,000 dead, 2,000 dead, got cleaned up. Inox Wind was a net cash company. I used up all the cash to survive this period.
But you had debt. You
And
told me
then
you had
piled on
built
debt.
up some debt.
I built on debt as we went along the way.
Is debt a good thing?
Look, I mean, if it's an
What is your
annuity
view on
business, I've always said I'm very allergic to debt.
Good.
All my businesses are built, all my companies are net cash, barring my IPP business, which is ring fenced. It's an annuity business. PPAs are central government PPAs. So, I mean, God forbid something happens to the country, is a different ball game. Otherwise, they're asset backed, annuity businesses. Otherwise, any manufacturing business of mine, whether it's wind, whether it's chemicals, whether it's an EV business, all of it, all our companies are net cash.
So you don't like too much debt?
Any of our manufacturing businesses, we will not carry debt. Working capital plus minus, some acquisition plus minus, okay. The only debt we carry is in our IPP business, which is very manageable because they're also ring fenced and linked to annuity from the central PPAs.
If you're listening to this, I don't want to call it an episode, a podcast, a conversation, a chat, then I want to tell you, dear viewers, that this gentleman sitting to my left here is very different from your typical, what you would call a unicorn, soonicorn kind of guy. Because, and I wanted to profile Devansh because, see viewers, he's building what we traditionally call a solid real business. He's not in the game of valuation. Yes, he is in the game of valuation. He knows the valuation of his companies, I'm sure. But somewhere I get a feeling that he's in the business of creating something that will be valuable for the country. Now, when we build companies, and there was a very interesting comment that was made by our Union Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal, at a startup conference, I don't know, where he said that you people are only focused on delivering food from here to there. Why don't you build innovation? Why don't you build businesses? Why don't you build real, companies? Fundamental companies, right? And so, dear viewers, building fundamental companies is not easy. Building fundamental companies is going through the pain that Devansh Jain has been through. Yes, it is more solid in the long term. But building fundamental companies also mean you're not building the company to get out. I once went to a conference. There's a person very well known from the media business, and the person spoke about getting in some foreign investment, and also spoke about getting out of the company in the same press conference. So I found it weird because I'm saying you started to build a company, you're raising money, maybe $100 million, and you're talking about exit on day one. I do not think if you think about exiting a business that you can really build a business long term. That means you're in the business of flash in the pan. You want to show that hairline profit. You want to make a big IPO announcement. You want to take out your money. You want to get out. I have had many friends of my own who have been founders of companies. And sorry to say this, Devansh, but I've seen them getting out of the company within a month of the IPO. At least from a strategic road. I say that's cheating the investor, right? So what is your view on value versus valuation? See, this answer, please note. Because any of you youngsters out there who think, oh, we want to start a company, build a brand, go on Shark Tank, make money, exit, I don't think it's a good thing. Am I right or wrong? Are you in my frame of thinking?
No, absolutely, Arnab. I think nothing right, wrong with food delivery or whatever. I think everybody goes through hell. Every startup, whether you're, traditional businesses or newcomers, I think everybody works hard and builds, right?
Correct.
I mean, I'm talking about people who really build and succeed. Having said that,
that's not. I'm not making a value judgment.
I think my limited point is, what is valuation? Valuation is your ability to create value in the future, earn profitability. You don't get valuation just destroying money or burning money. Right? For us, we've never understood about burning 1,000 crores, 2,000 crores, 3,000 crores. Nothing wrong with it. You have people who burn 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, amass crores of customers. And crores of customers, then they make money, because that's when you make money. Don't forget, along that journey, you probably have 1 million companies who've burned money and folded up. And you hear of 1 or 2 companies who are melting, food delivery or e-commerce and so on and so forth. I don't understand that concept of burning money and reaching there.
Yeah.
Hence, I can't talk about that.
Correct.
What I understand is building hardcore infrastructure companies on the ground, which should earn solid profitability, and that is valuation. Having said that, we also, we need to keep up with times. You can't be in legacy businesses where your PE multiples are 8, 10, 15. You sweat, slog, and only get 10, 15 PE. You need to be smart. Renewable energy, for example. Very high growth, high PE multiples, right? Electric vehicles, very high growth, high PE multiples. I tell you, we've now raised more than 2,500 crores in our EV venture, GFCL EV, at a valuation of 3 billion.
Yeah.
It was pre-revenue.
Yeah.
We are now scaling up at a pace which is unprecedented. And that business, to my mind, will multiply multiple times from the 3 billion number. Inox Clean, which we think we will be filing for an IPO soon, could be 11, 12, 13 billion dollars of value currently. In 14 months old. But I've become one of the largest integrated energy conglomerate because we know how to build. We've pumped in money. So, I think valuations will always be a function of what your future profitability will be. Mind you, Arnab, if you tell me for the next 10 years you'll lose 1,000 crores, you're not going to have any valuation. Right? If you say 3 saal baad I'll be 3,000 crore profit, you'll get that valuation.
Yeah.
As long as investors buy into that idea.
Yeah.
And for me, at least, I can't hoodwink. We own our companies. We own majority of our companies. We're here for the long run. Yes, we IPO them because we think that gives us currency to scale up faster. But I'm not one who build companies and sell them off. That's not what I'm here for.
What's your driving ambition? What drives you? You're driving very fast now. I mean, not like this car, which I'm driving at a measly 40, 50 kilometers an hour. But what drives you? What drives you?
Look, Arnab, very honestly, candidly, I want to be one of the most successful businessmen of all time. It'll be a little humbug if I tell you I want to be the green warrior, the green champion of India. All that is there, but I want to be one of the most successful businessmen of all time. Wealth creation, value creation, run the biggest companies out of India. That's what drives me. Numbers don't matter here. Now, whether it's 100 crores profit or my lifestyle is not that I need more money than that. In those COVID periods, I didn't take salary for 5 years. Anyways, I couldn't afford it. Having said that, I really want to create huge value, be one of the biggest businessmen in India, possibly globally as we move forward. I think that's what drives me.
Tell me about the global part of it. First of all, I like that candor.
Right.
I like that candor. No false sense of humility. Acceptance of your faults. Look at the qualities here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy I've done this episode with Devansh because he's a real guy. He's had a no-filter conversation. I appreciate this because I'm bored of businessmen who are politically correct all the time, Sure. You are the new age businessman. You are speaking your heart out. There is authenticity. There's straightforwardness. I can relate to what you're saying. I'm 100%, 1000% sure that people will be relating to what you're saying here right now. And I love what you're saying about building businesses. And now you must tell me about going global. So why do you want to go global? Many Indian businessmen say, we have got a big market here. There's so much to do in India. There's so much to expand in India. Why do we need to go abroad? This is where others are investing. Our GDP's growth rate is higher. Why do you want to go outside India?
Look,
what are you looking to gain?
Again, I think we are very focused on India. I think India is a lifetime opportunity. The next 10 years, I think, India, the scale up which will happen and large players will just become larger and larger if you grab that opportunity. From my perspective, I think let's put it in two baskets. You've got the chemical basket and the renewable basket. The chemical basket, where India is investing massively in India. We're setting up the world's largest battery chemical complex outside of China in India. But, we are also expanding in the Middle East now, setting up large facilities there because you have FTAs, you have various other incentives available in those countries. That's one. On the renewable side is where we are truly going global. We've entered the US, we're going to Africa. Why? Because I think on the renewable side, the power production side, we are scaling up at a pace which is unprecedented on the IPP side. We've built about 3 gigawatts, acquired, built in a year. No one has ever done that in the first year. No one has set up this kind of capacity barring Adani. And I think the scale at which we are going, we will end up becoming amongst the top 2 or 3 players. We probably are in the top 5 currently. We will end up being in the top 2 or 3 by end of this year. What more do I do? The solar piece, we saw a phenomenal opportunity in the US. We entered the US. Africa is a huge growth opportunity in the long run. Where India is today, Africa possibly will be 20 years down the line. And those who enter Africa today will be able to exploit it. So we got that opportunity, we entered Africa. I mean, it was a high risk, high reward bet. I think we have the courage, we have the might, we have the right partners to do it. So we went to Africa. US is very stable. Make in America, for America, that's what we're doing. We are the largest fluoropolymer producers in America, supplying to America. So we saw that a very clear, stable environment, let's go to America. And now, the scale at which Inox Clean is, we need to deploy, $3, $4, $5 billion a year. All of it can't be deployed organically in India. Because organically there's land, evacuation, itna nahi bana sakte. We can buy inorganically, but buying also has to make commercial sense. You can't just buy for the sake of buying. Our financial metrics, our return thresholds are very, very tight and crisp. I'm not going to blow money just because I have money. I'd rather sit on it and put it in FD.
Yeah.
That's one very strong discipline which we follow across the company. So that's when we saw large global opportunity and we're going after it. If we see more opportunity in other countries, we'll go after that as well.
What is it that you would tell people watching this today who want to get into business? Give me one or two basic fundamental rules. Now the person watching this may or may not be through business family. Let it be a 25 to 30-year-old young person building their career.
Right.
Entrepreneurship is a buzzword. Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. But if you want to be successful, what are the couple of things you should do or remind yourself of? And what are the couple of things you should avoid?
Arnab, I've not achieved so much in life.
That's all right. I'm not giving you a lifetime. I'm not giving you a lifetime achievement award yet.
I think very simplistic.
But
I think just follow this one mantra, right?
Tell me.
I think there's no shortcut to hard work and passion. And many times people get that luck kharab hai, good luck nahi mila. I've said this: hard work plus passion plus perseverance is equal to good luck. कोई एक दिन बैठे बैठे नहीं भगवान जी गुड लक दे दो आज ऐसे गिर जाएगा. It's not going to come and fall on this car. You work hard, you persevere, and you be passionate about what you want to do. At some point in time, you're going to succeed massively, and that's good luck. So there's nothing कि good luck नहीं चला तो मैं बैठ गया, मैं डूब गया.
Don't give up.
You just have to work hard and persevere. That's it. Hard work, perseverance. There's no shortcut to this, my friend. And that's what's going to lead to good luck.
And what is it that you should not do?
Besides
not going to too many Bollywood parties.
No, I think you need to have, you need to be level-headed and you need to be focused and know your priorities. I love partying, I love raging. I shouldn't take that away. I couldn't do it for 4-5 years. If you ask Kavarna now, she'll say, what he's not done for 5 years is now in a revenge mode to party more. But I know what I have to do. If I need to be, if I need to be on a call at 6 in the morning with America, if I need to do something at 12 o'clock at night. Yesterday, I was a little under the weather. I was on calls from 8 o'clock till midnight. We just had to close this transaction and things are going on. I have a little bad throat, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
You're an entrepreneur, you're a businessman. There is no off.
Yeah. There's no off.
There's no 9 to 5.
There is no
And
off.
it's not that you need to be in office.
What happens to work-life balance?
Look, Arnab, I'm not part of that school. I'm not going to get into that controversy.
I'm also not yet.
For me, everything is work. Yeah?
I don't understand.
I got to do what I got to do.
What is this work-life balance thing?
Listen.
Is work not life? See, when you talk about work-life balance 24/7, and I know people will abuse me for this, you begin with the presumption that work is not life.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's passion,
are you not living when you're working?
Absolutely. And I mean, right now, I'm enjoying this. I don't know whether this is work or whether this is.
It is what it is. Even
play.
I don't know this work or play, but this is it.
That's it. You gotta enjoy what you do.
This is the best takeaway that I have got, ladies and gentlemen. This work-life balance, yes, work and life, family, everything important, but don't feel weary about work. Don't drag your feet to work.
You gotta enjoy what you do.
Don't walk in thinking was another day. They company, you can't do that. I'm reading this book called 4,000 Weeks. A friend of mine gave me this 4,000 Weeks.
Right.
It said, you know what 4,000 Weeks is? I'm going to gift you a copy of this book. It says you've got 4,000 weeks to live if you live to the age of 80. But if anyone tells you you've got 4,000 weeks, the whole sense of mortality hits you. Now, because we're going to die one day, should we stop working?
Yeah.
So I don't like this attitude at all. I think every day is an opportunity. Every week brings new energy.
Oh yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
And I am telling you one thing. I'm going to make a prophetic conclusion to this. Let me actually drive it. We're back here. And I'm going to make a more prophetic conclusion at the end of this. Right, 1 second. Let me park the car here. How are you enjoying my slow drive experience?
We got to go to D&D again.
Here we go.
Without the cameras.
Without the cameras.
I don't know if you drive fast. I can.
I can.
I will zip.
I can. But now I'm well
Yeah.
behaved. Okay. So we're going to conclude the sequence here. What's up? Let's switch.
This was real fun.
This was fun.
Being driven at a speed of 25.
No,
Yeah.
not that,
No.
right? But being driven. So to conclude, Devansh, I wanted to say something about you. I have loved the part where you said today to me that you want to be one of the biggest businessmen of all time. This interview you keep with you, because 10 years from now you will say that you made that statement, and I would say without a doubt he will. Well, I've enjoyed. Thank you, Devansh, and best of luck to you, man, in everything you do. Thank you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Another assassination attempt on Donald Trump as White House Correspondents' dinner. A shooter in custody of FBI team after Secret Service apprehends him.
These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people.
In his first reaction on the assassination attempt, Trump says a shooter apprehended. Let the show go on. Adds not the first time Republicans have been attacked. Shooter's Democratic connections now in focus. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen allegedly donated $25 to Harris's presidential campaign. Republic's chief consulting editor Saurav Shukla reports live from White House. In fact, he was there at the White House Correspondents' dinner while the shooting happened. Clashes at BJP candidates' roadshow in Howrah between BJP and TMC over slogans. Police resorts to lathi charge. New Zealand PM Christopher Luxon announces that New Zealand and India to sign FTA free trade agreement tomorrow night. Deadly blast leaves chaos on highway as violence escalates in southwestern Colombia. At least 14 people killed.
रहने वाली है। साथियों, आप सभी इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हमें आशीर्वाद देने आए हैं, ये हम सभी का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है। पहले चरण की वोटिंग में बंगाल ने कमाल कर दिया है। अब मुझे आप लोग बताएंगे, मैं एक सवाल पूछूं, जवाब देंगे? सबके सब देंगे? ये पहले चरण में इतना भारी मतदान हो गया, तो फिर आप सो नहीं जाएंगे ना? जागते रहेंगे, घर घर जाएंगे, एक एक मतदान को मिलेंगे, पोलिंग बूथ में बराबर ताकत लगाएंगे, पक्का? पहले चरण का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगे? जरा जोर से बताइए, तोड़ेंगे? जरा आंख भर करके बताइए, तोड़ेंगे? यही करके दिखाना है। देखिए, पहले चरण में टीएमसी का अहंकार टूट गया है। अब दूसरे चरण में बीजेपी सरकार की प्रचंड जीत पक्की होने जा रही है। प्रथम चरणे भांगलो टीएमसीर अहंकार, द्वितीय चरणे निश्चित बीजेपी सरकार। साथियों, बंगाल का ये चुनाव अब अंतिम चरण में है, लेकिन आपने एक बात नोटिस की होगी, 15 साल पहले टीएमसी मां, माटी और मानुष की बातें करके सत्ता में आई थी, लेकिन अब इनके मुंह से मां, माटी और मानुष ये शब्द तक नहीं निकलते। आखिर क्यों? क्या कारण है? मैं कारण आपको बताता हूं। साथियों, ये टीएमसी वाले अगर मां, माटी और मानुष की याद दिलाएंगे तो इनके पाप सामने आ जाएंगे। टीएमसी की निर्ममता ने मां को रुला दिया, माटी को सिंडिकेट और घुसपैठियों के हवाले कर दिया और बंगाल के मानुष को पलायन के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। साथियों, टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज में छोटे से छोटा नेता, छोटे से छोटा गुंडा भी खुद को सरकार समझता है। 24 परगना, हुगली नदी के इर्द गिर्द का इलाका, ये कभी मिलों और फैक्ट्रियों का इलाका हुआ करता था, लेकिन आज मिलों पर ताले लगने के नोटिस की ही खबरें आती है। अंग्रेजों के जमाने से चले आ रहे कारखाने भी बंद हो रहे हैं। बोनगांव से बैरकपुर तक अनेक जूट मिले, अनेक फैक्ट्रियां 15 साल में बंद हुई है। सिर्फ एक ही फैक्ट्री, एक ही दुकान फली फूली है और ये दुकान है सिंडिकेट की कटमनी और कमीशनखोरी। मिलों की जमीन पर कब्जे की, किसानों को बर्बाद और तबाह करने की, ऐसी सरकार को यहां से जाना ही होगा। ऐसी सरकार को हटाना ही होगा। इसलिए बंगाल का एक ही नारा है, एक ही निर्णय है, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार। साथियों, बंगाल के पास सब कुछ है। बंगाल के लोगों के पास सामर्थ्य भी भरपूर है। इसलिए बंगाल फिर से देश का नंबर 1 राज्य बन सकता है। हमें बस नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस के आह्वान को याद रखना है। याद रखोगे? जोर से बताइए, याद रखोगे? याद रखोगे? नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने कहा था, तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा। साथियों, नेताजी के आह्वान पर देश ने सर्वस्व न्योछावर कर दिया। आज बंगाल को आपके एक वोट की जरूरत है। बंगाल को आपके एक वोट की जरूरत है। आप हमें आशीर्वाद दीजिए, अपना वोट दीजिए, हम आपको टीएमसी से आजादी दिलाएंगे। आजादी टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज से, आजादी टीएमसी के भय से, आजादी टीएमसी के भ्रष्टाचार से, आजादी बेटियों पर अत्याचार से, आजादी बेकारी और बेरोजगारी से, आजादी लूटती भर्ती परीक्षा से, आजादी घुसपैठियों के कब्जे से, आजादी दंगाइयों और मस्तानों से। साथियों, बीजेपी के लिए किसानों का कल्याण भी हमारी प्राथमिकता है। हम जुट किसानों और श्रमिकों की चिंता समझते हैं। इसलिए केंद्र की बीजेपी सरकार ने 11 साल में जूट का एमएसपी डबल कर दिया, डबल। जूट किसानों से जूट खरीद 3 गुना से अधिक कर दी। गेहूं और चावल की पैकिंग में 100% जूट की पैकिंग भी अनिवार्य कर दी। हमने सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक पर बैन लगाया ताकि जूट का उपयोग बढ़े। बंगाल की जूट मिलों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा ऑर्डर मिले, लेकिन टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट यहां मिलों को चलने ही नहीं देता। यहां के किसानों की भलाई के लिए आपको टीएमसी सरकार को अब गाजे बाजे के साथ विदाई देनी ही होगी। साथियों, टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज की सबसे बड़ी पीड़ित हमारी बहनें, हमारी बेटियां। बहनों के साथ सबसे बड़ा धोखा हुआ है। इसलिए इस बार सबसे अधिक गुस्सा बहनों में ही दिख रहा है। संदेश खाली में बहनों के साथ गुंडे अन्याय करते रहे। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार गुंडों को साथ देती रही।